In Washington, an application sits on a desk for a medicine already being sold overseas. In Massachusetts, a woman from a paper workshop tries to prove that an iron machine was not born in someone else's mind. In Cleveland, smoke rises from under the lake, and a man appears in the crowd with a box that looks like a prop from a fairground experiment. There are no grand speeches in these scenes, but after them, pharmacies, stores, and city safety begin to change. The strangest part of this story is that the victory was not a signature, and it was not a dramatic ban. The victory was delay. In 1960, a file for a new drug sits in a Washington FDA office, inside the American agency that reviews medicines. The cover looks harmless. Inside are tablets for anxiety, sleeplessness, and nausea, with the soft commercial name Kevidon. In Europe, the same molecule is already being sold under other names. Doctors are used to it, and the company expects a routine passage through the door. At the desk is Frances Oldham Kelsey, a new medical officer at the agency, a physician and pharmacologist. She does not look like someone about to stop a catastrophe. There is no siren, no fire, no patient on a stretcher, only paper, reports, letters, a gray-green desk lamp, and a deadline quietly moving forward. At the time, the American drug review system had a dangerously simple shape. If the FDA did not raise a firm objection to a new drug application within 60 days, the filing could effectively open a path to the market. And that is where it gets uncomfortable. In that system, an incomplete file was not just sloppy work, it could become almost a pass. Kelsey reads the data and does not see the one thing she needs most, a convincing answer about safety, especially where a mistake would not be visible right away. To a pregnant woman, one tablet can feel small. To an embryo, a few weeks of development decide the shape of a body. Kelsey does not sign. She asks for more data, a dull phrase, but it becomes the first bolt on the door. William S. Merrill does not bring the FDA a bottle with a skull on the label. It brings a drug meant to calm people down. That is the trap. A sedative tablet feels domestic. Sleep after a hard day, get through anxiety, ease morning nausea. The more ordinary the promise sounds, the easier it is to believe someone has already checked the danger. But Kelsey notices rough edges. The file has too little solid information about pregnant women. The trials look scattered. Reports are appearing about nerve damage in people who took thalidomide. Not birth defects yet. That connection has not come together. For now, it is a different warning. The drug is not as harmless as it is being sold. What follows is the quietest kind of fight. Not in court, not in the newspapers, but in offices. The company answers with letters, sends additions, and asks why the review is slowing down. Doctors overseas are already prescribing related tablets. The market is waiting. Competitors are moving. For a business, every month of delay looks like lost money. For a reviewer, every month of delay may be the last chance to see the whole. One thing matters here. Kelsey did not know the future. She was not sitting over a file with a complete picture of thousands of injured children. She saw weaknesses in the data, and she used the procedure as it was meant to be used. Do not let the drug through until the questions are answered. Her strength was not prophecy. It was a stubborn distrust of a polished, incomplete file. Sometimes that is what safety work is, not a heroic gesture, but a refusal to hurry. Then the world catches up to the file. In Germany and Australia, doctors begin linking thalidomide to rare, terrible developmental defects. Children are being born into families with arms and legs that did not form in the usual way. Before that, the pill seemed like a way to get through nausea and sleep. Now it becomes clear that in the early weeks of pregnancy, it could interfere with the forming body, often before a woman even knew she was pregnant. That is why the delay in Washington suddenly stops looking tedious. While the company was waiting for American permission, Kevidon never received a full entrance into the United States market. This is not a clean fairy tale with a happy ending. Samples had already reached doctors for investigational use, and American families were hurt too. But broad pharmacy sales did not happen. The scale was different. An office dispute becomes national news. Newspapers write about the woman at the FDA who did not yield to pressure. President John Kennedy gives her an award. It is easy at that point to turn Kelsey into a lone saint, but that makes the story too simple. Colleagues supported her, and what saved lives was not the magic of personality. It was a chain of demands. Show the data, explain the risks. Do not hide empty spaces under a neat cover. The hardest image here is not the ceremony. It is young parents holding a child and trying to understand how a pill for nausea could change an entire life. After that question, the word review no longer sounds like bureaucracy. It sounds like a door that sometimes has to stay closed. After thalidomide, American law could not stay the same. Before then, the logic was narrow. Show that a drug was safe, and if the agency did not prove a problem in time, the application could come alive on its own. Effectiveness often sat off to the side. Whether a drug truly helped or simply sold itself well was not tested as strictly as viewers today might assume. The Kefauver-Harris amendments shift the weight. It is no longer enough to say a pill appears not to kill people. A company must prove safety and effectiveness before the drug reaches the market. More serious trials are needed, along with closer tracking of adverse reactions and clearer rules for research on human beings. The FDA gets stronger tools, and the file on the desk stops being almost an automatic ticket. That did not make medicines perfect. Mistakes, arguments, and financial pressure did not disappear. But the procedure itself changed. Before, the reviewer could look like an obstacle between a company and a customer. After thalidomide, the reviewer more often became the person asking questions on behalf of those who did not yet know they were at risk, especially the patient who sees a white tablet and cannot see the laboratory behind it. Frances Kelsey is remembered not because she spoke the loudest. She did the opposite. She calmly kept a file from moving forward. In a world where markets love speed, her central act was slowness. One signature could have opened the door. Its absence became the lock. And the next quiet change will also begin not with a slogan, but with a piece of paper where someone stopped their hand in time. Set an ordinary grocery bag on a table. It does not tip over, spill open sideways, or demand a second hand. The bottom holds its shape as if that were the most natural thing in the world. But inside that quiet little convenience, in the 1870s, was a fight almost rude in its simplicity. Could a woman from a factory floor be taken seriously as an inventor? Before that kind of bag, store paper was fussy. Narrow cones and envelope-like sacks worked for small things, but they had to be held, caught, or laid on their side. A clerk lost seconds, a customer lost patience, and sugar or nails could wander across the counter. Margaret Knight did not see a symbol of the future. She saw an annoying job done by human hands. At a paper factory in Massachusetts, cutters clacked, belts moved, glue and damp paper hung in the air. Somewhere among stacks of brown sheets, she decided a bag should not lie down. It should stand. It was not a luxury. It was the removal of a small daily nuisance. It sounds almost silly until you understand that a stable bottom changes the whole rhythm of trade. It gives the seller both hands. It makes packing faster. It turns paper from a temporary wrapper into a small, portable box. And for that box without walls, Knight had to fight as if she were claiming an entire factory. On the factory floor, no one was waiting for a beautiful revelation. Paper arrived as sheets, and every sheet had to be forced through the same path without human fingers. Paper snagged, sprang back, or drifted a fraction to one side. First, feed it straight. Then fold the side edges so they meet in a seam. Then place the glue exactly where it belongs without smearing it across the machine. But the real trick was at the bottom. An ordinary paper bag folded like a flat envelope, and its base did not want to open into a platform. Knight worked out a sequence of guides, presses, and folds. The sheet moved forward, the side flaps tucked inward, the seam caught, and the lower edge opened and folded into a rectangular base. The machine performed a small piece of paper geometry while it ran. Not one grand hammer blow, but dozens of precise motions in a row. For a factory, that mattered more than inspiration. If one part was late, the glue landed in the wrong place. If the paper pulled unevenly, the bottom came out crooked, and the bag fell again. So Knight built a wooden model, adjusted parts, and tested how paper obeyed the levers. The valuable thing in that model was not its appearance. It was the sequence. The exact order of actions that turned a soft sheet into something able to stand. And here the weakest part of the invention was not mechanical at all. The model had to be carried toward a working metal version, which meant showing it to other people. In a machine shop, an idea can no longer hide inside your head. It can be read in shafts, knives, levers, and in the path where paper and glue are supposed to travel. Charles Annan, connected with the making of such a model, filed his own application for a similar machine. For Knight, that was a blow not only to future income, it was as if she had been erased from the motion of her own hands. At the patent office, an interference began. The word is dry, but the meaning was sharp. When two applications collided over one invention, the office had to decide who had invented it first. In the 19th century United States, officials did not look only at the filing date. They looked at drawings, models, notes, witnesses, and the chain of work from idea to sample. In a cold office, that became a test of trust. It was convenient for Annan to frame the case as if a woman from a factory floor could not understand a complex machine. Knight did not answer with volume. She brought what machinery understands: early drawings, parts of the model, an explanation of each mechanism, and people who had seen her work before. The paper on the desk became an extension of the machine. The decision did not look like a victory scene in a novel, more like a few lines after which someone else's application lost force. The Patent Office recognized Margaret Knight's priority, and in 1871, she received United States Patent number 116,842. Behind that dry number was a very practical change. Flat-bottom paper bag machines could work faster than hands, produce uniform blanks, and make packaging predictable. A shop got a bag that could be opened, set down, filled, and handed over without a small struggle on the counter. A customer carried home not a troublesome paper cone, but a stable paper container. Knight did not become just a neat picture of genius. Her story is harder than that. It shows that a patent sometimes protects not a shiny object, but the right to prove that an idea began with you, especially when people are ready to trust someone else's suit more than your hands, stained with glue and paper dust. In this chapter, the bag is not the only thing that matters. So does the wooden model that the wrong eyes could see. So does the office where a woman had to explain the obvious better than everyone else. And so does the object on your table. It stands upright because once, her application stood its ground. The next quiet change will also begin not with a loud breakthrough, but with a piece of paper someone did not throw away in time. Late at night, on the shore of Lake Erie, a man appeared carrying a box. He was not a city official, not a firefighter, not a doctor. Inside was something many people had only seen in demonstrations: a tight hood, tubes, a filter, rubber and cloth still carrying the smell of a workshop. Garrett Morgan had brought not a promise, but his own test. Cleveland, in 1916, was digging a water intake tunnel under the lake. The city was growing, and it wanted water drawn from farther out, away from the dirty shoreline. So men went down beneath the cold weight of Lake Erie into a narrow, dark tube. Up above were wet planks, lamps, steam from engines, and a crowd staring toward a place they could not see. Somewhere below, an explosion had already happened. Smoke and gas moved through the tunnel like a wall no one could touch. The first rescuers tried to go down almost at once because, in an accident like that, every minute sounds like an order. But the danger was worse than fire. Fire at least shows itself. gas takes a man's knees, then his voice, then his time. And then Morgan arrived at the entrance, a black inventor and businessman from Cleveland. He had not come as the city authorities. He came with his brother Frank and with a device meant to help a person breathe where others were already suffocating. In that moment, a patent stopped being paper. It became a box on wet planks. Before that night, the tunnel was part of a simple civic bargain. Workers took the risk so residents could open a tap and never think about where the water came from. In the early 20th century, jobs like this were cramped, wet, and unforgiving. Under the ground and under the lake, men could meet water, explosives, weak ventilation, pockets of gas, and the exhaustion that comes after a shift. A mistake down there did not leave much room to escape. Morgan's hood was not an oxygen apparatus in the modern sense. That matters. It did not create air, and it did not turn a poisonous mixture into safety by magic. The idea was simpler and smarter. Cover the head, filter smoke, and draw air from lower down, closer to the floor, where in a fire the air often stayed a little cooler and cleaner. The device worked through long tubes and a damp filter. A person could crouch, crawl, keep his face inside the hood, and pull air from a level smoke reached more slowly. In a burning room, that could buy minutes. Sometimes minutes are the whole difference. But in a tunnel under a lake, the rules were harsher. If there is almost no oxygen, no tube can help. If the gas is not just smoky but poisonous, a filter from that era can let the danger through. So the hood was not a miracle. It was a chance with limits. Morgan understood that better than most because he was not selling a legend. He was selling an object you had to put on and test with your own body. At the entrance, everyone already understood the worst part. Down below, the living might be lying beside the dead, and the only way to tell them apart was to go in. Several rescuers before Morgan had tried to push through the smoke and had gone down themselves. That is the terrible trap in any underground disaster. The first danger takes the workers, and the second takes the people who rush after them. Morgan and Frank pulled the hoods over their heads. There was no clean, heroic certainty, only straps, wet rubber, heavy air, and people watching their hands. The tubes had to stay below the smoke. The filter had to catch at least some of the filth. Then came the step into the tunnel, where the machine could no longer be explained with words. They went where others could not go without losing consciousness. Old newspaper accounts disagree on the numbers of the rescued and the dead, but the main picture holds together. The brothers brought people out of the gas zone and helped carry out bodies. Not once, again and again. Hold that picture for a moment. On the surface, officials, doctors, workers, and a crowd. Beneath them, a long tube under the lake. And between those worlds, a man who only the day before might have been kept out of a respectable office because he was black. Now he was walking into a place where office titles did not help. The only help was what stayed on the face and did not tear in the smoke. After that night, Morgan's hood can easily be turned into a neat little legend. Here is the inventor, here is the gas, here is the rescue. But the legend is too smooth. His device was not a full gas mask for every war and every poison. It worked when usable air was still nearby, and it gave a person time to move through smoke, not the power to defeat every kind of chemistry. Recognition did not work automatically either. Morgan was an inventor, a business owner, a man with a patent and a result that had been tested in public. But for a black American in the early 20th century, even a successful demonstration could run into someone else's mistrust. Buyers and officials looked at more than valves, fabric, and a filter. They looked at the man standing beside them. That is why the accident under the lake matters as more than a test of a device. It shows the cost of urban safety, workers in dangerous tunnels, rescuers with someone else's smoke in their lungs, and inventors forced to prove the obvious twice. First, that the thing works. Then, that its maker should be named. And before we move on to the next quiet change, keep this one detail on the shore. The hood let air through, but the city did not let the name through right away. A glass of water on a wooden table would have looked too harmless for a lawsuit. Clear, odorless, ordinary water. But in early 20th century New Jersey, a story turned around a glass like that, where the word chlorine sounded almost like a threat and became a pass into the modern city. The fight was not about taste. Jersey City demanded pure and wholesome water from its water company. The company drew it from Boonton Reservoir, a dark body of water in the hills, and to the eye it could look perfectly acceptable. But the eye had become a poor instrument. Typhoid did not care whether a source looked pretty. Bacteria rode into homes in the water poured for children, the sick, and workers after a shift. Then a physician named John L. Leal suggested a move that many people saw as almost reckless. Add chloride of lime to the city supply, a substance from the world of disinfection, laundries, and sharp smells. Not a bucket of poison, not a crude splash, but a tiny dose. So small that its purpose was not taste, it was the death of microbes. One turning point in sanitation did not look like a shining laboratory. It looked like a contract, a courtroom bench, sacks of powder, and the question of whether a city could trust water protected by chemistry. To understand the fear behind that idea, you have to stand for a moment in a kitchen of that era. A person opens the tap, sees a clear stream, and thinks everything is fine. No sediment, almost no smell, normal color. Under the old logic, that was enough. But cities were growing faster than their sanitary habits. Farms, towns, and waste upstream turned the watershed into an invisible web of risk. Typhoid, dysentery, and other waterborne infections did not arrive with a warning label. They came through an ordinary swallow. That is why the lawsuit mattered more than it first seemed. The promise of pure and wholesome water suddenly became a technical problem. What exactly did the supplier have to prove? That the water was clear? That it did not smell? Or that it did not carry a dangerous load of living pathogens? Leal stood between two kinds of mistrust. Residents feared chemicals in drinking water. Lawyers did not want a trick in place of a contract. Engineers knew filters and new works cost money and time. And here the story gets uncomfortable. Without chemistry, people were already drinking risk. The risk was just invisible. When chloride of lime dissolved, it released active chlorine. That chlorine damaged microbial cells and stopped infection before the tap. But everything depended on the dose. Too little, and protection failed. Too much, and the water scared people with taste and odor. A small chlorine residual had to remain like a guard in the pipes, so the water would not turn dangerous on the way. At Boonton, the solution did not look heroic. Sacks of chloride of lime, a tank, a solution, a measured feed. Nearby was engineer George Warren Fuller, a man who knew how to turn a sanitary idea into metal, valves, and calculations. Leal brought the medical logic. Kill the pathogen before it entered the body. Fuller helped make that happen every day, not by guesswork and not by mood. In 1908, the installation at Boonton Reservoir began feeding solution into Jersey City's water. It is usually called the first continuous chlorine treatment of a large municipal water supply in the United States. The key word was continuous. This was not a one-time gesture after an outbreak. Water moved, solution dripped, samples went to the laboratory, and the invisible threat became colonies on growth media, reports, and before and after comparisons. To a listener a century later, that sounds calm. At the time, it was a test of nerves. If the feeder failed, the city could get disease. If the smell became obvious, people could decide they were being poisoned. If the laboratory did not show improvement, the court would see only an expensive attempt to escape responsibility. The climax here was quiet. The dark reservoir lay behind the dam. Water entered the pipes. Flasks stood on tables. And in court, people were deciding whether all of this was enough for the word safe to become a legal fact. In the end, the court had to accept an idea that feels simple now. Water safety cannot be judged by sight alone. It has to be measured, maintained, and proven. Chlorination in Jersey City did not replace engineering, and it did not make water magical. It tied the source, the laboratory, the operator at the feeder, written records, and legal responsibility into one system. That was the real turn. A water supply was no longer just pipes delivering liquid. It became a promise that could be challenged. After cases like this, cities began to see typhoid differently. The disease was no longer only a family tragedy or a neighborhood accident. It became a sign that public protection had failed somewhere. A polluted source, weak testing, the wrong dose, no chlorine residual. Of course, people kept arguing about taste and the word chlorine for a long time. Even now, that word sounds harsher than clear water in a glass. But Leal saw the main deception in ordinary sight. The most dangerous thing in drinking water often looks harmless. So the modern tap does not rest on trust in clarity. It rests on trust in procedure. Who tested it? What measured it? How much was added? What remained in the pipes? And who answers if it fails? John L. Leal did not become a hero with a monument on every corner. His trace is quieter. It is in the tiny dose we usually never notice. Safety began where water stopped being merely clear. And the next quiet change is already waiting on another work table. On a lab table sit dark seeds, like little stones. For years, people had pressed them into an oil that was supposed to save lives. But patients often feared the treatment almost as much as the disease. Swallow it, and the stomach rebelled. Rub it on the skin, and it did little. Inject the raw oil under the skin, and it moved badly, hurt badly, and left hard lumps behind. A strange thing. The medicine existed, but it was almost impossible to use well. Honolulu in the 1910s. In hospital corridors, doctors talked about Hansen's disease, more often called leprosy then. It is a slow bacterial infection. It attacks the skin and nerves, can steal sensation, change the face, and leave wounds a person may not notice right away. People feared it more than they understood it. Fear quickly became rules. Patients were separated from families, sent to special hospitals, and in Hawaii, many were taken to the remote shore of Kalaupapa. One thing matters here. Before antibiotics, a doctor did not have a simple pill that solved the problem. There was thick chalmugra oil, an old remedy from the seeds of an Asian tree, and the hope that the body would somehow accept it. But hope could not pass through a needle. Sometimes the world is not changed by a brand new miracle plant. Sometimes it changes when someone makes an old oil work inside the body without turning treatment into another punishment. In the laboratory of the College of Hawaii, that huge trouble shrank down to a tiny drop on glass. The drop stretched, stuck, and refused to become medicine. At the bench stood Alice Augusta Ball, a young chemist not yet 25. She did not make ward rounds or sign isolation orders. Her work was smaller and more stubborn. A test tube, alcohol, heat, a precipitate. One more try. Physician Harry Holman at Kalihi Hospital saw the patients not as a frightening legend, but as people with pain, bandages, and waiting. He did not need one more promise from old medical books. He needed a form that could be injected in a normal way. So Ball's question sounded almost ordinary. How do you keep a fatty oil from collecting inside the body as a heavy, painful pool? And this is where the story stops being about a rare plant. The seeds had already been found. The oil was already known. The problem lived in the molecules, which did not get along well with the body's watery environment and behaved too brutally in a syringe. For a patient, that was not a chemical detail. It was the difference between an injection you could endure and a treatment you wanted to refuse. Ball did the kind of work that does not look heroic from the outside. She broke the oil into its parts and worked with its fatty acids, Then she turned them into ethyl esters, a more usable chemical form made after a reaction with alcohol. To the ear, that sounds dry. To a hospital, it was almost like a key turning in a lock. The thick mass became a preparation that passed more easily through a needle, spread better, and gave doctors a chance to repeat treatment without the old level of suffering. A simple picture helps. Imagine a letter written in the right words, but on paper that cannot be delivered. Ball did not rewrite the whole letter. She changed the envelope. The active substances were still tied to the same chalmugra oil, but now they could reach the body in a less cruel way. In the lab, this would have meant the smell of alcohol, warm glass, and oil clinging stubbornly to the sides. No loud discovery with fireworks, just a flask, a cloudy mixture, a separated layer, another check. And somewhere nearby, a hospital corridor where a person was not waiting for a chemist's fame, but for an injection that let the next day pass without another small execution. That is why this chapter matters. The form of a medicine can matter as much as the substance itself. This story has an uncomfortable edge. Alice Ball completed the work, but she did not get to live calmly with what followed. She died at 24, just as her method was beginning to move out of the laboratory. After that, Arthur Dean, president of the College of Hawaii and also a chemist, took the work forward. The preparation kept being made, treatment spread more widely, but Ball's name was pushed aside for a time. For several years, the method was tied to Dean, sometimes even by his name, until in 1922, Harry Holman noted in a medical publication that the key chemical problem had been solved by her. That does not erase the treatment's value, but it makes the story more honest. The Ball method was not a modern victory over Hansen's disease. It did not magically wipe away the diagnosis or send everyone home. But before sulfone drugs, it became one of the most workable options. Patients had a chance to improve, and some could leave the hospital or avoid harsher isolation. On the far shore of Kalaupapa, that did not mean a beautiful slogan. It meant a letter to family, a suitcase by the bed, the possibility of living by something other than quarantine rules. The quietest part of the story is this: Ball did not bring the world a new ingredient. She changed the delivery. Sometimes the door out of exile opens not with a miracle, but with a properly prepared drop of oil. The next chapter begins again with papers on a desk, but it will end with an accident almost no one wanted to see. In a crash, speed is what scares people. But a doctor named John Paul Stapp was watching the last few yards. A car can be moving fast, an airplane can be falling fast, but a person dies at the moment his body is suddenly stopped by glass, a steering wheel, an instrument panel, or a badly tightened belt. That simple idea once sounded almost defiant. Speed alone is not always the killer. The stop is. At a test range in New Mexico, they tested it without elegant models. White desert, long rails, rocket nozzles behind the seat, and a chair that looked less like transportation than a trap. The man who climbed into it was not a stunt performer and not a test pilot. He was a military doctor, lean, controlled, wearing glasses, with the face of someone who already knew how bad the next few seconds would be. Stapp worked in aviation medicine for the United States Air Force. After the war, airplanes were getting faster, ejection seats were getting harsher, and crashes were becoming stranger. Engineers needed to know what a living body could take if it was not simply thrown around the cockpit, but held in the right way. The dummies of the time could not answer the main question. A living person could. That is where this 6th chapter begins. Stapp chose not to argue with words. He turned his own bones, eyes, and blood vessels into evidence against the familiar claim that no one could survive at that speed. He wanted to add one condition to it. No one survives if the stop is wrong. Before each run, it looked almost ordinary. Tighten the belt, press the shoulders back, set the head against the rest. But this was not comfort. If the pelvis shifted a couple of centimeters, the load went to the wrong place. If the chest pitched forward, the straps became blades. If the head had room to move, the neck paid first. Stapp was not testing bravery. He was testing the geometry of survival. Deceleration is not just speed with a minus sign, it is the way speed is taken away from the body. The same car can stop against a soft barrier, against a tree, or against a passenger's chest. The speed may be the same. The outcome changes because the stopping time and stopping distance change. In the early reports from MX 981, that idea gradually turned into data. The wider the belt, the more firmly the pelvis is held, the better the shoulders and head are supported, the more force a person can survive. Not without pain, not without injury, but survive. For aviation, this was urgent. A pilot could eject, slam into the straps, hang abruptly beneath a parachute, or hit the ground at a speed ordinary drivers did not even imagine. The doctor in glasses sat on the sled because war and jet aircraft had raised the question faster than laboratories could build safe substitutes for a human being. And this is where it gets uncomfortable. The most important part of the test was not the rocket. It was the restraint that kept the body from becoming loose cargo inside its own skin. The most famous run came at Holloman Air Force Base, when the sled called Sonic Wind No. 1 was given full power. It was December 10, 1954, but the image feels almost outside its date. Desert, straight rails, and a man strapped in so tightly that he seemed less prepared to ride than to be kept from vanishing. The rockets fired hard and fast. The sled leaped forward, sand and light stretching into bands, and within seconds, Stapp reached 632 miles an hour. At that speed, most people think about the record. He was thinking about the brakes ahead. Then the sled hit the water braking system. It was not a crash into a wall, but for the body, the distinction was already thin. In a little more than 1 second, the motion nearly disappeared. The force rose to about 46 Gs. Stapp's face snapped forward, the straps dug into his chest and pelvis, blood surged into his eyes. In the freeze frame, he does not look like a winner. He looks like a man physics is trying to fold in half while the belts refuse to let it happen. After the stop, only one fact was clear. He was alive. His vision was almost completely gone for a time, his eyes were filled with blood, and his wrists, ribs, and eye blood vessels were hurt. But the main result was stronger than the frightening appearance. A human being had endured what many people thought impossible, when the stop was not accidental, but engineered. After that, the story quietly moved from a military test range to the ordinary road. Stapp did not simply set a record and disappear into a legend about courage. He carried a harsher conclusion with him. If a person could survive on a rocket sled with the right restraint, then in a car, what often killed him was not some fatal speed, but an interior that did not know how to receive the impact. Automotive safety was an uncomfortable subject then. Cars were sold as fast and free, and to many people the belt felt like an unnecessary strip of restraint. But physics did not care about advertising. In a collision, an unbelted body kept moving until the steering wheel, glass, or metal stopped it. The belt did something else. It began slowing the person with the car and spread the stop over a slightly longer distance. From aviation medicine came the language later used by crash safety engineers: load, seat shape, attachment points, head support, and force shared across the pelvis and shoulders. Later came dummies, sensors, and crash tests. Before them, there was a doctor's body strapped to a sled in the desert. Stapp advocated seatbelts in automobiles and drew doctors, pilots, and engineers into the same conversation. He was hard to dismiss because he was not a theorist behind a desk. His face had already carried part of the answer. So the click of a seatbelt in a car is not a tiny habit. It is a short continuation of that line of rails in New Mexico, where a doctor proved that survival begins not with speed, but with the way you are stopped. And the next quiet change will also be hidden in a detail almost no one first considered important. 2 identical glass tubes lie in the sun, as if someone left them after a lesson. Inside are thermometers. Nearby are a pump, stoppers, and a sheet filled with neat lines. No grand laboratory, no machines. It looks more like a careful household test, the kind where you must not mix up the vessels, and you have to watch thin thermometer columns with patience. But the question was almost bold for the middle of the 19th century. What if air does not all warm the same way? One vessel is filled with ordinary air, another with carbon dioxide, then more often called carbonic acid gas. From the outside, everything looks the same. Only the invisible contents are different. And after a few minutes, that difference becomes visible. The columns begin to drift apart. One climbs higher and cools more slowly. This is where Eunice Newton Foote enters the story. An American woman, a wife, a mother, a supporter of women's rights, and someone with no easy doorway into male scientific circles. She was not building a climate theory in our modern sense. She was doing something simpler and more dangerous to common sense. She took two similar glass chambers and made gases compete under the same sun. Inside that homemade-looking experiment was an early answer to why the makeup of the atmosphere could change Earth's temperature. Not every piece of science begins at a lectern. Sometimes it begins with a thermometer that suddenly refuses to behave like the one beside it. The point of the experiment was not a rare instrument. It was a fair comparison. The vessels had to be as alike as possible. The thermometers were inside. The same sunlight struck them both. The only thing changing was what filled the glass. It is almost schoolroom logic, but that is what makes the test powerful. If one cylinder warmed noticeably more, the answer was not just the sunbeam and not just the shape of the container. The gas inside was part of the game. Foote tested dry and damp air, thinner and denser air, and different gases. She was not watching for one pretty jump in temperature. She was watching which one warmed faster and which one gave heat back more slowly. Carbon dioxide behaved with special stubbornness. It took on heat faster and held it longer. Today we reach for the phrase greenhouse effect, but it matters not to leap across a century. Foote did not have modern spectroscopy, and she was not seeing invisible infrared radiation the way later physicists would. Her setup was rougher, but the idea was sharp. The atmosphere is not just a transparent, empty space above our heads. It is a mixture, and a small change in that mixture can alter the balance of heat. For a person with a careful notebook, it was an observation. For future science, it became a door almost no one opened at the time. In the summer of 1856, her paper reaches the meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Albany. Its title is calm, almost dull. Circumstances affecting the heat of the sun's rays. You can picture not a triumph, but an ordinary hall with rows of chairs, dark frock coats, and papers on a table. In places like that, people decided which idea would move forward. But Eunice is not the one who reads it in the room. The paper is delivered by Joseph Henry, a well-known physicist and the head of the Smithsonian Institution. And this is where the story gets uncomfortable. The discovery was not stolen, and the author's name was not immediately erased. The paper would be printed in a scientific journal, but the voice belonged to someone else. In the 19th century, the path of an idea depended on more than accuracy. It ran through societies, membership, travel, introductions, and the right to stand before an audience. For a woman, that road was narrower and steeper. Foote had already signed a document at the Seneca Falls Convention, where women were demanding rights. She knew exactly what a closed door looked like. In the scientific hall, the door seemed to open a little. Her experiment was heard. But it was heard in a way that left the researcher herself almost off to the side of her own paper. Then comes the quietest part of the story. No scandal, no ban, no shattered instruments, just silence. Foote's article sits in a journal, while the larger scientific path bends another way. A few years later, John Tyndall in Britain runs more precise experiments with heat radiation and gases. His apparatus is more complex, his results fit more easily into physics, and his name is easier to remember. That is how scientific memory often works. It likes a continuous chain: laboratories, students, repetitions. Foote had almost none of that support around her name. She did not lead a school, did not produce a loud series of works on this subject, and did not stand at the center of European physics. Her experiment had limits, and it matters to remember that honestly. But it asked the right question earlier than many. Can air with more carbon dioxide hold more heat? Today, she is being brought back into the story not to take someone else's place, but to put a forgotten sheet of paper beside it. On that sheet are 2 glass chambers, thermometers, and dry summer light. The small setup did not settle the whole climate argument. It did something else. It showed that the air above us is not empty space. Sometimes the world shifts not because of a loud speech, but because one thermometer rises just a little higher than the one next to it. Next, another quiet detail is waiting for us, hidden in the papers on a desk. On a hospital table lies a long, clear tube. In peacetime, it would look like packaging for sausage. In Kampen, in the occupied Netherlands, Willem Kolff looks at it as a chance to run a living person's blood through it. It sounds almost insane, and the first attempts really did end with patients dying, people who had almost no way out. But one day, that homemade drum would buy a human being time and give medicine an entire new field. Kolff was not a garage tinkerer. He was a doctor who kept seeing the same trap. The heart is still beating, the lungs are still moving air, but the kidneys have stopped clearing the blood. The person is still there, talking, or lying there drained, while urea, salts, acid, and water build up inside. Doctors stand at the bed knowing far too much and being able to do far too little. Occupation made the room even smaller. Good materials were scarce, equipment was scarce, steady supplies were unreliable. So the artificial kidney did not look like a shining device from the future. It looked like something assembled from a tub, a wooden drum, a motor, and cellophane tubing. The point is not to laugh at how poor it looked. Hidden inside was a precise idea. If a kidney cannot clean blood inside the body, let the blood pass along a membrane outside the body. The machine itself worked slowly, almost stubbornly. A drum wound with tubing lay in a bath of salt solution and turned as if it were rinsing a long thread. Blood moved inside the cellophane, along the thin wall, and the solution stayed outside. Cellophane is the faceless main character here, a semi-permeable membrane. It lets small molecules pass, but keeps blood cells and large proteins in. On one side of the membrane is blood, loaded with too many waste products. On the other side is solution, where there is almost none. Urea and some salts move toward the place where there is less of them, not because the machine is clever, because that is how a concentration gradient works. But between a simple idea and a living patient, there is a gap. You cannot take blood out of the body and send it through a foreign tube without consequences. It clots. Clumps appear. It has to be moved by a pump without shredding the cells, without letting in air, while someone watches the temperature and the mixture of the solution. The turning drum was not decoration. It refreshed the liquid next to the membrane. Otherwise, cleaning slows down, and the patient runs out of time. Wartime scarcity turned every small part into a problem. Need tubing? Find cellophane. Need a drive? Adapt a motor. Need a container? Use a tub. Household materials became parts of a machine where a mistake could cost a life. In 1943, in Kampen, that idea moved not into a report, but into a ward. Kolff treated people with severe kidney failure, often when medicine had almost arrived too late. So the early failures sound brutal, but honest. Patients died. The machine did not erase the disease with one turn of a handle. You can see why it was frightening. A person is connected to tubes, and blood leaves the body for a slow detour. The drum turns in the solution. A pump pushes a dark line through the cellophane. The doctor watches clots, bubbles, the color of blood, the patient's face. Any tiny thing can be a warning, and still, that is how the technology learned. If the blood clotted, the anti-clotting medicine had to be controlled better. If cleaning was weak, the membrane area, the motion, and the solution changed. If the patient could not endure it, the question remained brutal. Was the machine wrong? Had treatment begun too late? Or would the kidneys never return? A life-saving technology does not get a clean draft. Kolff was not hunting for a heroic photograph. He was looking for a way to win hours. In acute kidney failure, that can decide everything. If the body survives being poisoned by its own blood, the real kidneys sometimes start working again. The artificial kidney did not have to replace a person forever. It had to hold that person at the edge while the body did its part. The turning point did not look grand. In 1945, in that same line of experiments, a patient named Sophia Schaffstadt appeared. Her body was being poisoned by what her kidneys could no longer remove. The apparatus still looked too homemade for that kind of responsibility. A tub, a drum, tubing, the doctor's hands beside it. The session dragged on for hours. The drum moved steadily into the solution and out again. Blood made loop after loop through cellophane, while water with salts outside accepted what the blood could no longer carry. At some point, one thing became clear. The person had not merely survived the procedure. Her condition improved, her mind cleared, and her own kidneys were given time to return to work. This was not the end of kidney disease. It was proof that an external organ could be built from understandable physical rules. A membrane separates the small from the large. Water carries away the excess. Motion keeps the exchange from stalling. The doctor makes sure blood remains blood, not a clot in a transparent tube. Later, dialysis would become cleaner, safer, more complex, and more expensive. In museums, early machines remain, almost awkward to look at, with a wooden drum and the marks of hand assembly. That is exactly why they are so powerful. Kolff did not make a real kidney out of metal. He gave blood a temporary road around a failed organ. On the table were a tub, cellophane, and a pump. Beside them stood a person who would not step away from the machine. That was enough to win time. Next comes another quiet object on a table, one that will turn out to be stronger than it looks. On a work table lies a strange hood. Coarse fabric, small windows for the eyes, 2 tubes dropping almost to a man's shoes. Before the traffic signal, before the patent for the intersection, Garrett Morgan had to prove something simpler. A person wearing this thing would not suffocate. And he had to prove it not on paper, but by stepping into smoke. In Cleveland, at the beginning of the 20th century, smoke was not a picture from the past. It was an everyday hazard. Workshops burned, furnaces spat coal, tunnels were being pushed under the city, and a firefighter could enter almost blind. Morgan was not a desk engineer. He repaired machines, sold his own devices, and knew that buyers did not trust a drawing as much as a man who came back out. His safety hood worked from an almost annoyingly simple observation. In a smoky room, the most breathable air can stay lower, near the floor, while hot smoke and soot climb upward. The hood covered the head, and long tubes reached down to pull air from a cooler, cleaner layer. Damp pads helped catch some of the smoke. It was not a modern gas mask, and it did not carry oxygen on the back. It bought time. For a black inventor, that extra time started even earlier, at the customer's door. Racial barriers could kill trust faster than soot, so the demonstration became part of the machine. If a patent was not enough for people, Morgan would walk into the smoke himself. In the summer of 1916, that demonstration stopped being advertising. Beneath Lake Erie, inside Cleveland's waterworks tunnel, laborers were cutting a path toward the city's water intake. Up above, normal life continued. Streets, streetcars, shops, people with newspapers. Down below, there was wet concrete, a narrow shaft, and air you could not see until it hit you. A gas explosion broke the order of the day in seconds. Someone above was still waiting for news. Someone below was already trying to understand where the exit was. Smoke filled the passageways, lamps became nearly useless, and the first rescuers quickly learned that courage was not enough. In a pipe like that, lungs do not ask for heroism, they ask for air. Morgan was called not as a celebrity, but as the man with a device that might give rescuers a few minutes. He arrived with safety hoods, along with his brother Frank and other volunteers. Hold this picture for a moment. A dark descent, wet walls, a canvas hood with tubes over the face, and ahead of it, people who might still be found in time. His device did not cancel the danger. It only let a rescuer draw air from lower down, where the smoke could be thinner. But in that tunnel, that was the difference between one more rescuer collapsing and a person able to take several steps farther. Some workers were brought out, some were found too late. Newspaper accounts from that summer did not tell every detail the same way, but one thing is clear. A public demonstration had become a real descent underground. After a tunnel like that, it is easy to imagine the city understood everything at once. It did not. An industrial city learned slowly. Morgan had held the patent for his smoke-protective hood since 1914, but trust arrived in jolts. The paper on the desk said the idea was protected. The tunnel said something louder. The idea was needed right now. The point is not to turn the hood into a miracle. It could not clean every poison, and it could not save anyone where no air remained. But it answered the raw nerve of new machinery. Machines, tunnels, and factories sped up the work, while safety rules lagged behind. Between danger and death, there were seconds. Someone had to invent those seconds. From here, the story suddenly walks out into the street, because the intersection of that era was also a kind of tunnel, just without a ceiling. A horse wagon, a streetcar, a truck, a pedestrian, a passenger car. Everything was already moving faster than habit. A police officer could stop one stream with a gesture and release another, but the changeover was messy. One person was still finishing a turn, while another already believed it was safe to move. And here, Morgan had a similar thought, though now the smoke was replaced by the noise of wheels. It was not enough to tell a person to stop or to go. You needed an intermediate command, a brief breath, when no one was supposed to rush forward. In the tunnel, air was searched for near the floor. At the intersection, safety had to be inserted between two movements. In 1923, Morgan received a patent for a traffic signal with 3 positions. That detail matters. He did not single-handedly give the world the modern traffic light we know. Other signals and electrical systems were already appearing on streets, but his solution struck a very specific problem. What happens in the second between stop and go? The third position stopped every direction. Not forever, and not for decoration, but so the intersection could clear. A wagon rolled through. A car did not lunge across a pedestrian's path. A driver received warning that the order was about to change. It sounds small, until you picture metal, wet pavement, and brakes that were not yet forgiving. In this detail, Morgan again looks less like a dreamer and more like a practical man. He was interested not in perfect machines, but in the people standing next to them. The confused driver, the tired police officer, the worker underground. Technology had learned to move fast. The city had not yet learned how to pause safely. That is why the mask and the 3-position signal are tied more tightly than they first seem. One device pulled breath toward a lower layer of air. The other placed a warning between crossing streams of traffic. Both bought a person a little time before the worst moment. Not forever, a few seconds. Garrett Morgan is often remembered in one short line, as the inventor of a traffic signal. But the sharper idea is different. He noticed that a modern city can kill not only through the crash, but through the missing interval before it. Next in our episode comes another sheet of paper on a desk, one that was underestimated for too long. Sometimes speed is not what saves you. The interval does. In a hospital spoon sits a dark oil, thick and almost stubborn. People knew it long before Honolulu, before white coats and sterile syringes. Chalmugra had been given to people with leprosy for centuries, and that was the strange paradox. The remedy seemed to exist, but many patients could not survive the treatment itself. They swallowed it, and the stomach answered with nausea and vomiting. They rubbed it on the skin, but it barely reached the disease. Doctors tried injecting it, and the heavy mass could lodge in the tissue as a painful lump. On paper, there was a medicine. In the ward, it became an ordeal. In Hawaii in the early 20th century, a diagnosis was not just a medical word. It could mean separation from home, examination at Kalihi Hospital, and then a steamship to the isolated settlement on Molokai. Hansen's disease frightened people more than they understood it. Antibiotics were still decades away, and doctors reached for anything that might at least slow the illness down. And here, the achievement is easy to misunderstand. Alice Ball did not discover a magic tree or bring the world a new exotic secret. She took an old, heavy, almost unusable oil and asked it a chemical question. How do you stop this substance from punishing the patient before it reaches the place where it is supposed to work? Sometimes the door is not opened by a new drug. Sometimes it is opened by the form that finally lets the drug go in. In the laboratory at the College of Hawaii, it did not look like drama. It looked like patient work. A glass flask, a dark liquid, hot light, alcohol and reagents on the table. Alice Ball was only 23 years old, but she was already teaching chemistry, and she had done something that left very few backup doors for a young black woman in American science at the time. She earned a master's degree in Honolulu and stayed there to work. A physician named Harry Holman from Kalihi Hospital came to her. He did not bring a beautiful theory. He brought sick people who were being made miserable by the only remedy that was even somewhat known. Ball looked at Chalmugra oil as a chemist. The oil was not one simple thing. Inside it were fatty acids, the active pieces of the old medicine. But they traveled into the body inside a thick, difficult mixture. The answer was more subtle than simply thinning it out. Ball separated those acids and turned them into ethyl esters, joining them with ethyl alcohol in a new chemical form. That made the preparation easier to purify, measure, and inject. Not magic. The molecules were still relatives of the same oil, but they behaved more obediently. They could be prepared so the syringe was no longer a punishment filled with heavy resin, and treatment did not have to collapse after the first waves of nausea. The real test did not begin at a blackboard. It began in hospital records. At Kalihi, doctors injected the new form of Chalmugra and watched not the elegance of the formula, but one plain thing. Could a person tolerate the next shot? That sounds modest, but for old pharmacology, it was a huge shift. A treatment that patients abandon because of vomiting and pain is not a treatment, even if it contains something useful. The ethyl esters of the Ball method were not antibiotics, and they did not erase the disease in one move. But they gave doctors a working procedure before modern drugs arrived. The preparation could be given again and again, reactions were better tolerated, and some patients improved enough that the conversation was no longer only about surviving in isolation. Some hospital records began to show discharges. For people facing the road to Molokai, that was not an abstract improvement. It could mean a chance to remain closer to family. Hold this picture for a moment. Outside the windows, Honolulu is hot, steamships wait at the pier, and in the laboratory, a young instructor is changing not the name of a medicine, but how it behaves in the body. The thick seed oil no longer has to pass through the mouth and stomach like a punishment. It passes through a chemical procedure, through a needle, through a careful dose. A small adjustment in a molecule becomes an adjustment in a person's route through the hospital system. But this story has an uncomfortable second layer. Ball died at 24, soon after her work with Chalmugra. The details of her illness and death are told in different ways, and this is not the place to decorate the gaps. The more important point is simpler. When a person is no longer at the table, their name can slide to the edge of the page very easily. The work was continued by Arthur Dean, a chemist and the head of the College of Hawaii. The preparation was made more widely and described in reports, but Ball's name did not sound as loudly there as it should have. For a time, the procedure was often tied to Dean's name, as if the laboratory hand that found the right form had disappeared with its author. Later, Harry Holman directly connected the successful treatment to Alice Ball's work and called it the Ball method. But the first noise had already gone another way. Her development was not the final answer in leprosy treatment. In the 40s, sulfone drugs arrived, then other antibiotics, and medicine changed the rules of the game. But before that, Ball's chemical adjustment gave doctors something rare, a remedy they could use again and again. Not a legend in a display case, but a procedure in a syringe. That is why this chapter is not only about a forgotten genius. It is about how a substance travels from a seed to a hospital needle, while a scientist's name can get stuck inside someone else's report. The next quiet change will also begin with something everyone had seen, but almost no one understood in time. On that Sunday morning, she did not need a protest. She needed the organ in the church hall. Elizabeth Jennings was walking through New York in careful Sunday clothes, with Sarah Adams beside her, and the errand looked completely ordinary. Get to the service in time, where Elizabeth was supposed to play. A horse-drawn car of the 3rd Avenue line stood at the stop. The horse shifted on the cobblestones, a brass handrail caught the light, and people climbed aboard as if the city had already solved the problem of distance. Pay the fare, take the ride. But in New York in 1854, that rule did not work for everyone. Private street railway companies carried passengers through city streets, took their money, and acted like owners of the route. Black passengers were often told to wait for another car, use a separate and worse one, or leave altogether. And here is where the strange part begins. Elizabeth had not come to test the law. She simply stepped into the car because she needed to get to church. The trip should have lasted only a few blocks. Instead, at the door, there were 3 things in the way: a passenger, a conductor, and a rule nobody had quite written down, but everyone was expected to endure. At first, the refusal sounded almost routine. The conductor told her she did not belong there, then explained it first with a crowded car, then with the supposed discomfort of other passengers. That shifting excuse matters. When a refusal grabs for whatever words are nearby, the real rule is usually not order. It is humiliation by habit. Elizabeth did not get off. She was a free-born New York teacher, the daughter of Thomas Jennings, a tailor, inventor, and black activist. But on the step of that streetcar, all that biography collapsed into one question. Could she ride if she was calm and ready to pay like everyone else? The conductor called the driver for help. Then a police officer appeared. The narrow aisle filled with bodies. Passengers watched a woman in Sunday dress, and she held her place as if it was not just a seat, but the right to be an ordinary passenger. She was forced out of the car. This was not a grand scene in a public square. There was no prepared slogan. There was a shove, strangers' hands, street dust, and a ruined trip to church. Sarah Adams remained a witness, and Elizabeth later put what happened into a letter. The letter was read at a meeting of black New Yorkers and printed in a newspaper. So the humiliation the company wanted to leave on the pavement became a record. What happened next is the mechanism people often miss when they talk about rights before the 20th century. The Jennings family and their allies did not ask the company to be kinder. They sued. The defendant was not just the conductor's hand, it was the entire 3rd Avenue Railroad Company, because it took money for a public route. A young lawyer named Chester Arthur, later President of the United States, handled Elizabeth's case. The retellings differ a little on the details of that morning, but the legal center was clear. Was she a lawful passenger whom the carrier had a duty to carry? In the middle of the 19th century, a private company could own cars and hire conductors, but the street was not its parlor. Once a carrier opened a route to the public, It fell under the old common carrier rule. In plain terms, you could not accept a city privilege, invite people to ride for a fare, and then throw out a peaceful passenger on a whim. Judge William Rockwell explained that logic to the jury. Reasonable rules were allowed. Arbitrary exclusion was not. It was a narrow, almost everyday route through the law, and that is exactly why it could work. The conductor's racial hostility did not become company law. The jury awarded Elizabeth $225 plus court costs. For a single ride, that sounds almost impossible. But the court was not pricing the length of the route. It was pricing an unlawful expulsion from a public service. The victory did not erase segregation in one day. That matters. We should not decorate the ending. After the verdict, the Third Avenue Company reportedly removed its racial ban from its cars. Other carriers still resisted, and black passengers had to board again, argue again, and sometimes go back to court again. But now they held more than anger. They had an example built from ordinary, checkable facts. The passenger was peaceful, the route was public, the refusal was arbitrary. That is how early civil suits worked. They did not always speak in grand phrases, but they struck where a company had a weak wall. Contract, duty, money, reputation. Elizabeth Jennings later became Elizabeth Jennings Graham, kept teaching children, and opened a kindergarten for black children in New York. But in this story, her main tool was surprisingly small. Not a platform, not a manifesto, just a place in a horse-drawn car. The street did not change instantly. The next conductor simply knew that a refusal might end at a dark courthouse door with a bill for the company. Sometimes the world moves because someone, at the right minute, does not get up from their seat. Next in the episode comes another quiet lever. Here, one seat was enough. On the counter sits a small brown paper bag. It is not hanging from a hand, not sagging open, not tipping over. It stands. A clerk can pour in coffee, nails, flour, candy, and already reach for the next customer. Today that feels like nothing, almost like the air inside a store. But before Margaret Knight's machine, a paper bag was often an awkward wrapper that had to be held, tucked, and persuaded not to spill. Afterward, it became a small rectangular box made of paper. And here is the strange part. That quiet change did not begin in a store owner's office. It began among rolls of brown paper and sticky paste in a Massachusetts factory. Margaret Knight did not arrive there as a polished inventor with a famous name. Since childhood, she had known machines by touch, belts, pulleys, small breakdowns, the little fixes nobody calls ideas until they start saving hours. At the Columbia Paper Bag Company, they made bags, but the problem hid at the bottom. The bottom. If it came to a point, the bag lay down. If a fold wandered, the goods pushed against one side. If the paste landed wrong, the clerk lost time and got angry at paper. Knight saw more than an object. She saw a chain of wasted motions. A hand grabs, a hand opens, a hand straightens, a hand holds. The store is working, but every purchase trips over a paper tail. Try making a flat bottom quickly, over and over, without human fingers. A strip of paper moves forward. The blade has to land in the right place. The folds have to fall evenly. The paste has to go exactly where it will lock the corners, not smear through the mechanism. If a lever moves too early, the paper crumples. If it moves too late, the blank goes under the press the wrong way. A child's craft suddenly becomes a watchmaker's problem. Knight starts building the answer as a sequence of motions. Paper feeds from a roll. The machine marks the side folds. Then it forms the rectangular bottom, applies paste, presses, cuts, and releases a blank that can open in one motion. The point is not some magic shape. It is timing. One operation catches the next, as if working hands have been moved inside the gears. And that is where an everyday object shows its scale. A flat bottom changes counterwork. The clerk no longer wraps each portion like a tiny parcel, no longer keeps the bag suspended, no longer asks the customer to lend a hand. The bag stands by itself, takes the weight, and gives the goods a shape. Supermarkets are still far away, but retail is already learning speed. Grain, sugar, small hardware, sweets, pharmacy odds and ends get a container that costs little and saves motion. That is how technology sometimes enters daily life, not as thunder, but as a line moving faster. But in the 19th century, the path from a working machine to a patent did not run through paperwork alone. It ran through an object on a table. The United States Patent Office often wanted to see a model, a smaller, working thing made of wood and metal, so an examiner could understand the principle with eyes and hands. A sentence about an idea was not enough. You had to show that the mechanism could actually live. Knight makes a wooden model and prepares a stronger version for the application. Then another set of eyes appears at the machine. Charles Annan, a mechanic who had seen her device, files an application for a similar machine first. The most unpleasant layer of the story is not just the speed of the theft. Retellings of the case usually remember another argument. A woman supposedly could not have invented a mechanism that complex. This is where it turns ugly. They tried to steal not only Knight's machine, but her right to be seen as the author. That kind of patent fight was called an interference, a contest over priority. When two applications landed on the same solution, the office did not judge personalities. It followed traces of work. Who drew first? Who ordered parts? Who saw tests? Whose drawings matched the model? Knight had to prove her own invention almost like an alibi, not with loud claims, but with papers, witnesses, sketches, and a model. For a man, the device could be an application. For her, it also became an exam in whether she was allowed to be mechanically intelligent. The decision gives the machine back to the person who made it work. In July of 1871, Margaret Knight receives a patent for a machine that makes flat-bottom paper bags. Not for a pretty thought floating in the air, but for a specific chain of blades, levers, folds, paste, and pressure. The small model on the table became proof that the idea had traveled from a hand into a mechanism. After that, the bag does not become a famous hero in a shop window. It does the opposite. It disappears into habit. People set it on the counter, fill it, carry it home, throw it away, or use it again. But that invisibility is exactly the mark of a successful invention. When something works, we stop noticing how many movements it has removed from the day. For trade, this was not a minor detail. The shape of the bottom helped stores portion goods in advance, serve customers faster, and keep counters orderly. A shop gained cheap packaging that did not need a wooden box and did not turn every purchase into a little wrapping ceremony. And Knight received more than a patent. She received an official record saying that this simple shape had her behind it. That is how a small bag that can stand becomes a machine for speeding up the store. Not a loud monument, just brown paper, a fold, paste, and a name that had to be defended. The next chapter will begin again with an object that is easy not to notice. On a spoon, the oil is dark. Not the medicine of the future, but a thick, stubborn liquid that could make people nauseated before hope even had a chance. Patients swallowed it because there was almost no other option. Doctors injected it, and painful lumps could remain under the skin. It sounds strange, but before antibiotics, one of the most promising treatments for Hansen's disease was exactly this, a remedy that offered help and became a trial of its own. In early 20th century Honolulu, this was not some distant medical subject. A person suspected of having the disease could be taken from home, examined at Kalihi, and then sent across the water to isolation on Molokai, to the settlement at Kalaupapa. Families stayed on one side of the water, the patient stayed on the other. So any treatment that might slow the disease or help someone return home mattered with almost desperate force. Chalmugra oil had been known for a long time. It was pressed from the seeds of a tropical tree and used in Asia long before Hawaiian hospitals tried it. But an old reputation did not fix the ordinary problem. The oil was heavy, it moved poorly through the body, and many patients could not tolerate it. To a doctor, it looked like a medicine. To a patient, it could feel like punishment in a new form. And into that problem stepped 23-year-old chemist Alice Ball. Not with a miracle, but with a question. Could this oil be made to behave differently? Alice Ball worked at the College of Hawaii, among wooden buildings, heat, and glassware that, to be honest, did not care how young she was. She was 23. In the science of that time, that could make a person almost invisible, especially if she was a woman and a black researcher. But in a lab, age does not make the test tube cleaner. Something else matters. Noticing exactly where the medicine breaks down. Dr. Harry Holman from Kalihi Hospital came to her. He was not looking at a legend about an ancient oil. He was seeing real failures. The stomach rejected it, ordinary injections hurt, and the mixture behaved unpredictably. Ball approached the problem as a chemist. Inside the oil were fatty acids. If they stayed in their old form, they carried viscosity, heaviness, and poor absorption with them. So the answer was not to shake the oil harder. The answer was to change its form. Her move sounds calm, almost ordinary. Separate the active acids and turn them into ethyl esters. Put simply, after alcohol treatment, connect them with an ethyl part and create more mobile derivatives. That did not make the disease vanish with a snap. But for a syringe and for human tissue, this form was far more cooperative than the dark, thick liquid in the bottle. That was the turn. She was not searching for a new plant at the edge of the map. She took an old remedy and changed the way the body could meet it. Now the important part was not the flask itself. It was where the result from that flask would go. At Kalihi, an injection began to stop being a small torture with uncertain meaning and became a procedure people could count on. Not perfect, not forever, but repeatable. For Hansen's disease, that was enormous. There were no sulfone drugs yet, and certainly not the antibiotic era we know now. A doctor could not hand over a course of pills and say when a person would return to work. He was facing a long illness, fear of infection, and a law that tore patients away from ordinary life. Kalihi was a city hospital and a place of screening. Kalaupapa on Molokai was the far shore where letters, belongings, and years went. Against that background, a small chemical change suddenly became social. If an injection was easier to tolerate, it could be repeated. If the medicine was absorbed better, the patient had a chance to improve. And if that improvement held, the hospital had a reason not to send someone farther away, or to let someone go home. Not everyone, not at once. But a door that had been almost shut began to move. We have to keep this honest. Ball's method was not a modern treatment that fully solved the disease. Some patients improved, doctors wrote about many improvements, but truly reliable drugs were still decades away. And still, in those wards, the difference was real. A wooden hospital, hot air, a syringe, a glass vial, and a person hearing, maybe for the first time, not only talk of isolation, but a careful decision to continue treatment here. For that patient, chemistry was not a formula on a board. It was the distance to home. And just when this story should have had a clear author, the author disappeared. Alice Ball died very young. She had begun the work as a 23-year-old, and she did not have the time to calmly secure the result under her own name. The recipe remained inside the college. The college president and chemist Arthur Dean continued the work, published the results, and the method began to circulate under his name as the Dean method. This is where the story becomes uncomfortable, not because one person necessarily slipped a flask into his pocket. The mechanism was quieter. In the early 20th century, the author was often the person who signed the paper, led the laboratory, held the title, and had access to journals. If a young researcher died before a major publication, especially a woman and a black scientist, the paper could easily choose someone else. Harry Holman later, in 1922, directly called the process the Ball method and restored her scientific credit, at least on the page of a medical text. But a page does not always defeat habit. Treatment with ethyl esters of chalmugra remained one of the best options for years, until sulfone medicines arrived. Then medicine moved on, and the name of the woman who made the old oil fit for injection and absorption became almost quiet again. Much later, the University of Hawaii began publicly returning Alice Ball to her place in its history. And there is one important, very concrete detail in that. Her formula was almost taken from her, not by a theft in a dark hallway. It was nearly taken by an ordinary line under someone else's paper. Next comes another person who changes the world quietly. And once again, a name will prove weaker than the system. He was not woken up for a sales pitch or a neat demonstration on a stage. In the middle of the night, men were at Garrett Morgan's door, and politeness was already gone. Under Lake Erie, near Cleveland, an explosion had torn through a waterworks tunnel, and the men trying to go down after the workers were starting to choke themselves. It is a strange connection. The clean city water someone would pour into a glass in the morning came through a dark passage under the lake. In July of 1916, Cleveland was driving that passage toward an intake structure far from shore. The farther the city could draw from the dirty shoreline, the calmer the water system seemed. Below, crews worked in shifts. Kerosene lanterns, wet walls, small rail carts, heavy air, low voices. Before the blast, it was just a night job. At home, children were asleep. Down below, someone was counting the hours until he could climb back up. Then an ordinary engineering problem became a trap. Up on the shore, rescuers knew people were somewhere beneath them. They caught fragments of information, saw smoke, and understood the worst part. There was a way in, but they could not survive it. That is where the man with the hood enters the story. Not as a postcard hero, as a hands-on inventor being told in the middle of the night that his strange device was needed right now. By then, Morgan was not a dreamer at a desk. He ran a workshop, sold his own solutions, and understood how danger hides in small city details. Smoke in a shop, fire on a stairway, an intersection where a driver understands another car too late. 2 years before the Cleveland accident, he received a patent for a smoke-protective hood. In the patent-minded America of the early 20th century, that was almost the required proof that an idea belonged to you. A drawing, a description, a seal, and the hope of an order. But a patent did not breathe for a person. The hood had to do that, or, more exactly, it had to give a person access to air when the eyes could no longer see. It did not carry a cylinder on the back. It covered the head, gave a view through glass, and let long tubes hang down toward the floor. In a fire, hot smoke rises, and for a while the air lower down is cooler and less packed with soot. Wet material helped catch some of the dirt and cool the breath. No magic, just watching how smoke behaves. But in a tunnel under the lake, that logic became risky. Products of the blast, carbon monoxide and a shortage of oxygen, could mix down there. The hood did not cancel the danger. It only pushed it a few minutes farther away. At the site, Morgan did not find a laboratory. He found a wet pier, lanterns, and men who were already afraid of their own courage. A rescuer could take one step down, then another, then a third, and then the air began to cut his throat. In disasters like this, the darkness below is not the only terror. The terror is that one dead man can pull the next man after him because each new rescuer goes in almost blind. Morgan arrived with the hoods. Together with his brother Frank, he put on the device he had been selling as a technical novelty, and he went where novelty stopped being a product. The ladder dropped into the shaft, the lantern light turned cloudy, the tubes caught on wet boards and clothing. Every breath tested the drawing better than any office conversation ever could. Down below, they searched for the living and the dead. Some were carried out. Some could not be brought back. Later, the death lists would hold 32 names, and that number matters not as a record of horror, but as the price of city infrastructure people usually never notice. When you open a tap in the morning, you rarely think about men under a lake. That night, everyone at the shaft entrance had to think about them and wait to see whether another helmet would appear from the dark. After something like that, recognition seems as if it should arrive on its own. A man brought a working device into a real disaster, entered a poisoned tunnel, and helped pull people out. But the America where Morgan was trying to sell his hood knew how to separate the invention from the inventor. He was a black entrepreneur in a country where a buyer could accept the patent but refuse the face of the man who had earned it. That is the uncomfortable turn. The device saved lives, yet orders could cool once it became clear who stood behind the demonstration. So Morgan sometimes had to sell in a way that put white middlemen at the front. The market found it easier to look at the hood without its maker, and the patent paper did not break that barrier. It confirmed the idea, but it did not force a fire chief to respect the man who had thought of it. Later, in 1923, Morgan would also patent a traffic signal with an intermediate warning. Another simple thought: give people a second to understand that movement is changing. But the hood story shows something sharper. Sometimes an invention passes its test in smoke, water, and mud, then stumbles at an office door. Under the lake, his device was seen without argument. In the market, many people preferred not to see him. The next story also begins with paper on a desk. Only there, the danger will not hide in smoke, but in what people considered normal. The liquid in the test tube looked like a failed sample. Not thick, not clear, but cloudy, watery, with a milky glow. In a chemistry lab, that look often means one simple thing: the sample is bad, or it never dissolved properly. And if you send it into a spinning line, it might clog the spinneret, the metal plate pierced with tiny holes. Why risk an expensive machine for a liquid that looks like waste? Stephanie Kwolek still did not set the tube aside. Wilmington, Delaware, 1965. Inside DuPont's labs, chemists were looking for a fiber for future technology. Light, strong, useful for tires and parts where extra weight becomes fuel and money. They expected a thick, stringy solution. That is how polymers often behave before spinning. But this sample flowed too easily and looked suspiciously cloudy. Almost everything about it said, "Give up on it." And this is not yet a story about a bullet-resistant vest. It is a story about the minutes before a test, when the rule of quality control said, "Do not risk it." And one chemist looked at a bad-looking liquid and thought, maybe this is not a failure. Kwolek was not chasing a glamorous accident. Her day was built out of repetition. Measure the reactants, choose a solvent, wait for the polymer, then see if a thread could be drawn. She had first come to DuPont hoping to earn money for medical school, but chemistry kept her for the long run. By the mid-60s, she had learned to trust not only the written procedure, but also a strangeness that kept repeating. One thing matters here. An ordinary solution of long polymer chains is not like water. It is more like a knot of threads in thick syrup. Flexible chains tangle, catch on one another, and the material becomes viscous. Kwolek's chains were different. Stiff, aromatic backbones, almost like tiny rods. In solution, they did not curl up like noodles. They gathered into ordered patches, the kind later described as liquid crystalline. That is why the sample fooled the eye. Internal order could make it cloudy, while aligned rods could slide past one another more easily. To a chemist, that was a clue. To the person at the equipment, it was a risk to an expensive part. Kwolek had to push for the test, not because she already saw the future, because this bad sample was behaving a little too much like new physics. Once the tube was finally allowed into the equipment, it did not look like a grand discovery. A pump pushed the solution forward. Fine streams passed through the spinneret and entered a bath where the polymer began to set into fiber. From that strange, cloudy liquid came a yellow thread. No armor on the bench, just wet fiber, instruments, and a quiet wait. The mechanics are simpler than they sound. The narrow holes force the flow in one direction. If the molecules are flexible and tangled, some of that order is quickly lost. But Quolek's rigid chains were already inclined to line up. The flow through the holes and the drawing that followed did what engineers always want. They turned disorder into orientation. The chains settled along the fiber like a bundle of long rods. In testing, the thread behaved almost defiantly. It did not stretch like rubber, it did not give up quickly under load, and it showed unusual stiffness. The point was not that the material was heavier than steel. It was the opposite. At low weight, it could hold so much force that the strength-to-weight ratio changed the rules. Later, the chemical name polyparaphenylene terephthalamide would retreat into technical papers, and the shorter name Kevlar would become famous. But first, there was a cloudy test tube and a stubborn test. After that, it was no longer a lone, lucky moment. It became long, industrial work. The process had to be stabilized, spinning conditions chosen, the idea protected in patents, and the fiber made not in test tubes, but in batches. In patent papers, Herbert blades would appear alongside Quolek. The discovery became a material when chemistry, machinery, and manufacturing linked into one chain. Kevlar is often remembered through the bullet-resistant vest, and that makes sense. A light fabric that can take an impact changes the cost of protection for a police officer, a soldier, a security guard. But if you look only at armor, half the story disappears. The same strength-to-weight ratio matters in tires, ropes, protective gloves, brake parts, boats, aircraft, and cables. Where steel is too heavy and ordinary fiber too weak, an engineer gets a new option. That is why the cloudiness in the tube matters. It was a visible trace of a different order inside the liquid. Quolek did not predict every future use, and she did not have to. She did something rarer. She did not let a familiar sign of failure shut down the test. Much later, her name would enter the National Inventors Hall of Fame. But the strongest image stays the same. Cold laboratory light, an opalescent liquid, a metal spinneret, and a thread that almost was not allowed to be drawn. The next quiet change will also begin with a detail that was easy to overlook. A glass of milk on the kitchen table looked flawless. White, fresh, still cold, it was supposed to mean care, especially for a child. And here is the strange part. The woman who questioned that safety more stubbornly than most later lived for years with a fever that came in waves. Her temperature dropped, returned, and let go again. It was as if the disease was testing her own idea against her body. Her name was Alice Catherine Evans. In Washington, in the Dairy Division Laboratory of the Department of Agriculture, she did not look like someone about to argue with a national habit. A desk, glass bottles, petri dishes, a dark incubator, careful notes written by hand. Almost invisible work. Take a sample, grow a culture, see what is living inside. In the early 20th century, the argument about milk usually sounded much simpler. If it was sour or dirty, it was dangerous. If it was fresh, from a clean farm and sealed in a handsome bottle, it felt almost like health in liquid form. Many people saw pasteurization as city interference. Heat it, ruin the taste, disturb the market. But Evans saw the crack in that logic. Sometimes danger was not floating as dirt on the surface. It came from inside an animal that looked perfectly healthy from the outside. Behind one of those samples was a farm problem milk buyers rarely thought about. Cows miscarried, herds lost calves, farmers lost money. The germ behind that disease was treated as a problem of animals. In people, there seemed to be a different trouble. Malta fever, also called undulant fever. Weeks of weakness, sweating, aching joints, and a fever that rose, then almost apologized and disappeared. Those two stories were kept in separate rooms. The farm over here, the hospital ward over there. Evans began comparing cultures and saw an uncomfortable kinship. The cattle germ looked far too much like the germ behind the human fever. Then came the detail that stripped fresh milk of its innocence. Bacteria could enter it not because a milkmaid failed to wash a pail. They could come out with the milk of an animal that was eating, standing in the herd, and looking normal. In 1918, Evans said this out loud in the language of the laboratory. Raw cow's milk could carry infection to people. To physicians, that was inconvenient. To the milk trade, it was worse. And the person saying it was not a famous clinician or a professor in a grand chair. She was a bacteriologist without a doctoral degree, with petri dishes and tables of results. Her evidence was calm. That was exactly why it was so easy to push aside. The distrust around milk was not only about money. Some physicians truly worried that heating would become an excuse for a dirty farm, a way to hide bad practice with heat and sell the product anyway. Buyers held on to the taste of raw milk too. It seemed closer to the cow, to the countryside, to honest food. And here it matters not to confuse the issue. Evans was not trying to replace cleanliness with fire. She was pointing to another route of infection, one a clean pail could not close. Pasteurization worked exactly at that point. Milk was heated to a set temperature and held long enough to make dangerous bacteria lose much of their chance to survive and infect a person. Not boiling for the sake of fear, not a chemical trick, just controlled heat breaking a chain: cow, milk, glass, human being. Then the story turned almost cruel. In the early 1920s, Evans herself became ill with brucellosis, probably after working with cultures. There was no dramatic scene of exposure, just a thermometer and a fatigue that kept coming back uninvited. The fever rolled in, left, and rose again. The very undulant fever she had warned physicians about moved into her own daily life. She kept working, but the price of proof suddenly stopped being abstract. Recognition did not arrive like applause after one lecture. It gathered slowly: new studies, hospital cases, city rules, arguments in the newspapers. Gradually, physicians began to connect undulant fever not only with goat milk in the Mediterranean, but with cow's milk at home. Later, this group of microbes would be called brucella, and the disease brucellosis. The name changed. The unpleasant point did not. An animal that looks normal can become a quiet bridge for infection. Evans did not invent pasteurization. Her contribution was narrower and more stubborn. She helped explain why pasteurization was not a whim of officials and not a way to disguise a bad product. It was an everyday shield at the point where the eye sees nothing, the nose senses nothing, and the glass looks perfect. In 1928, she became the first woman to lead the Society of American Bacteriologists. But in this story, the title is not the main thing. The main thing is that her quiet notes made milk lose its presumption of innocence. Today, when a bottle sits in the refrigerator, Alice Evans's name is not on it. That is how many useful changes work. They do not ask to be thought about every morning. They simply stand between a person and disease. Milk became safer not because people trusted it. It became safer because someone stopped trusting it blindly. The next quiet change will also begin with doubt. Freedom in the store began with someone else's job. More precisely, it began when that job was quietly handed to you. Before then, a shopper usually stood at a counter and waited. He named sugar, flour, coffee, soap. The clerk turned around, reached for a shelf, pulled down a package, weighed it, wrapped it, wrote down the price. The shopper could haggle, ask for something else, or simply hold up the line. Everything depended on the hands of the person behind the counter. Then in Memphis, on September 6, 1916, Clarence Saunders opened a strange little grocery. It was called Piggly Wiggly, and later people would call it the first self-service grocery store in America. At the entrance there was no smiling clerk, but a turnstile. Beside it were baskets. Inside, a narrow path ran between the shelves, as if the store was saying, "Go here, then to the last door." The goods were already facing the customer. Packages were no longer hidden behind the clerk's back. Large price tags sat nearby. The cashier waited at the end, not at the start of the conversation. From the outside, It looked almost like a gift. Take it yourself, choose it yourself, no one pushing you. But that freedom had a small trick inside it. For the first time, the customer became part of the store's mechanism. He walked, carried, compared, and pulled items from the shelf himself. Saunders did not just open a grocery. He placed the shopper inside a new script, and that script is still under our feet in every supermarket. In the old grocery, buying was a conversation. The shelves belonged to the clerk. He knew where the goods were. He decided what to pull down first. He named the price, and the shopper often saw not a choice, but someone's back moving in front of the cabinets. In that kind of store, a good clerk was memory, storeroom, and display case all at once. If he grew tired or made a mistake, the whole store slowed down. For the store owner, that was a trap too. While one customer was being served, everyone else waited. Expensive hands ran back and forth for cheap packages. That is what made Saunders's move so bold. He had spent years in the grocery business, and he saw that wasted time not as a small nuisance, but as a leak in the barrel. His answer was almost engineering. Remove the clerk's extra motion. Arrange the goods so the package sold itself. Put up a clear price tag so the price did not have to be born again in each conversation. Create an aisle that carried the customer through the whole assortment instead of leaving him at one counter. Later, Saunders would protect the idea with a patent for a self-serving store. But the paper mattered less than the simple scene. A person takes a basket, walks past cans, boxes, and sacks, and suddenly becomes his own clerk. The store did not become more chaotic. The opposite. It had fewer words and more control. On opening day, curiosity was almost a product of its own. People came in not only for flour or coffee. They wanted to understand why they had to pass through a turnstile and why no one handed a package over the counter. At first, it could feel rude. The clerk seemed to have refused to serve. But after a minute, the customer noticed something else. He was not waiting for someone else's hands. He saw the neighboring goods. He could pick up a package, put it back, compare the price in front of everyone, and move on. The basket made choosing physical. While it was light, one more small thing felt easy. When it grew heavy, the decision was already in the hand, and here it gets uncomfortable. The store did not argue with the shopper, it guided him. It did not need a loud command. It only had to put objects in the right order. The turnstile cut off the backward chaos. The aisles displayed order. The price tag removed bargaining, and with it, some embarrassment. The cashier at the exit turned everything selected into one total. Old newspapers quickly picked up the odd little store, and Saunders began multiplying the format through a chain and franchises. The name Piggly Wiggly sounded funny and sticky, but the device was serious. It was not a signboard. It was a new grammar of buying. Entrance, route, choice, basket, checkout. The strangest part is that Saunders's victory became bigger than Saunders himself. Stores grew, patents protected the layout, and investors saw a future money machine in it. Then came 1923 and a fight on the market. Saunders tried to hit back at traders betting on Piggly Wiggly stock to fall, and that struggle on Wall Street cost him heavily. He lost control of the company, even though the idea had already left his hands and kept moving. There is a bitter irony in that. The man who taught the store to manage the flow of shoppers could not hold the flow of money or beat the rules of the exchange. But the shelves did not move back behind the counter. Self-service won because it solved several problems at once. For the store, it saved labor and sped up turnover. For manufacturers, it gave packaging a chance to speak. For shoppers, it gave a feeling of independence. And the floor plan quietly gathered all of it into a route. That is why today we barely notice the sequence. We walk in, take a basket, move along the rows, read the price tag, choose, and pay at the exit. We think of it as natural. But once, it was someone else's bold construction inside a narrow Memphis store. We still live with that basket. And later in this episode, another small detail is waiting. One people saw every day and did not think mattered for a long time. A piece of ice used to be more than comfort. It came with a whole journey behind it. Men cut it from northern lakes in winter, packed it in sawdust, lowered it into ship holds, and sent it toward places where winter almost never arrived. By the time a ship reached the south, part of that cold had vanished. It had melted. So in hot Florida, ice beside a hospital bed could look almost luxurious, even when nobody wanted it for lemonade. In mid-19th century Apalachicola, damp air sat inside rooms like a wet sheet. The town lived on its port, cotton, timber, and ships, and every summer it waited for more than trade. It waited for fever. Yellow fever was named by its symptoms, blamed on bad air, swamps, contagion, anything people could understand. Mosquitoes had not yet become the main suspects. That would come later. John Gorey was a doctor in that hot town. He did not see disease as an idea. He saw people struggling to breathe, tossing in bed, unable to cool down. In his ward, cold became medicine. Ice was placed in a basin near the bed, or hung higher so air could pass over it and sink toward the patient cooler than before. Simple enough. But there was a catch. Ice came from far away, cost money, and depended on winter somewhere up north. And here the doctor asked a question that was almost rude. What if winter did not have to be waited for, but switched on? At first, this was not an invention for the kitchen. It was a way to make a sick room bearable. For Gorey, ventilation did not mean simply opening a window. A different kind of air had to be brought into the room, drier and colder. He wanted air to move, cool down, and carry heat away from the human body. One detail matters. He was thinking like a doctor of his time. If illness was tied to spoiled air, then air had to be replaced, dried, cooled, and cleaned. Being wrong about the cause did not cancel the practical insight. Cool air could still bring relief, but a basin of ice did not solve the main problem. When an epidemic rose, ice became too expensive and too unreliable. So Gorey reached for mechanics. Not polished theory, but iron, valves, pumps, leaks, and wet hands at a workbench. The principle was familiar to anyone who had used a pump. Compress air, and it heats up. That heat has to be carried away by water or by the surrounding world. Then the compressed air is allowed to expand. As it expands, it chills sharply and pulls heat from another part of the machine. Put a vessel of water nearby, and you can try to freeze it into ice. This was early mechanical refrigeration, still rough, noisy, and hungry for power. But the thought was enormous. Cold did not have to be harvested from a lake. It could be made on site, by the work of a machine, a horse, water, wind, or steam. When Gorey showed that the machine could produce real ice, it must have looked like a conjuring trick. In a town where cold arrived by ship and melted along the way, a piece of it now lay on the table without any northern lake behind it. Retellings of this story love astonished guests. But even without the theater, the simple picture remains. Ice sits on a southern table, and the room is too warm for that white thing. The doctor brought southern heat, an object that, by the old rules, belonged to winter. In 1851, he received United States Patent number 8080 for a process to make ice artificially. The paper was real, the apparatus was real, and so was the hope. Then came the most unpleasant part of any quiet revolution. The machine had to work every day, not just once in front of spectators. Compressors demanded precision. Seals leaked air. Metal cost money. Investor support fell away, and the project began to sink not from one failure, but from a shortage of money, workshops, and trust. The northern ice business was not exactly peaceful either. Artificial ice threatened a product that was already making a profit. But the neat legend of a conspiracy does not explain everything. What hit Gorey harder was simpler. He arrived before the market and the machinery were ready to catch him. Gorey did not become the man who put refrigerators in every home. He died in the mid-1850s, almost without the recognition that later generations can hand out so easily. His apparatus did not win right away. Later, industry would take another path. Instead of air, it would more often use vapors of special liquids and gases that were easier to drive through a closed loop. But the core remained familiar. A machine spends work, removes heat from one place, and dumps it somewhere else. That is why this story matters more than it first seems. We are used to thinking of cold as comfort: drinks, display cases, a home refrigerator, a cool room. Gory came in through another door. A patient lies in a wooden ward. Southern dampness presses outside the wall. Drawings sit on the table, patent papers nearby, and a doctor is trying to make air stop hurting a person and start helping him survive. Today in Apalachicola, he is remembered not for a perfect machine, but for a turn in thinking. Ice stopped being only a gift from winter and northern trade. It became a problem for a pump, a valve, and the careful removal of heat. Not a barroom luxury, not the office air conditioner of the future. First, it was a basin beside a bed. Winter began in a ward. Next comes another quiet lever of the new century, hidden not in a loud discovery, but in papers on a desk. The smell many of us connect with a swimming pool once carried the smell of legal risk. Really, a city could decide it was not being protected, but slowly poisoned. At Boonton Reservoir in New Jersey, the physician John Leal was not looking at a hospital ward. He was watching the city's water. Around him were concrete, cold mist, and a white powder called chloride of lime. In 1908, that powder was not meant for a privy or a disinfecting bucket. It was meant to enter the drinking water of Jersey City. That is what makes the moment feel so strange. People were used to believing clean water should simply look clear. If it came from a reservoir, if it did not smell swampy, if no dirt floated in the glass, then surely it was all right. But typhoid does not ask permission to look dangerous. It can ride in water that sparkles in the sun and still carry disease. Leal was not selling a clever gadget. He was a physician and sanitary expert inside a fight where the city demanded safe water from a private water company. The court was already pressing the point. A faucet should not deliver danger. And instead of the familiar answer, another wall or a long wait for new pipes, Leal offered something that sounded almost indecent to a city dweller. Add a chemical straight into the flow, not once, continuously. To understand why he took the risk, follow the water to the tap. Boonton Reservoir looked like strong protection, but people lived around the watershed. Farms stood there, and waste had to go somewhere. One dirty ditch upstream could, a few days later, end up in a stranger's kitchen. For a doctor, that was not a scare story. It was the root of disease. Chloride of lime sounds crude, but the work was delicate. The powder was mixed with water, the heavier sludge was allowed to settle, and a clearer solution was fed into the main flow. Not by dumping buckets and guessing. It needed a weak, steady dose, enough for active chlorine to strike microbes before the water reached a glass. That is where Leal needed engineering. George Warren Fuller helped turn the idea into tanks, small pipes, valves, and a simple-looking feeder. The water kept moving, the solution blended in continuously, and people at tables with glass bottles checked the result. They counted bacteria before and after. They compared samples. They watched to make sure the remedy did not become a new danger. That was the uneasy beauty of the trial. The rescue depended not on a big metal sign, but on a tiny amount of a substance no one could see.
But in a city water system, doing the right thing is not enough. You still have to prove it to people holding contracts and court orders. Jersey City was not arguing with the company over the taste of water at dinner. The city said the supplier had to deliver water that was safe, not just pretty in a pitcher. And once chlorine entered the system, the fight grew sharper. The word disinfection did not yet sound like something from home. To some people it meant a hospital, a cellar. Lime spread where infection had been. To others, it was a chance to stop typhoid at last. The court had to work through a question that sounds strange now. Can water be fit to drink if chemistry made it that way? And here the story stops being only medical. Samples, reports, and explanations of the dose land on the table. Not shining promises, but dull comparisons. How many bacteria were in the raw water? How many remained after treatment? How noticeable the smell was? Whether any harmful residue appeared? Leal and Fuller were not defending chemistry for its own sake. They were defending the city's right to put an invisible barrier where nature and pipes were no longer enough. Picture the moment without heroic music. A judge listening, lawyers worrying at words, and ordinary families outside boiling tea from the same system. When the court finally agreed, it did not look like a celebration of progress. It looked like permission to stop dying from an old mistake. After Boonton, no one woke up in a perfectly clean future. Water still needed filters, oversight, pipes that did not leak, and people willing to look at sample logs every day. But an important threshold had been crossed. If a weak dose could be kept steady, if tests showed bacteria falling, if a court accepted the water as fit to drink, other cities could stop laughing at the idea itself. A municipal technology rarely wins through one genius alone. It passes through a smell in the kitchen, a doctor's worry, an engineer's calculations, and a signature in a court folder. Chlorination became exactly that kind of thing, not a handsome machine in a shop window, but a small procedure inside a large city. Its strength was repetition. Day after day, the water moved through the feeder, and the invisible protection arrived before the invisible infection. The alternative cost more. Typhoid took weeks of life, families, wages, sometimes children. It did not argue in court, and it left no warning smell in the glass. So the chemical taste that first felt like a threat began to mean something else. Not spoiled water, but proof that someone had stepped in before the illness. John Leal remained a quiet figure, almost without a legend. It is hard to picture him as a grand statue, a doctor beside a tank, checking a dose. But every safe drink in a big city carries a little of that cold shore at Boonton. Sometimes the world changes not with a loud leap, but with a drop in a pipe. And the next quiet change will begin again with a sheet of paper placed on a table. On a laboratory bench, inside a dark bottle, there is no poison and no rare elixir, just thick, yellowish oil. Doctors had been trying to give it to people with Hansen's disease for decades. A doctor might know its name, the dose, even the hope attached to it. But the medicine itself seemed to push back. People swallowed it by force, nausea followed, and the body took in very little. If the oil was injected as it was, it moved badly, hurt under the skin, and behaved more like a foreign drop than a treatment. That was the strange part. The remedy was already there, but no one could truly make it work. In Honolulu in 1915, this was not a neat laboratory puzzle. Behind the gates of Kalihi Hospital, the disease also meant law. People could be separated from their families, kept under watch, sent to an isolation settlement on Molokai. Not because anyone wanted drama, but because fear of infection was stronger than careful explanation. In that humid Hawaiian heat, a young black chemist named Alice Augusta Ball worked in the laboratory of the College of Hawaii. She did not need to invent a new miracle. She needed to do something almost impossible. Make an old oil go where it had never been able to go before. Harry Holman, a physician at Kalihi, saw the problem not in a textbook, but in the wards. Some patients could not keep the oil down. Others were given it another way, but the viscous mixture spread poorly and left pain behind. So the question was almost ordinary. How do you make the oil less stubborn? Ball approached it as a chemist. Chalmugra oil came from seeds, and its useful part was tied to its fatty acids. But a fatty molecule does not like a watery environment.
Blood, tissue fluid, the routes that carry medicine through the body are mostly water-based. If a substance will not mix, it does not merely look bad in a test tube. It is absorbed less well, harder to tolerate, and more likely to lose the journey toward the place where it should act. Ball began changing the form of the substance without throwing away the idea of the medicine itself. She separated the active acids and turned them into ethyl esters. That sounds dry, but the point is very practical. The molecule becomes easier to prepare for injection, the mixture is less viscous, and the body can accept it more easily. Sometimes medicine moves forward not when someone finds a new poison for a microbe, but when an old drug finally stops hurting the patient more than it has to. And here, for the first time, the thick oil in the bottle begins to look not like hope in words, but like a tool. Now hold a different image. Not a flask, but a hospital corridor. A white uniform, a glass syringe, damp light at the window, gates behind someone's back. An injection of ethyl esters did not look like the triumph of science. It was a small medical act, something to repeat and watch patiently. But inside it was a new logic. The medicine no longer demanded that a person swallow heavy oil and pay for it with nausea. It no longer remained the same rough, fatty mass under the skin. It could be given more deliberately, the reaction could be watched, the course could be changed. For people with Hansen's disease in Hawaii, that meant more than convenience for the doctor. A diagnosis could cut a person off from home. Family stayed on one side of the gate, and order from the authorities on the other. If treatment brought improvement, there was a chance not to be sent into lifelong isolation or to leave the hospital regime. Not for everyone, not right away, not like a fairy tale. But the word chance carries weight here. Before this, chalmugra oil had been a known remedy that too often failed on the road into the body. The Ball method shortened that road. And that may be why doctors took it up so quickly. What they had in front of them was not a beautiful theory, but a drug they could hold in a syringe. The hardest part begins after the method is already working. Ball does not get to grow old beside her discovery. In 1916, she dies at only 24. The cause of her death has been retold in different ways, and it is better not to turn that into a legend. The fact is enough. The laboratory kept living without her. Arthur Dean, a chemist and the head of the college, took up the work with chalmugra oil. Publications and conversations began to pull the credit aside, as if the method had appeared on its own somewhere between the desk, the flask, and the office of authority. For several years, Dean's name was heard more often beside the treatment. Then, in 1922, Harry Holman clearly reminded people that the practical way of preparing the injections was the Ball method. Much later, the University of Hawaii would also bring her name back into public memory, but the first correction came from the doctor who had seen the method beside patients. Even that return does not erase how easily a young scientist vanished from her own work. Later, when sulfone drugs arrived in the 1940s, chalmugra oil moved out of the center. But before that, its changed form gave doctors an important interval between fear and helplessness. The dark bottle became a syringe. The syringe became a chance at discharge. And Alice Ball remains in this story not as a footnote about stolen credit, but as the person who changed the form of a substance, and for someone, changed the route home. Next comes another quiet change. Again, a desk, a paper, and a decision that almost no one noticed at first. On a pier, the most expensive sound was not the ship's horn. It was the scrape of a crate being pulled out of a truck by hand all over again. The truck had already brought the cargo to the water, but then the strange ritual began. Open the trailer, take out sacks, bales, barrels, count them, sling them, lift them by crane, and stack them again inside the hold. It was as if the cargo kept forgetting it was already packed. Later, people liked to tell one scene about young Malcolm McLean. He sits at the pier with his truck, waiting while longshoremen slowly take apart someone else's load. Maybe the story became too neat after years of retelling,
but the irritation feels very real. He was not a dreamer at a desk. He came from road dust, hauled freight, counted hours, and knew what idle time cost. In the old port, all of this seemed normal. Cargo traveled piece by piece, crates here, sacks there, bales somewhere else. It took strong hands, hooks, ropes, sheds, and patience. A ship could wait at the pier longer than it needed for a serious stretch of ocean. And then one simple thought began to sound almost improper. Why unload the truck if you can lift the box itself? In the spring of 1956, an old tanker called Ideal X was tied up at Port Newark. It was not the kind of ship that belonged on ocean postcards. It was working metal, with a rusty side, the smell of fuel oil, and flat platforms fixed to its deck. On April 26th, trailers rolled up to it, and a crane began doing something that looked almost too simple for a port. It was not lifting sacks or wooden crates. It was lifting entire steel boxes. By the end, there were 58 of them on deck. Identical dark rectangles, locked down above a tanker that could still carry liquid cargo inside. That was McLean's trick. Do not build a whole new world at once. Strap the new idea onto an old ship. But a container was not just a large box. The size mattered. The corners mattered. So did the locks, the truck chassis, the space for cranes, and the paperwork behind the shipment. If a box fits only one pier, it is useless. If it can come off a trailer, go onto a ship, then onto a rail car or back onto the road without opening the lock, a system begins. Later, people would call it intermodal transport. On the pier, it looked simpler. One crane, one box, less scrambling inside the hold. Where the work used to take days, people could start counting hours. When Ideal X pulled away from Newark, the sight was almost ordinary. The water under the stern darkened with fuel oil. Straight rows of boxes stood above the deck. The crane had already gone still at the pier. People on shore were not looking at a fleet of the future. They were looking at a strangely loaded tanker. But in that moment, the port lost its monopoly on manual chaos. A few days later in Houston, the idea was tested not with speeches, but with hours. If cargo does not have to be opened, it is harder to steal. If it does not sit scattered through warehouse sheds, it breaks less often. If a ship spends less time against the pier, it earns more time at sea. It was dull arithmetic, but it hit the old port harder than any advertisement could. And this is where the story gets uncomfortable. For the cargo owner, the container meant order. For the shopper, it meant a cheaper thing on the shelf. For the longshoreman, it meant the end of part of his craft. The old port lived on gang noise, arguments, hooks, warehouse shifts, and small wages built around every bale. The container moved that work inside a locked box. It did not argue with people. It simply made them unnecessary in places where, the day before, no ship could move without them. After the first voyage, McLean was not selling only an iron box. He was selling the habit of thinking about the whole route at once. The truck, the pier, the crane, the ship, the warehouse, and the railroad all had to behave like one machine. That meant changing terminals, building yards for stacks, buying specialized cranes, and agreeing on sizes and locking points. Even a good patent is worth very little if the neighboring port cannot grab it. One detail matters here. Some of Sealand's solutions for container corners and locking systems eventually moved into a shared standard, not because business had suddenly become romantic. A closed box does not change the world if it can travel only on one private road. Containerization won where different companies could lift the same rectangle. The price stayed onshore. Newark and Elizabeth grew into container gateways, while many older piers, with their warehouses, shops, and bars, began to lose their work. The world got cheaper bananas, clothes, parts, furniture, and an almost invisible way to move goods across the ocean. And the waterfront grew quieter, because cargo no longer spoke to the port piece by piece. 58 boxes did not make trade fairer or kinder. They made it faster. And the next door in this episode will also open not with a slogan,
but with a small object someone once put in the wrong place. A paper bag usually disappears in a second. You crush it, tuck it under the sink, or carry it to the trash. But in the 19th century, that little gesture had an engineering cost. For a bag to stand on its own, the bottom had to be folded almost like a tiny box. Hands could do it. A machine stumbled. Paper tore, glue smeared, and the folds slipped out of line. In a small shop, that became money right away. A clerk measures sugar, flour, tea, nails, cookies. If the bag is just a flat envelope, someone has to hold it open while the goods pour in. If it has a flat bottom, it stands on the counter like a little container. It can be opened ahead of time, set nearby, filled fast, and handed to the customer. In Springfield, in the 1860s, Margaret Knight saw that difference from the factory floor, not from the customer side. She worked around the paper machines of the Columbia Paper Bag Company, and she could hear where production lost its rhythm. A brown ribbon of paper moved forward, a blade cut the blank, rollers pulled it along, and the hardest part began at the bottom. The machine had to make the side folds, turn the flaps, and press the glue exactly where fingers would do it without thinking. That tiny fold is where the almost detective story begins. Knight was not trying to decorate the bag. She was trying to remove the worker from the slowest step without losing the neatness of a human hand. A good shape was not enough. The machine had to hold the paper while the paper fought back, pull it, trim it, fold it in the right order, and keep the glue from grabbing too soon. So she built a model. First it was wood, something you could understand by touch, with levers, rollers, and moving parts that could be tested. But the patent office of that era did not want words alone. An idea on paper could promise anything. A model showed whether the mechanism could actually move. An application needed drawings, a description, and people who could say when the device appeared and who had made it. And this is where the room gets uncomfortable. While Knight was working toward a metal version of the machine, Charles Annan saw her device. He filed for a similar mechanism and claimed priority. For an inventor, that was not just a paperwork problem. It was the erasing of a name. If the right went to someone else, factories could buy and install the machine under the wrong surname, while the real work stayed somewhere between the bench and the scrap bin. In the early American system, the winner was not simply the person who shouted, "Mine," the loudest. When two applications collided, the patent office opened a priority dispute. It looked for traces, dates on drawings, a model, testimony from mechanics, and the path of parts from factory to workshop. Suddenly, the paper bag was not a shop object. It was evidence. The dispute between Knight and Annan looked dry from the outside. Underneath, it was about ownership of a sequence of movements. Not the paper bag in general, but the machine action that made a flat bottom. Who had first made a machine do it? Who could explain why the roller belonged here and why the blade had to strike after the fold, not before it? Knight had the kind of proof that is hard to fake later. Drawings, a wooden model, the memory of people who had seen her work, and a clear grasp of the mechanism. Around the case was a familiar skepticism of the time. A woman could not really have designed such a complicated machine. But machinery does not care much for prejudice. If a person does not understand a mechanism, the details expose them. Knight did not get lost in the details. Hold that room for a moment. A strict patent office. A model on the table, not a pretty toy, but proof. Drawings beside it with fold lines. Questions coming one after another. When was it made? Who saw it? How did the paper move? Where did the glue appear? Every answer had to do more than sound persuasive. It had to match the metal, the wood, and the order of operations. In 1871, Margaret Knight received her patent for the paper bag machine. Annan did not take her place in this story. The victory was not loud or ceremonial. It was precise. A prototype, witnesses, and the ability to explain her own work kept her name attached to the invention. A flat bottom sounds like a ridiculous thing to fight over until you picture the store without it. Stacks of empty bags sit on a shelf. The clerk takes one, shakes it open, sets it on the counter, and suddenly both hands are free. The goods do not have to be coaxed inside. The bag holds its shape. It is easier to fill, fold, carry, and set next to others. Knight's machine did not reinvent commerce. It removed a small delay that happened over and over. That is what eats up a workday. One extra motion of the wrist, one extra helper behind the counter, one more torn blank. When a bag can be folded quickly by machine, it gets cheaper. When it stands by itself, the clerk moves faster. When there are many of them, a store can store and hand out goods more evenly, without daily fuss over hand folding. For Knight, the patent was not a framed decoration. It was a way not to disappear from her own work. The early patent system was strict and uneven, but in this case, it forced the rivals to come to the table with proof, not with charm, not with status, not with the old assumption that a workshop belongs to the people who are easiest to hear. With a model, dates, witnesses, and a mechanism. Today, the flat-bottom paper bag looks so ordinary that it is almost invisible. But if you look closely, it carries the whole chain. Factory noise, a wooden model, someone else's application, strict questions, and a name that did not get erased. The bag stood because of its bottom. Knight stood because of her evidence. The next quiet change also begins with an object people usually ignore. The baby does not have a name yet, but the second hand is already watching. In a white New York delivery room in the early 1950s, everything moves too fast. The first breath, a wet towel, a hand at the chest, a quick look at the lips. It does not feel like a place for math. And yet the shortest medical revolution may have taken 1 minute. After that minute, a newborn's condition could become a number from 0 to 10, understood by the doctor, the midwife, and the nurse without a long explanation. Before that, a baby might be written down as strong, limp, bluish, poor. Those words seem clear when the room is calm, but when breathing falters, they start to get in the way. One doctor sees weakness, another still hopes, a third is already reaching for oxygen. Virginia Apgar worked beside that moment every day. She was an anesthesiologist at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center, and she knew the strange cost of pain relief in childbirth. The mother might come through more easily, while the baby sometimes arrived slowed down. So instead of a complicated machine or a dramatic discovery, a small card took shape in her hands. 5 signs, up to 2 points for each one. The first minute of life became a shared language. To understand why that little card became stronger than a thick instruction manual, you have to go back into the delivery room, not into an office. Everyone there has a different urgency. The obstetrician is watching the mother and the bleeding. The anesthesiologist is thinking about the drug dose and the woman's breathing. The nurse receives a baby who may cry right away, or may lie there far too quietly. They are all close together, but they speak in different words. Virginia Apgar was exactly the kind of person who could hear those gaps. She entered anesthesia when the field was still fighting for its place in major medicine. Pain relief in childbirth was already considered progress, but progress had an uneasy shadow. A drug that helped the mother could dull the newborn's breathing. If that was not recorded in the same way every time, people could argue forever afterward. The baby was weak. How weak? The color was bad. Compared with what? The reaction was normal. Normal to whom? Apgar chose what could not hide behind an impression. The heart is beating, or it is almost silent. Breathing is present, weak, or absent. Arms and legs are limp, or they push back. With stimulation, the baby grimaces, coughs, cries, or does nothing. The skin turns pink, stays blue, or looks pale. 5 quick observations, and each receives 0, 1, or 2 points. In 1953, Apgar described the method in a medical journal, but the power of the idea was not in the printing. Its power was that it could be done at the table, before the clock had moved very far at all. 1 minute passes after birth. Someone counts the heartbeat. Someone watches whether the chest rises. A tiny foot is stimulated to see the response. An arm is released, and the tone is suddenly clear. The face and the skin hint at whether there is enough oxygen. Then the total is spoken. Not a sentence, not a name, not a future, just a working number. But working numbers can change human behavior faster than elegant words. A low score at 1 minute pushed the team to act. Warm the baby, clear the airway, give oxygen, begin resuscitation according to the practice of the time. The score at 5 minutes answered a different question. Is the baby recovering from a difficult start, or is the problem still holding on? Even more important, the hospital could finally collect comparable data. Different types of pain relief, different deliveries, different teams no longer disappeared into a fog of impressions. If one approach was followed by more low scores, it could now be seen on paper. Over time, Apgar's name was spoken so often that the person behind it almost disappeared. The score is called out in delivery rooms, written into charts, and remembered in conversations between parents. But it is important not to mistake its meaning. The Apgar score does not promise a child's future, and it does not hand out a lifelong grade. It describes a condition at a specific minute, when the team needs to know quickly whether help is needed, and whether that help is working a few minutes later. That was the new discipline. The first minute captured the shift from life through the placenta to breathing alone. The 5th minute showed whether the danger had eased or whether the team was still fighting it. For clinicians, it was a language small enough to fit on a card. For statistics, it was a way to compare what used to disappear inside vague phrases. For anesthesia, it was an honest test of how an intervention near the mother affected the baby. The most striking part is that the score did not require a rare machine. It needed a clock, eyes, hands, and an agreement to count the same way. Virginia Apgar did not make the first seconds of life calm. They never are. She made them more understandable. The baby still has no name, the chart line is still short, and the team is already speaking in one number. Sometimes the world is changed not by a large machine, but by a minute people finally learned to see. Next comes another quiet shift, one that began not with a loud slogan, but with paper on a desk. Before machines like this, the distance food could travel was not measured in miles. It was measured by how long the ice could hold out in the box. The truck might still have 100 miles left in it. Inside, strawberries were giving up, milk was warming, and fish was starting to smell like the road. A driver could hear the problem in the quietest sound in the cargo space: water dripping off melting ice. Late 1930s, Minnesota. A metal delivery van sits in a garage beside crates, wet straw, and tools spread across a bench. Cold is still tied to a warehouse, an ice house, or a rail car packed with ice bunkers. It does not like dirt roads or long stops. The van is asking for something new. Keep your own temperature while the road shakes you, dust hits you, and the night highway keeps going. That is the problem Frederick McKinley Jones walks toward, a black, self-taught mechanic with the hands of a man who had fixed almost everything. Cars, radio transmitters, movie equipment, engines other people had already given up on. He did not have the neat biography of a classroom engineer. He had the rarer habit of looking at stubborn metal without fear. And the key is simple. Jones did not invent cold. He noticed that cold had been sitting still for too long. If food was dying on the road, then the warehouse had to travel with the truck. The useful trick behind the machine is almost funny. It does not make cold out of nothing. It pulls heat out and throws it away. A compressor squeezes the refrigerant gas, and the gas gets hot, like it has just done hard labor. In the condenser, that extra heat is released into the air outside the body of the truck. Then the liquid refrigerant moves on, reaches the evaporator inside the cargo space, expands again, and starts stealing heat from the air around the crates. A fan pushes that air across cold fins. A thermostat keeps the load from getting too warm or too cold. That sounds easy when the unit is sitting in a clean room.
But Jones did not need a cleanroom machine. He needed one that could live on a road. A small gasoline engine gave the unit power while it traveled, without any warehouse outlet. Belts turned the compressor. Tubes shook. Bolts tried to work themselves loose at every rut. At a loading stop, the door opened, warm air rolled in, and the system had to bring the temperature back under control. Too cold, and leaves and eggs could freeze. Too warm, and meat, milk, and berries started losing hour by hour. So this was not just a box on a truck. It was a small discipline of temperature, bolted to a van and forced to work where melting ice had once been the safest answer. When a unit like this started moving, the change did not look like a revolution. No fanfare. A van simply went farther, and the cargo inside did not rush toward spoilage. In the late 1930s, an early unit known as Model A became the beginning of the business built around Jones and entrepreneur Joseph Numero, a business later recognized as Thermo King. The patent papers followed, fixing on paper an idea the road was already testing. For a farmer, that meant more than a distant market. It meant less wasted labor. For a shop in a big city, it meant more than a better display. Season and distance had become slightly less bossy. This is how the cold chain begins. Field, warehouse, truck, wholesaler, store. Each link has to avoid breaking the temperature handed to it by the last one. The weak point is no longer just a bad road. It is an open door, a stopped engine, a wrong thermostat, a delay that lasts too long. And then the story moves beyond food. During the war, units like these helped carry food for the military, and along with it, sensitive medical cargo. Blood, serums, medicines. If a box is headed to a doctor, its value depends less on the label and more on how many degrees it survived on the way. Cold had stopped being a convenience. It had become a condition for trusting the cargo. Jones held dozens of patents, but his most important invention is often heard before it is seen. A truck waits at a loading dock at night, and somewhere on its body a white unit hums steadily. The driver fills out paperwork, loaders move crates, and inside the box, another kind of care is working. Do not let heat come back. In the Minnesota Museum folders, this work leaves behind drawings, applications, and business letters. On a desk, they are dry sheets of paper. On the road, they are the difference between cargo and loss. Jones himself was not, for a long time, a name people said in front of a refrigerated case. That is how infrastructure behaves. You notice it on the day it breaks. But quiet things like this change a city's habits. A kitchen no longer depends only on the nearest ring of farms. A pharmacy can expect a cold shipment not as a miracle, but as a normal delivery. Long-distance hauling stops being an argument with melting ice and becomes a calculation. Engine, compressor, evaporator, thermostat. One more check at the next stop. Hold that picture for a moment. A self-taught mechanic in a garage bolts temperature to a truck, and after that, strawberries, meat, milk, and a medical box all get more road. The next chapter will bring another paper on another desk, but here the important thing has already happened. Cold learned to travel. The smell many people recognize at a kitchen tap after water sits in a glass for a second was once not a promise of safety, but almost a piece of evidence. In New Jersey, a simple question sat on a courtroom table. The city was paying for clean water, but could anyone still decide by looking at it? Water from Boonton Reservoir looked respectable. A gray-green surface, a dam, a brick pump house, pipes, everything a modern city utility of the early 20th century was supposed to have. But Jersey City was not afraid of mud. It was afraid of what no one could see. Typhoid did not care whether the stream bank looked pretty. It arrived through a faucet, through a kettle, through a child's cup. Then physician John L. Leal proposed a move that could make anyone flinch. If water was on trial, add a chemical to it and prove it became safer. Not in a laboratory tube,
in the actual water supply used by thousands of people. Today that sounds routine. Back then it sounded almost like an admission. If the water had to be treated, maybe it was not clean. It matters to see why the dispute reached a courtroom at all. Jersey City had signed a contract with a private water company and expected water people could drink without fear. The company brought it from a new reservoir near Boonton. On paper it made sense. A large supply, distance from the city, time for settling, less dirt in the pipes. But bacteria did not read contracts. Up in the watershed, people lived, farms stood, waste ran into streams. The reservoir could settle sand and leaves, but it could not promise to kill the agents of intestinal disease. A filter seemed like the more familiar answer, yet that was not a magic door either. A sand filtration plant was expensive to build and had to be run carefully, with attention to the speed of the water and the condition of the bed. One mistake, or one overloaded day, could leave microbes a way through. Leal saw it as a physician. If disease traveled through water, the path had to be broken. Beside him was engineer George W. Fuller. He turned a medical alarm into tanks, valves, and flow rates. Chloride of lime from a sack was mixed with water, the heavy sludge settled out, and a weak solution was fed into the stream in tiny doses. It did not make the water prettier. It made dangerous bacteria unable to live. In the fall of 1908, the most important laboratory was not in the university. It was beside the reservoir. For a large American city water supply, this treatment began not as a one-time emergency, but as a continuous operation. Inside the brick building at Boonton, tanks of solution stood in place. Wet lime hung in the air, and the person at the valve was not watching a beautiful theory. He was watching whether the feed stayed even. Too little, and bacteria would pass. Too much, and residents would taste it, panic, write complaints, and the court might see not rescue, but damage to the water. This is where the story gets uncomfortable. Leal was taking on the risk inside someone else's glass. Fuller adjusted the apparatus so the dose could move with the water demand, because a water system never runs evenly. In the morning, the pipes pull harder. At night, they pull less. Samples were taken again and again. Bacteria were counted, residual chlorine was checked, treated water was compared with untreated water. In court, that could sound dry. Under the dryness sat a plain question. Can water count as clean if chemistry makes it clean after it leaves the reservoir? At the start of the 20th century, that was not a small technical detail. It was a fight over trust in the faucet itself. 2 years later, the legal ending did not look like a loud victory for science. It looked more like a careful decision that made a dull building by the reservoir more important than many speeches. The court accepted that treated water could meet the requirement of fitness if the analyses showed the dangerous bacterial threat had been removed. For the water company, that spared an expensive and lengthy rebuilding of the system. For the city, it began a new rule. Clear water was not the same as safe water. After Boonton, other municipal systems began to copy chlorination. Not because people suddenly loved the smell of chemicals, because typhoid retreated, where engineers stopped trusting only the clean appearance of water. Disinfection did not replace sewers, filters, or sanitary oversight, but it closed a frightening gap between a contaminated stream and a kitchen glass. John L. Leal did not live on as a monument on every corner. He remained a man in documents, court records, and technical reports. But whenever tap water carries a faint trace of chlorine, that old idea is still there. Safety sometimes begins with a drop everyone feared at first. Next comes another quiet change, where the answer also hides not in a slogan, but in a paper on a desk. A flat-bottom paper bag usually lives for less than a minute. It holds coffee, flour, or apples. Then it gets crushed, torn, and thrown away. But in the 19th century,
that simple fold demanded a wooden model, a factory risk, and a fight over whether a woman's name could stand under an invention. The important part was not the paper. It was the bottom. Before that kind of bag, shopping could be awkward. Paper was rolled into a cone, tied, held in place with fingers, and it did not sit well on a counter. Pour too fast, and the edge slipped. Let go for 1 second, and the sugar started looking for a gap. In a store, that was not a tiny annoyance. It was lost time, ruined goods, and tired hands. In Springfield, Massachusetts, Margaret Knight saw the problem not as a customer, but as someone standing near the machines. She worked at the Columbia Paper Bag Company in the late 1860s and watched women fold paper by hand again and again. One motion, then another. Glue, pressure, the next sheet. And this is where the familiar logic cracks. If hands repeat the same set of movements all day, somewhere nearby there is a machine waiting to be built. Knight set out to make iron do what fingers had been doing. A strip of brown paper had to move straight, without a jerk. Rollers pulled it forward. A blade cut the sheet. Guides folded the side edges toward the center, and a narrow line of paste sealed the seam. So far, that sounds simple. The stubborn part was the bottom. For the bag to stand, the paper could not merely be glued shut, it had to be folded like a small box. The machine pressed the sheet against a form, turned the edges inward, made flaps, pasted them, and squeezed the bottom until it lay flat. It sounds calm, but thin paper makes every mistake obvious. A little too much paste, and it sticks to the machine. A little too much pressure, and it tears. That is why the wooden model was not a toy. In the patent office of that period, a model helped officials see whether an idea worked in motion, not just in words. An examiner could look at the teeth, levers, and folds, follow the order of movement, and compare one device with another. For Knight, that model was the bridge from a factory observation to legal ownership. First came the wooden prototype. Then she needed a stronger metal version. And on that path, her invention became vulnerable. While the metal model was being prepared in a workshop, Charles Annan was close enough to see the idea. Different retellings do not always agree on every detail, but the core of the dispute is firm. He filed for a similar machine before Knight and claimed priority. For a woman from a factory floor, that was a dangerous turn. The idea was no longer just moving through wood and metal. It had to be defended through paperwork. A patent priority hearing may look dry from the outside. On the table were drawings, the model, notes, and statements from people who had seen Knight's work. The question was simple and uncomfortable. Who first assembled this mechanism in the mind and then made it work? Annan could lean on the usual order of industrial America. A man in a machine shop sounded convincing. A woman with a factory machine seemed to many like an exception easier to overlook. But a mechanism does not handle a borrowed biography very well. It has sequence, mistakes, revisions, traces of trial and error. Knight was not offering one polished claim. She was showing the road from problem to solution. Gradually, the dispute stopped being about who people were used to believing. It became a test of details. Where the seam was, where the fold was, how the paper moved, and why the bottom stayed flat. On details like that, someone else's claim begins to creak. Not loudly, but clearly. In 1871, the patent was granted to Margaret Knight, not to the person who happened to be closer to the workshop, not to the person who managed to get in line first, but to the woman who proved she had authored the machine. What matters in that victory is not a pretty legend. It is the order of things. A patent turned work done near a machine into a right that could be defended. Later, her name was tied to the Eastern Paper Bag Company, to production and income from machines, not to some private pastime after work. For the 19th century, that sounded almost defiant. A woman was not asking permission to admire technology.
She was securing an industrial solution under her own name. After that, the flat-bottom bag began doing exactly what it had been invented to do. It stood on the counter, took in loose goods, stacked more easily, and traveled more neatly to the warehouse and back to the store. A clerk no longer had to fight every time with a paper cone that opened in the wrong place. The factory changed, too. Part of the handwork moved into the machine, while value shifted towards setup, speed, and consistent size. There is no explosion in this story, and no parade. There is brown paper, paste on a roller, a wooden model, and a patent file. But a new kind of commerce was built from quiet victories like this. The next time a paper bag stands by itself on a table, it is worth remembering that its flat bottom once had to be proven almost screw by screw. A simple thing became an invention only after someone fought for it. In a doctor's hand, there is a small, dark vial. Inside is not some new miracle mixture, but thick chalmugra oil, stubbornly behaving like oil, clinging to glass, dragging through a pipette, and refusing to pass through a needle. And yet, in Honolulu, far too much depended on that viscous substance. Before sulfone drugs and antibiotics, Hansen's disease was not treated with one clear pill. A person with a confirmed diagnosis could be entered into medical records and sent into isolation, to Molokai, to the settlement below the cliffs of Kalaupapa. For an official, it was a line in a medical system. For a family, it was a separation with no return date. Now comes the strange part. The method that gave patients a chance at treatment before modern drugs was long tied to the wrong surname. The decisive work was done by Alice Augusta Ball, a young chemist at the College of Hawaii. She was just over 20, and she died at 24. Honolulu, 1915. Humid light across a laboratory table, dark bottles, glass pipettes, and a question with no elegant cover. How do you make an oil become medicine instead of punishment? Not in theory, in a syringe, in the body of a sick person. That is where our 27th story begins. In Hawaii, Hansen's disease was not a distant line in a textbook. People saw it in receiving rooms, in family conversations, in the fear before an examination. A person could be loved, fed at the same table, held by the hand, and then public medicine could decide that from now on, he had to be separate. Still, doctors were looking for treatment. Chalmugra oil was brought from the seeds of trees long used in Asian medicine. On paper, it looked like hope. In reality, it was heavy, sharp, and difficult. If patients took the oil by mouth, the stomach often gave up before the disease did. Nausea, vomiting, weakness. If it was rubbed onto the skin, the effect was too unreliable. If doctors tried injecting the raw oil, a different problem began. The needle moved with difficulty, the tissue hurt, and firm, inflamed spots could form under the skin. The dose was imprecise, and treatment broke down. One simple thing matters here. The body mostly works in a watery environment, and oil does not make friends with water. It does not spread the way a doctor wants, and it does not become obedient just because people hope it will. At Kalihi Hospital, Dr. Harry Holman saw this dead end up close. What was needed was not a new slogan against the disease. What was needed was a form that could be injected again and again without breaking the person through the treatment itself. Ball did not take on the legend of a rare oil. She took on its stubborn chemistry. That is the turn that matters. Sometimes in medicine before the great drug eras, the rescue was not a brand new molecule with a grand name, but the reworking of a substance already known, a slightly different state, a different kind of solubility, a little less viscosity. And suddenly, a doctor has not an ordeal, but a course of treatment. Alice worked with the fatty acids in chalmugra oil and converted them into ethyl esters. In plain terms, she was not forcing oil to become water. She was breaking it into more manageable parts and building a form that was easier to purify, measure, and inject. A glass pipette, alcohol, heat, a vial of dark liquid. Behind those quiet actions stood one very practical question. whether the patient could endure the next injection. There is no explosion in this story, and no single polished moment of revelation. There is a laboratory table, the humid air of Honolulu, and a young black woman chemist solving a problem that could decide whether a hospital door stayed closed. If the drug was better tolerated, it could be repeated. If it could be repeated, there was a chance to see improvement. And if there was improvement, isolation no longer looked like medicine's only answer. That is why the small chemical alteration was not small at all. Between raw oil and ethyl esters lay the difference between forced torment and a treatment a doctor could actually continue.
Then the story makes a quiet, unpleasant turn. Ball dies at 24, before her work has time to become firmly attached to her own name. The method keeps being used and developed. Arthur Dean, who led the college and the chemical work, continues producing the preparation, and in everyday use, his surname appears beside the method more and more often. It is easy to flatten the story into stolen credit, but the ordinary power of institutions matters here too. Who outlived the author? Who signed the papers? Who supplied the hospitals? Whose name the doctors repeated? The details of that transition are not always told the same way, but one point holds. In 1922, Harry Holman directly connected the method to Alice Ball and helped return her to her place in that chain. Chalmugra injections were not the final victory over Hansen's disease. Later would come sulfone drugs, then modern antibiotic regimens, and the oil would move into the past. But before that, doctors and patients had few gentler options. For some people, improvement meant discharge, or at least the hope of not being immediately sent across the water to the cliffs of Molokai. What remains is a very specific image: a dark vial, a needle that finally gives way, and Alice Ball's name where it should have been. Sometimes the world is changed not by a loud machine, but by a substance someone managed to make bearable. Next comes another object on a table, small, almost easy to miss, but with a long trace behind it. The most dangerous object in Harbin might not have been a rat tail or a dirty shop counter. It could be an ordinary train ticket. A man coughed, paid for a seat, climbed into a carriage, and by the next day the disease was already in another town. That was the trap of the winter of 1910. The city was still arguing about where death had come from, while the railroad was already carrying it from station to station. Harbin was not a quiet dot on a map. It was a junction of the Chinese Eastern Railway, a place where workers, marmot hunters, merchants, Russian railway staff, and Chinese families all crossed paths. Nearby stood crowded Fujiadian. At night there was frost, kerosene light, and steam from locomotives. By day, people looked for a bed, a job, a ticket home for New Year. It looked like the normal rush of a frontier city. The first mistake was the familiar one. People expected plague where there were rats and swollen lymph nodes. The bubonic form had frightened people for a long time. A flea bite, a painful bubo, a high fever. But here death often began with a cough. The lungs filled with infection, blood came up through the throat, and one person could infect another just by being close enough to breathe on him. No rat in between. No time for guesswork. Into this scene came Wu Liante, a physician of Chinese descent who had studied at Cambridge. Not a legend arriving with an easy victory, but a man who had only days to convince officials, police, and railway managers of one brutal idea. If a sick man managed to buy a ticket, medicine was already late. When Wu Liante reached Harbin, the problem looked almost indecently simple. People were dying faster than the authorities could decide who was allowed to give orders. The Chinese administration, Russian railway structures, foreign doctors, local police, and family elders all saw only their own part of the disaster. The disease respected neither seals nor uniforms. The sharpest move was not the mask. First came an autopsy. In China at that time, it was painful culturally as well as medically. A dead body could not simply be opened for proof.
But without it, the argument could have lasted for weeks. Wu Liante examined the body of a dead woman and found the crucial evidence not in the groin or armpits, but in the lungs. This was not the familiar bubonic plague. It was pneumonic plague. It spread in droplets from coughing and breathing. That changed the whole plan. From there came a plain, rough protection, layers of gauze and cotton over the face, tight around the nose and mouth. Not decoration, not a symbol of care, but a filter against another person's breath. Wu Liante demanded those masks in barracks and hospitals. Some doctors argued. According to a widely repeated account, the French doctor Gerald Mesny considered the measures unnecessary and became infected after examining patients without that protection. He died. The argument stopped being theoretical, but even a proven cause does not create power by itself. Now the doctor had to turn a medical conclusion into orders someone would obey on a frozen street.
Then came the hardest part, the one that rarely appears on posters about medical masks. The city had to be cut into zones. The sick were separated from the healthy. The suspected cases were kept apart from those already coughing blood. Houses were sealed, inns were inspected, and at the stations officials looked not only at luggage, but at a passenger's face. A cough became a reason to stop a journey. The railroad was the nerve of the epidemic. It fed the city, brought in people, moved goods out, and tied Manchuria to a vast country. Stopping movement meant striking money and the normal order of things. Leaving it untouched meant giving the disease a train schedule. Wu Liante pushed for quarantine, for a ban on departures without inspection, for isolation carriages and barracks. It was sanitary logistics before the phrase sounded convenient. The darkest knot was the dead. Winter preserved the bodies, and they were placed in sheds and temporary morgues, while families stood nearby for whom burial was not a formality, but a duty to their lineage. The doctor said, "These bodies are dangerous." Officials heard, "You are asking us to break custom." Still, he had to press for cremation. Hold that picture for a moment. Snow near Fujiadian grows gray with smoke. Police officers are not arguing now. They are counting carts. Wrapped bodies lie on stretchers. Relatives stand aside and understand that the farewell has not been taken away out of cruelty. If burial happens the old way, the disease can travel farther on the hands of the living. Permission for mass cremation did not come easily, because this was no longer just a medical protocol. It was an intrusion into the most sensitive order of life and death. But after the cremations, strict quarantine, and control of the stations, the chain of transmission began to break. Not instantly, not beautifully. Simply, fewer people had the chance to pass the disease on. That is the strength of Wu Liante's story. It is easy to reduce it to an early modern mask, and then everything looks almost tidy. Here is the object, here is the inventor, here is the victory. In truth, the object did not win. A chain of unpleasant decisions won. The autopsy, to understand the root of disease. The mask, to block breath. The barrack, to separate the sick. The morgue, so a funeral would not become a new outbreak. Railway control, so a sick passenger could not leave before the diagnosis caught up. By the spring of 1911, the outbreak in Manchuria had been brought under control. Later, Wu Liante would become one of the leading voices of new Chinese epidemiology and would be tied to the International Plague Conference in Mukden. But in that winter chapter, future fame matters less. What matters is the moment when an official, a police officer, an engine driver, and a grieving family had to trust a doctor faster than the disease could find the next door. Modern epidemic control did not begin with a soft promise of safety. It began with an uncomfortable question on a frozen platform. Who must not be allowed onto the train today? An ordinary paper bag feels so small that you notice it only when it tears. But before Margaret Knight's machine, stores had a strange problem. The bag would not stand up. Sugar, flour, nails, ribbons,
and other small purchases often went into paper sacks shaped like oversized envelopes. You had to hold them with one hand and steady them with the other. On the counter they tipped over, on the scale they got in the way, and the clerk spent time on every fold. A tiny thing? For a shop that saw dozens of customers a day, it was already money. In the late 1860s, in Springfield, Massachusetts, a young factory worker named Margaret Knight was not looking at the window display. She was looking at the bottom of the bag. She worked with paper at the Columbia Paper Bag Company, and she could see how convenience got stuck on shape. If the bottom could be made flat, the bag could stand on its own, be filled more easily, stacked in piles, and handed to a customer. But doing that by hand was slow. A store did not need a pretty idea. It needed a machine that could repeat one exact motion again and again. Knight began building a model. Not a shiny exhibition toy, but a working thing made of wood, metal, levers, and knives. Paper had to pass through it, get side folds, become a tube, tuck under at the bottom, and be glued so the base opened into a neat rectangle. That sounds simple only after someone has already worked out the order of the motions. Before that, she had a flat sheet that stubbornly refused to become a bag that could stand. The weakest point in her invention was not a gear. It was the fact that the machine had to be shown to other people. A wooden model could prove the mechanism worked, but a factory needed an iron version. That meant going to machinists who could take measurements, turn parts, and turn a handmade sample into an industrial machine. In that kind of shop, a model could be studied slowly. Someone could see where the knife cut, where the lever came down, where the paper took its crease. That was normal, because that is how machines get made. And it was dangerous, because a careful stranger's eye can sometimes see more than it was trusted to see. Charles Annan, a man from that same technical world, saw Knight's device and soon filed an application as if the solution belonged to him. One thing matters here. A patent in 19th century America was not a prize for having a good thought. An applicant brought a description, drawings, and often a model. If two claims collided, the patent office opened an interference. It had to decide who had not only imagined the mechanism first, but brought it to working form. Papers, witnesses, dates, even marks on a wooden part could suddenly become weapons. For Knight, this was more than a technical test. She was a woman from a factory, without the usual weight in the world of shops, lawyers, and patent rooms. The law did not close the door on her, but the people inside the room could act as if that door had never been meant for her. And at that point, the wooden model stopped being a draft. It became evidence. In a patent fight, the pretty parts disappear. What is left is a table, a model, and one question. Who made this first? In front of the officials was an object they could touch. Paper entered flat, then levers squeezed the edges, fingers folded the future bottom, and glue fixed the seam. If one motion came too early, the bag would jam or come out crooked. That is why a working model hit harder than any confident speech. Knight had to prove not her character, but the sequence. When she invented the mechanism, who had seen the wooden sample, how it reached the shop, why Annan's application appeared after he had access to her model. In a simple biography, this sounds like one line about winning a dispute. In the room, it was the slow work of taking someone else's hands off her invention. The tensest moment does not look loud. An official studies the drawing. The male rival holds to his version. The woman from the paper factory explains exactly what happens to the sheet between the guides, not in general terms, step by step. And the more precisely she speaks, the harder it becomes to pretend they are looking at an accident. The Patent Office recognized Margaret Knight's priority. On July 11, 1871, she received United States Patent Number 116,842. Inside that dry line sits a simple fact. She was believed not because she dreamed beautifully, but because her model worked. After that, the bag stopped being a slow, handmade favor. Machines could turn out stacks of matching bags. Open one, set it on the counter, pour in the goods, and the bottom holds the weight. Empty bags lay neatly in piles. Filled ones stood on their own. For the customer, it was simple convenience. For the clerk, it meant seconds saved on every sale, less spilled flour, fewer awkward hands at the scale. For the factory, it meant packaging that could be made not as a random batch, but as a flow. Knight's patent did not turn every store modern overnight, but it showed where retail was going. Goods had to be not only produced, but packed quickly, carried, and set on a shelf. A small fold became part of a large account. It was counted in work time, in paper, in glue, in the clerk's patience. For women inventors, this story was also a practical lesson. It was not enough to be right inside your own head. You needed a model, dates, witnesses, and the strength to move through a procedure that did not have to be kind to you. Patent fights did not decide only the fate of telegraphs and locomotives. Sometimes they decided who owned the bottom of an ordinary bag. Margaret Knight won back not a legend, but a working mechanism. That is why her name remains not in a shop window, but in the quiet habit of setting a paper bag on a table and watching it stay upright. Next comes another quiet object, where the papers on the table will turn out heavier than metal. A truck could arrive on time and still be too late. Not because of traffic, not because of a broken bridge, but because of the heat inside a dark cargo box. A farmer loaded crates of meat, cream, or strawberries. The driver counted miles. The store waited for the shipment. And then the door opened, and the prophet left with a sour smell. The road could literally eat the load. In late 1930s Minnesota, that problem sounded almost strange. Snow could be on the ground, frost could cling to the metal, but long-distance hauling still depended on ice, weather, and luck. Ice melted, water ran across the floor, the temperature jumped around, and the truck was still pretending to be a wagon with an engine. Frederick McKinley Jones did not look like the man who would redraw the food map. He was a black, self-taught mechanic, used to fixing things other people had already given up on. Cars, electrical systems, movie projectors, radio equipment. In the shop, he saw no grand idea at first, just one mean little problem. Cold existed in a warehouse, cold existed in an ice house, but on the highway, it disappeared. So cold could not just be stored, it had to be made to travel. The most important part of this story is not that Jones invented cold. People already knew how to make cold. The important thing is that he took a temperamental machine room and tried to hang it on a truck that shook, froze, stalled, started again, and swallowed dust all day. The basic idea sounds almost ordinary. A compressor squeezes the refrigerant releases heat outside, then expands and pulls heat out of the air inside the cargo box. Heat does not vanish. It is carried overboard, like a bucket of hot water. A belt from the engine turns the compressor, fans move the air, and a thermostat keeps the crates from becoming either an oven or a block of ice. But between the principle and the road, there was a canyon. In the shop, a belt behaves. On the highway, it squeals and snaps. Fittings leak. The engine changes speed. The body does not hold temperature well enough. The driver is not an engineer. He needs a handle, a sound he understands, and a unit he does not have to fear. Jones worked on that dirty side of invention. Not a poster about the future, but mounts, size, vibration, and access for repairs. Joseph Numero gave the work a business frame, and the company, U.S. Thermo Control, grew around it. Later, its name would become familiar on trucks as Thermo King. But at first, it was a dark cargo box, compressor belts, and one question: could cold survive the road? Picture the winter yard of the shop. The truck sits sideways to the light, the iron blue with cold, and near the cab there is a new piece of machinery, too purposeful for ordinary hauling. The engine starts, the belt trembles, and the compressor settles into a low, steady hum. A thin line of frost appears on a pipe. Inside the cargo box, crates are waiting, and now they are protected not by weather, but by controlled temperature. This is where the story suddenly gets bigger. Before that, perishable goods were tied to place. A farm sold nearby, a warehouse depended on ice, a store feared a warm day. With mechanical refrigeration on wheels, the route itself became part of the refrigerator. Milk, meat, fish, and berries could travel farther and longer if every link kept the temperature from falling out of range. That is how the thing later called the cold chain begins. It is not one magic box. It is the habit of keeping a product inside the right conditions: farm, loading dock, truck, warehouse, counter. If one link gets lazy, the whole chain spoils. Very simple, very expensive. The patent papers would not replace that moment. They would come after it. They would record the construction, the parts, the method. But the real change could be heard earlier, in the steady hum of a unit moving down the road. The truck was no longer just carrying boxes. It was carrying the condition that made those boxes matter. When World War II began, this idea stopped being a convenience for trade. In war, distance can spoil a shipment too, but the price is different. Refrigeration units carried food to bases, helped preserve blood for hospitals, and supported medicines that could not be allowed to overheat. In that kind of logistics, temperature becomes almost as important a route as the road itself. After the war, cold on wheels quietly entered ordinary life. In a city store, it became easier to keep fresh food not only in season and not only near the farm. A network of warehouses, refrigerated trucks, and counters made the menu wider and the losses smaller. Later, vaccines, laboratory samples, and deep frozen foods joined the same logic. They do not need a heroic driver as much as they need the boring discipline of degrees. That is why Jones's story is not just the image of a gifted, self-taught man, even though that is true. He did not simply build a machine. He helped turn temperature into a service that moves on a schedule. The paper on the desk matters, the patent matters, the company matters. But behind them is a very simple change. The farm, the hospital, the warehouse, and the store became closer because cold began to travel between them. Before him, a shipment could arrive and still be lost. After him, it had a chance to arrive alive. Cold no longer waited in the warehouse. It moved. And the next quiet change will also begin with a detail almost nobody noticed at first. A dark bottle of chalmugra oil could look almost harmless. A thick liquid, a plant smell, a little hope pooled at the bottom of the glass. But for a person with Hansen's disease, then more often called leprosy, it was often not a medicine so much as another ordeal. People swallowed the oil, and the stomach was usually the first thing to give up. They rubbed it into the skin, and its promise often stayed somewhere on the surface. Doctors tried injecting it, but the sticky mixture moved badly, hurt, and could leave swelling and inflammation behind. Before antibiotics, physicians held on to this remedy because there was almost nothing else. And the price of the disease was not only medical. In Hawaii, a diagnosis could mean separation from family and removal to an isolated settlement, far from ordinary life. Hold that picture for a second. A person fears not just sores and numbness, but the paper that can send them beyond the edge of home for years. And nearby in Honolulu, inside a bright laboratory at the College of Hawaii, a young chemist looks at that same bottle not as a doctor and not as an official. Alice Augusta Ball is 24. In front of her is not a legend about a healing oil, but a stubborn chemical problem. How to make a thick fat become a medicine the body will accept. On Ball's work table, nothing looked cinematic. Scales, flasks, alcohol, dark little bottles, and a sticky liquid that stubbornly behaved like oil. Dr. Harry Holman, who worked with patients with Hansen's disease, brought her a problem with no elegant wrapping. The substance seemed to help, but the body would not let doctors use it properly. Ball was a rare combination for that era. She had studied pharmacy and chemistry, which meant she looked at a medicine from two sides at once: what inside it works, and how to deliver that work into the body. Chalmugra oil was made of fatty acids, with chalmugric and hydrocarpic acids especially important. In crude form, they arrived trapped in a heavy, oily mass. Ball did not just try to dilute that mass. She separated the active fatty acids and converted them into ethyl esters. In plain terms, she joined the acid part to an ethyl group, creating a form that behaved more calmly. Not like sugar dissolving in water, no, but in the medical sense, it became a soluble, workable form. A doctor could give an injection, and the tissue did not meet the medicine like a lump of foreign fat. For pharmacology before antibiotics, that was a huge shift. Sometimes a revolution does not begin with a new substance, but with making an old one usable without torture.
Once the mixture could be injected, more than the treatment changed. The conversation with the patient changed. Before, a doctor might offer a spoonful of bitter oil or promise skin rubs that carried less hope than smell. Now a doctor could draw the drug into a syringe, deliver a dose, and repeat it without putting the body through the old ordeal. This was not victory in a single day. Hansen's disease moved slowly, damaging skin and nerves, and medicine still did not have the drugs that would later become the usual standard. But Ball's method gained the main quality a medicine needs. It could be used again and again. In Honolulu, and in settlements like Kalaupapa, that meant more than a line in a medical log. If a person's condition improved, they had a chance not to disappear forever behind the rules of isolation. Sometimes they could be discharged or released under supervision. The paper that once closed the road home no longer felt quite so final. And here the story turns uncomfortable. Just as the method was beginning to work, Alice Ball became ill and died. She was 24. She did not get to secure the discovery herself with an article, a patent, or a long university career. In science, that is a dangerous place to be. Test tubes stay on the shelf, notes stay in the cabinet, and a person's name suddenly depends on the people sitting in the next office. After Ball's death, her procedures, her results, and the substance that could now be prepared for treatment were still in the laboratory. This is where people usually expect a villain, but the more unsettling thing is simpler. Sometimes an ordinary workflow is enough to erase a name. Arthur Lyman Dean, president of the College of Hawaii and a chemist, continued the work with chalmugra esters, organized production of the drug, and published material under his own name. He had an office, a title, access to reports, and the right to speak for the institution. Ball no longer had any of that. In the early 20th century, it was especially hard for a young black woman to hold on to authorship if she disappeared from the room before the paper reached print. A few years later, Harry Holman did point back to the person who had solved the key chemical problem, and he called the treatment the Ball method. But memory caught up slowly. Treatment based on her esters remained in use until stronger drugs of the middle of the century arrived, and university recognition came much later. So this chapter is not only about a forgotten name. It is about the smell of heavy oil, a syringe that became tolerable, and an office where another person's work can change owners without a loud scandal. For a patient, that ester could mean a chance to leave isolation. For the scientist, it did not even give her time to defend her own name. Sometimes a name is erased not with an eraser, but with a signature on someone else's report. Next comes another desk, but the question stays the same. Who gets to sign first? On the table at the patent office there is no bag. There is a small wooden machine. Levers, rollers, narrow strips, knife marks in pale wood. Across from it sits a woman who has to prove more than an idea. She has to prove she could have had the idea at all. The fight is over something we crumple in our hands today without noticing it. A brown paper bag with a flat bottom. That is the strange part. A paper bag looks too simple to fight over. Fold the paper, add glue, done. But in a 19th century shop, that kind of bag changed the pace of work. It could stand on its own.
It could be opened quickly, set on a counter, filled with flour, nails, or candy, wrapped up, and handed over without wasting another minute wrestling a limp paper envelope. Margaret Knight understood this not as a shopper, but as a person of the factory floor. In Massachusetts, among soot and machine noise, paper was not charming packaging. It was a material that had to obey a mechanism. If a machine could fold a clean bottom by itself, a store could get cheap, sturdy bags by the thousands. A small object, yes, but behind it were lines at counters, clerks' hands, and the speed of city trade. And when someone tried to take the idea, fine words did not decide the matter. Drawings did. A model did. So did the marks of real work left in the wood. By then, Margaret Knight was used to seeing objects through their motion. As a girl, she had worked around textile mills, where one jammed part could become a danger to a worker. Later, at a paper factory, she noticed a different problem, quieter and duller, but expensive. Paper bags often looked like flat envelopes. They had to be opened by hand. They did not stand well, the contents bunched up near the seam. Knight began thinking not about the bag, but about a sequence of gestures. The paper strip had to move straight. The edges had to fold toward each other. The glue had to land where the seam would be. Then came the hard part. The bottom edge had to fold in a way that made two side creases and a rectangular base, pressed tight enough to hold its shape. It was like the fast fingers of a packer, except the fingers were replaced by strips, rollers, and presses. She started with what an inventor without much capital could do. She drew, cut wood, and tested how the parts moved. The wooden model was not a toy. It was thought turned into an object. But for a patent and for a factory, a stronger metal version was needed. And that is where the idea left her room and entered a workshop, where other eyes could see it. Charles Annan saw the work on the machine at the most dangerous moment, when the design was already understandable, but the right to it was not yet secured. He filed his own application. For Knight, this was not just an insult. If the patent went to him, her mechanism became someone else's property, and her years of trial and error became a free lesson. In the American patent system of that century, these collisions were handled through an interference proceeding. It sounds dry, but it was really a fight over priority. The office asked who invented first, who brought the idea to a working form, who had drawings, models, witnesses, and dates. You could not simply say the idea had been in the air. Something worked against Knight that was hard to put into the record but easy to feel. A woman, people implied, could not have invented a complicated factory machine, especially not one with paper feed, glue, rollers, and a precise fold. And here the story turns uncomfortable. She had to explain the mechanics to people who were already prepared to doubt her. Drawings are opened on the table. The model is set beside them. The wooden parts show the path of the paper, the fold, the press, and the future flat bottom of the bag. Knight can connect each line to an action, each strip to a mistake she had corrected by hand, and that proves stronger than another person claim. An idea can be copied onto paper. The traces of real work are harder to copy. Knight wins the dispute, and on July 11, 1871, she receives patent number 116,842 for an improvement in paper bag machines. It is important not to mix this up. She did not invent paper, and she did not invent the basic idea of a bag. Her victory was a mechanism that made a flat bottom quickly, consistently, and on a factory scale. After that, the brown paper bag stopped being a small, handmade struggle. The machine could turn out sturdy blanks in quantities that suited a growing retail world. That bag could be set down, filled, closed, and passed across a counter. It did not demand special skill from every clerk. It simply worked. But the usefulness is not the only reason this story matters. The 19th century patent system was a battlefield where an idea without money, connections, or trust could easily lose its owner. For a woman, the price of entry was higher. Knight had to bring not just an application, but an entire trail of labor: the model, the drawings, and the logic of moving parts. That is why an ordinary paper bag can reveal the machinery of an era better than a louder invention. The Industrial Revolution did not run only on rails and steam. It also ran on things that sped up one small gesture millions of times. The next time a bag stands by itself on a table, it holds more than a purchase. It holds a dispute that was won.
On the deck of an old tanker sits something that barely looks like ocean cargo. Not barrels, not labeled crates, not sacks under canvas, but long metal truck bodies, as if someone lifted them off the highway and lined them up above the oil hatches. The picture is almost funny. Port Newark, a gray morning in 1956, the tanker Ideal X. A crane over the water, workers in hard hats, and 58 identical boxes that still have to prove they are not some accountant's mistake. Hold that image for a second. Inside it is the future supermarket, a t-shirt from the other side of the world, a cheap tape recorder, a warehouse outside town, and an old harbor that will no longer need so many hands. At the time, it looked like the odd project of a former truck driver. Malcolm McLean did not look at the pier like a sailor. He saw a line of trucks, drivers waiting their turn, and money burning away not in the engine, but in the waiting. The old port moved slowly and stubbornly. Freight arrived in pieces, a sack, a barrel, a crate, a bale. Men hooked it, slung it, lowered it into the hold, and stacked it again. The same goods were touched so many times they could be dented, lost, or stolen. And McLean asked an almost childlike question. Why unload the truck body if you can lift the whole body at once? Before the container, a port was not a machine. It was a giant piece of hand assembly. Every cargo had its own personality. Coffee in sacks could spill, glass had to be protected, tobacco took on moisture, machine parts could disappear into a mixed pile. A ship's hold was not a neat rectangular grid. It was a dark storeroom where a longshoreman's experience, back, and memory mattered. That is why a ship could sit at the pier longer than it spent at sea. You paid not only for the voyage, but for waiting, sorting, damage, and extra hands. The difference was brutal. Break bulk loading could cost several dollars a ton, while container handling gradually pushed the count down into cents. Not because steel became magic, because the freight stopped being touched piece by piece. One thing matters here. McLean did not invent the box from nothing. Detachable truck bodies and freight boxes had been tried before. His move was to make the truck, the ship, and later the railroad speak the same language. To do that in the mid-50s, he had to part with a major trucking company and buy the Pan-Atlantic shipping line. On paper, it looked like a business deal. On the pier, it challenged the old order. For longshoremen, cargo was not an abstract cost. It was work, skill, hiring rules, union power, and neighborhoods around the harbor. Every sack called for a person. Every sealed container removed dozens of touches. This is where the story gets uncomfortable. Savings for the world began with someone on shore no longer being needed for the next shift. On April 26, 1956, the strange idea went to sea for the first time. At Port Newark, a crane lifted the metal truck bodies and set them on the deck of the Ideal X. There was no familiar handling of every bale. There was a slow lift, a swing over the water, the dull hit of steel, a fastening, then the next body. From the side, it could look too simple, even suspiciously simple. When the tanker left for Houston, it was carrying more than freight. It was carrying a new way to think about distance. In Houston, those same boxes could be lifted off, placed on chassis, and sent onward without opening the cargo inside. The paperwork changed too. Instead of counting sacks in the hold, people had to count sealed units, routes, crane time, and space on the ship. That is the birth of intermodal logistics, though the phrase sounds dry and the point is very practical. The box moves from road to sea and back again, while the goods inside barely notice the border. But the boxes had to become alike. Otherwise, every port would become a workshop for someone else's dimensions.
McLean's first containers were not yet the global standard we know today. Later, engineer Keith Tantlinger helped make key parts simpler and more reliable. Corner fittings for the crane and twist locks that tied containers to each other and to the deck. Some of those solutions moved into a shared standard, because a sealed box owned by one company could not change the world's ports. In the 60s, the standard began to be fixed internationally. That is when the box stopped being one company's box. It became a common outlet for world trade. What followed was not one click that made the world wake up different. It was duller than that, and stronger. Ports began to measure themselves by acreage, water depth, road and rail access, and how many containers a crane could move in a shift. The old piers of Manhattan and Brooklyn, practical for hand-loaded cargo, were cramped for the new boxes. Newark and nearby Elizabeth had the advantage: land, rail, highways, and room for stacks. A new port job grew out of it. Fewer people in the hold, more crane operators, mechanics, dispatchers, and yard truck drivers. The warehouse stopped being a shed by the water and moved to places with cheaper land and better interchanges. Huge rectangular yards appeared on the map, while city waterfront neighborhoods lost part of the work that had supported them for generations. The container did not argue with the union at a meeting. It arrived sealed, identical, and too fast. The buyer saw something else entirely. A shirt cost less. Electronics came from far away. Toys and furniture showed up in stores as if the ocean had become shorter. The ocean had not changed. What changed was the price of crossing it without extra hands and extra days. Malcolm McLean wanted to remove the waiting at the pier. He helped build the habit of buying things made half a world away from the register. If there is a great moment here, it is not a speech or a beautiful ship. It is the gray pier. A heavy box settles onto the deck, the fastening closes, and cargo stops being hand work. The next quiet change will also begin with something people kept mistaking for ordinary. On a doctor's table sits a bottle of dark oil. People already see it as a hope, but it behaves like something the body does not want to let in. Swallow it, and many patients are hit with nausea. Inject it crudely, and it moves under the skin as a heavy, painful drop that can leave inflammation behind. That is the strange part. The remedy seems to exist, but it has almost no way into the body. This is chalmugra oil, an old treatment for Hansen's disease. In the Hawaiian hospital corridors of the early last century, it did not feel exotic. It felt like a last attempt. Sulfone drugs were still decades away, and antibiotics are not part of this story yet. Patients could be isolated, sent to a leprosy settlement, cut out of ordinary life by one medical mark. At Kalihi Hospital in Honolulu, doctors were not looking for a beautiful theory. They needed something a person could endure, a treatment the patient could receive and survive as treatment. And this is where Alice Augusta Ball enters, a young chemist in a white coat, among glass flasks, humid light, and the smell of alcohol. She does not change the idea of chalmugra itself. She asks a more practical question. Can this heavy oil be forced into another form, one that a needle and the bloodstream might accept without a fight? Ball was not a famous professor in an office where people came for final answers. At the College of Hawaii, she worked with substances by hand, separating, purifying, heating, testing, refusing to trust the first result too quickly. For a black woman in science at that time, even having a place at the laboratory bench was not a small thing. Dr. Harry Holman saw the patients at Kalihi and understood exactly where the treatment was failing. So he brought the chemical problem to the place where it might be solved. The problem sounded almost blunt. Make an oil that can be injected. Inside chalmugra were fatty acids bound up in a thick, oily mixture. In that form, they spread poorly through the body, were difficult to prepare for injection, and punished the patient for the attempt to be treated. Ball separated the needed acids from the mixture and combined them with ethyl alcohol. The result was ethyl esters, the same therapeutic idea, but with a molecule that behaved differently. The esters were less viscous, easier to prepare for injection, and easier to dose. In medicine, that is not a cosmetic change. It is the difference between a bottle people hope for and a medicine that can actually be put into the body. Hold that picture for a moment. A young woman, a tropical campus, dark oil, and a problem that grown hospitals could not get past. Sometimes a breakthrough is not a new drug. Sometimes it is a way to deliver an old one to the place where it can finally work.
When those esters began to be used at Kalihi, the injection did not become pleasant. We should not pretend a hospital procedure suddenly turned into a miracle. But the old remedy now had a working form. For a patient, that is the difference between an abstract chance and a procedure that can be repeated. Outside the hospital doors stood isolation. In Hawaii, Hansen's disease was not only a diagnosis. It could mean separation from home, work, and family. So every improvement in weight, skin, or general condition was read differently, not just as a line in a report, but as the possibility of remaining a person among one's own people. Treatment reports described improvement, and for some patients, the therapy opened a path out of hospital confinement. Not for everyone, not forever. But in the pre-antibiotic era, even that narrow opening carried enormous weight. And here, the story gets uncomfortable. Alice Ball did not live to see her method take hold. She died in 1916, at 24. Accounts of the cause of her early death still vary, so the safer point is the essential one. She was gone too soon, while the work was not yet protected by her name. Her chemistry was already moving through the hospital corridors. Her name was not. After Ball's death, the laboratory still had the method, and the hospital still had the need. Arthur Dean, a chemist and head of the College of Hawaii, continued the work with Chalmugra and began producing oil derivatives in larger amounts. In reports and notices, his name appeared more and more often beside the method. That is how someone else's continuation can start to look like someone else's beginning. Harry Holman later put down the point that mattered. The method was Ball's. He called it the Ball method. But a name returned to one medical article does not immediately return to public memory. When the person is a young black woman inside the scientific system of the early last century, that kind of disappearance does not look like a simple typo. The University of Hawaii formally recognized her contribution much later, but time moved differently for the patients at Kalihi. They needed treatment then, not a memorial plaque later. So this story is not only about a lost name, it is about two costs at once. Some people paid with isolation for an illness society feared. Another paid with invisibility for work the system could easily place next to another man's name. The dark oil became a medicine not because someone loudly promised a miracle. A young chemist simply changed the form of a molecule and almost lost her own name in the form of a report. Next comes another quiet shift. Not a heroic speech, but an object on a table, after which the old order no longer fits back together. If you go looking for the first frame of electronic television, your mind reaches for a studio, cameras, an announcer, hot lamps. For Philo Farnsworth, the frame begins in the dirt. Idaho, a farm field, a horse team, a plow cutting the soil into even furrows. A boy walks behind it and sees more than chores. Furrow after furrow, line after line. A whole field turns into an order the eye can follow. Later, this image would be told too neatly, as if a teenager looked up from the plow and instantly invented television. The more important thing is smaller and tougher. He caught a principle. An image could be broken into thin lines, sent not as one whole picture but as a sequence of points, then rebuilt on a glowing screen. At school in Rigby, he drew that idea on a blackboard for his chemistry teacher, Justin Tolman. Just a classroom board, chalk, a few lines, and a diagram that nobody around him had to recognize as a future industry. And there is the hook of this 35th chapter. That farm-born drawing would later surface not in a museum,
but in a patent fight over the rights to one of the central technologies of the century. Not a pretty legend. Paper, a teacher's memory, and the question of priority. By the time Farnsworth reached San Francisco, television was no longer the dream of one farm kid. On both sides of the Atlantic, people were spinning discs with holes, catching silhouettes, arguing over speed and brightness. Mechanical television worked like a very fast trick. A rotating disc let light through in fragments, line after line, and the eye tried to glue it into motion. But the disc was an iron limit. It made noise, demanded precision, and did not get along with a large, sharp picture. In a small laboratory, Farnsworth went another way. No disc in front of the image. Light from the object struck a photocathode, a light-sensitive surface. Under the light, electrons were released, and from there the work moved forward without a wheel, even if it looked almost impossible. Electric fields scanned the electronic image line by line, while a tiny aperture selected the signal piece by piece. That was his image dissector. On the receiving side, another electron beam ran across the screen in the same order. Stronger signal, brighter dot. Weaker signal, darker dot. If the timing held, those dots became a shape. In 1927, inside the San Francisco lab, Farnsworth managed to transmit a simple line. Not a president's face, not a sports match, a line. But for the technology, it was a loud answer. A picture could be taken apart and rebuilt electronically. But an invention rarely stays in the laboratory of the person who first saw its shape. In another part of the country, a machine was growing that was heavier than any disk. The Radio Corporation of America was building its future around the airwaves, transmitters, and receivers, and television was meant to become the next big market. It had money, lawyers, and Vladimir Zworykin, an engineer with his own early filings and electronic ideas. When Zworykin visited Farnsworth's lab and saw the tube, the dispute stopped being a conversation about similar dreams. There was a working thing on the table. For Farnsworth, that was a dangerous turn. He could show his device on a bench, but the right to the technology had to be defended in folders. In a patent fight, they were not deciding the romantic question of who told the prettier television story. They were deciding something harder. Who had first conceived the working principle? Who could describe it? Who had brought it into practice, and what proved it? And then the school blackboard from Idaho became evidence. The teacher, Justin Tolman, testified that young Farnsworth had indeed explained line-by-line electronic scanning to him long before the San Francisco lab. That does not mean one drawing defeated a corporation. That would be too simple. But in patent law, a witness's memory, an early diagram, laboratory notebooks, and filing dates could form a chain. If the chain held, the owner of future payments could change. The uncomfortable part is that television is not born only inside an inventor's head. It is born where an electron beam hits an aperture, an investor waits for results, and a lawyer checks who first put a signature under the meaning of the invention. In the end, the patent office recognized Farnsworth's priority on key points. For a school drawing, that is an almost unbelievable biography, from chalk on a board to thick folders of objections. But winning the dispute did not turn the inventor into the owner of the television century. And that is the part of the story people often lose. Electronic television needed more than one successful device. It needed more sensitive cameras, stable scanning, transmitters, studios, factories, standards, and advertising money. Corporations knew how to turn an experimental scheme into a network of production and sales. Farnsworth knew how to see the path of a signal, but he still had to pay for laboratories, persuade investors, endure exhaustion, and return to patent lawyers again. At the end of the 1930s, the Radio Corporation of America finally signed a licensing agreement to use his patents. It was recognition, but not a fairy tale ending. When mass television became familiar furniture in living rooms, Farnsworth's name already sounded quieter than the names of networks and manufacturers. So the answer to the question is strange and precise. Yes, A school drawing from farm life helped prove a right to part of a century-defining technology. But it did not make the boy from the field the sole creator of television. It showed something else. Sometimes the future screen begins as a furrow and ends as a line in a patent file. And next comes another thing where quiet paper will prove louder than the machine.
At a pier in Newark, an old gray tanker is not being loaded with barrels, fruit crates, or sacks of coffee. Workers are placing truck bodies on its deck. The wheels are gone, the cabs are gone, and what remains are plain metal rectangles. It looks odd, almost cheap. Not a futuristic ship, but a converted working tanker, the ideal X, with every useless part stripped away. In the spring of 1956, it looked less like a revolution than a carrier's trick for avoiding wasted air, wasted waiting, and too many paid hands. Malcolm McLean did not come to shipping from a captain's cabin. He started as a truck driver, built a large trucking company, and knew the pain of a port too well. The truck arrived, and then the cargo was taken apart piece by piece. Bales, boxes, barrels, bundles of lumber. Everything had to be lifted off, checked, carried, packed into a hold, and taken out again at the other end. The expensive part was not really the ocean. The ocean could move huge weight cheaply. The money burned at the water's edge, where the truck waited, the ship waited, the men waited, and the freight passed from hand to hand. McLean did not see romance there. He saw an invoice, and his question was blunt, almost funny. Why touch the goods at all if you can lift the whole body at once? In the old port, cargo was like a crowd with no line. A sack of sugar hated moisture, a machine tool needed chains, a clothing crate could be crushed, and a barrel had to be chalked. A longshoreman knew those habits with his hands. He packed the hold like a cramped storeroom, and his skill often decided whether the cargo arrived whole. The container removed the slowest part. The goods were sealed once, at a warehouse or a factory. After that, the crane no longer saw sugar, machinery, and clothing. It saw the same rectangle every time. The box could go onto a truck, then onto a ship, then onto a rail car without breaking the seal. That is intermodal transport. One package moves across different kinds of transportation. But the box could not be just any box. It needed dimensions that roads, rail cars, ships, and cranes would all accept. The world would later settle around 20-foot and 40-foot measures, but the point was the same. The size had to fit the whole chain. It needed corner fittings, heavy metal sockets where a crane could grip the container and where one box could lock safely onto another. Engineer Keith Tantlinger helped turn that hardware into a standard, with locks, corners, and a rigid frame. Without those details, the container would have remained a big metal crate. With them, it became the shared language of ports, shipping lines, and warehouses. On the deck of the Ideal X, the problem was not only engineering, it was accounting. If cargo remained a scatter of separate lots on paper, every step had its own charge. Lift it off, count it, carry it in, stow it, secure it. The container offered a different logic. Do not price every box inside. Price the unit that can be moved whole. McLean had to drag that idea through rules, tariffs, and suspicion. He bought a shipping company, the business that would later become Sealand, because a truck alone was not enough. He needed ships, piers, cranes, storage yards, and people willing to believe that a deck full of metal rectangles would not wreck the schedule. In April of 1956, the Ideal X sailed from Newark to Houston with 58 containers on deck. By the standards of the future, that was tiny. By the standards of the old port, it was a challenge. Hold that picture for a moment. Wet concrete, heavy jackets, a crane lowering a box slowly, and around it, men whose trade had been built on touching freight by hand. Now the most important cargo object was closed. The longshoreman could not see inside. The crane operator lifted from the corner. The driver waited for a yard position. The office counted moves instead of sacks.
That is how a revolution began to look like a work shift. What won afterward was not the beauty of the idea, but its stubborn repetition. Identical boxes made loading faster, counting simpler, theft harder, and damage less common. A ship spent less time at the pier, which meant it earned more of its living at sea. Once large container terminals appeared, the old rhythm of the harbor began to break for good. But the standard had a price, and it was not inside the box. Finger piers, cramped waterside warehouses, and whole neighborhoods built around break-bulk labor suddenly became awkward. A container needed a broad yard, truck access, a rail connection nearby, and a crane that could grab the box from above. Some places, like Newark and Elizabeth, gained new power. Other waterfronts lost their purpose faster than they could invent a new job for themselves. For longshore workers, this was especially harsh. A container did not ask for dozens of hands on every lot of freight. It asked for fewer people, using different machines. For factories and buyers, the effect ran the other way. Distance got cheaper. Goods could be made farther away, sold more widely, and stored differently. The world did not literally shrink. Shipping just stopped biting so deeply into the price of a thing. Malcolm McLean did not invent the sea, and he did not invent the steel box. He saw where the system was wasting time and forced the box to travel the whole route with fewer hands on it. Sometimes the world changes not because of a shining machine, but because of a standard corner a crane can grab. Next comes another quiet detail that almost nobody noticed for a long time. A tiny jar on a shelf can decide whether a death looks like murder or an accident. Not a real jar, but a toy-sized one, inside a room where the bed is smaller than a hand, the wallpaper is dull, and the door is left slightly open. In these miniatures, almost nothing is random. A stain on the floor, a bucket by the stove, a newspaper near a chair are not decoration. They are traps for the eye. They test whether you are rushing or truly looking. This was the kind of table where Frances Glessner Lee worked in Chicago, heiress to a very wealthy family. In the evening, she might have tweezers, a fine brush, a scrap of fabric, a tiny lock, and a warm circle of lamplight in front of her. She had money, status, and the freedom to do almost anything without answering to a boss. Instead, for years, she made tiny bedrooms, kitchens, attics, and sheds where death had already happened. It sounds like a strange indulgence, almost unsettling. But this is where the story turns. Lee was not building morbid toys. She was building training tools for people whose work could shape real verdicts. When an investigator steps into a death scene and instantly decides it is an obvious murder, the case is already being damaged. He is not seeing facts. He is seeing his own theory. Lee forced grown police officers to slow down, not to touch, not to invent, to notice that a half-open door is not simply atmosphere, and that a jar on a shelf may say more than a loud guess at the threshold. Her own world was almost the opposite of those cramped rooms. Frances grew up among heavy wood, expensive fabrics, and careful dinners where every object seemed to know its place. But her attention was not pulled toward drawing room conversation. It was pulled toward a harder question. How can a body and a room tell the truth? Through the physician George Burgess McGrath, a specialist in legal medicine, she saw a weak point in American death investigation at the start of the 20th century. Back then, death scenes were often handled roughly. Relatives came in for belongings, neighbors looked in out of curiosity, officers moved chairs, and a coroner might hold an elected office without deep medical training. Authority could speak louder than procedure. If an experienced policeman said the answer was obvious, it was hard to argue. But death is rarely that convenient. It can look like an accident and turn out to be murder. It can look like murder and wreck a life with a mistaken charge. In the 1930s, Lee put money into legal medicine at Harvard and helped organize training for investigators. She wanted a bridge between the police station and the autopsy table. A doctor understood the body,
An investigator understood people and the habits of a room, but without a shared language, they could lose the evidence between them. The new approach demanded a simple discipline: preserve the place, describe what is seen, connect a detail to the body, the time, and a possible action. Do not guess the story. Build a chain that can be tested. Then came the central paradox. To teach people how to investigate real deaths, she shrank them to dollhouse scale. In the 1940s, Lee built dioramas at roughly 1:12 scale. Furniture, curtains, dishes, marks on the floor, clothing on the small figure, even the worn wallpaper were made with stubborn precision. Many scenes drew on real cases, but details were changed so the student could not hunt for a ready-made answer. This was not a puzzle with a neat ending. It was a test of a thinking habit. In the seminars, participants were not supposed to play the detective from a novel. They were given limited time and asked to write down observations. Where is the body? What is nearby? Is the window open? Are there signs of a struggle? Does the ordinary room fit the proposed cause of death? Facts first, conclusions later. And that is harder than it sounds, because the brain loves fast stories. It grabs the knife, the bottle, the mark on the carpet, and starts drawing the guilty person. This is where it gets uncomfortable. A grown investigator leans over a toy kitchen and suddenly realizes he wants to seize the brightest clue. The stain on the floor shouts. The knife on the table begs to be explained. But nearby there is an almost invisible jar and another mark on the door. If those are missed, the theory may be elegant, but weak. These rooms did not teach people to find a killer in a minute. They taught them to hold the pause between seeing and saying. That was the quiet change. Forensic work was becoming less like the magic of an experienced eye and more like a procedure where every step could be questioned. Who entered first? What was moved? Who described the stain? Who handed the object to the expert? Why does the doctor call one injury ante-mortem and another post-mortem? Papers on a desk, photographs, and signatures began to matter as much as a dramatic confession in an interrogation room. Frances Glessner Lee was not a beat officer, and she did not spend her nights beside real bodies. Her power was different. She paid for materials, craft work, and training meetings that brought doctors and police officers into the same room, then turned domestic handwork into a hard lesson for investigation. Later, after Harvard's legal medicine program changed, the surviving miniatures continued their training life with the chief medical examiner in Maryland. They are shown in museums too, but they work best not as horror behind glass, but as a calm test of attention. That is why the wealthy woman from Chicago matters as more than the owner of a strange hobby. She put a small room in front of an investigator and removed the excuses of noise, smell, crowd, and fear. What remained was a door, a jar, a stain, and one question. What do you actually see? Look first, decide after. The next quiet change will begin with another object on a desk. In summer Florida, a piece of ice was not a casual thing for a drink. It was almost a medical device. It came from northern lakes, packed in sawdust, loaded onto ships, and by the time it reached the port of Apalachicola, part of that winter had already melted overboard. Inside the ward, a fever patient lay under a sheet that clung to the skin. The window could be opened wide, but the air outside was the same wet heat. And John Gorey, a doctor, was not looking at a medicine bottle. He was looking at something that seemed impossible: how to make ice right beside the sickbed. Not in winter, not in New England. Here, on the Gulf of Mexico. In the middle of the 19th century, Apalachicola was a busy cotton port, with ships, warehouses, barrels, swamp smells, and people afraid of the next outbreak of yellow fever. Gorey treated those patients, and he believed in the miasma theory, the idea that disease came through bad, foul air. Germ theory was still unclear, but one thing was painfully clear. In a hot room, a sick person suffered more, and cool air at least gave them a chance to breathe. So his idea did not begin with cold drinks or comfortable houses. It began with a white sheet, a burning forehead, and the dream of turning off summer in one room. Gorey was not trying to build a normal ice house. That business already existed. Northern ice was cut in winter, stored in ice houses, packed with sawdust, and shipped to places where heat made people pay almost any price. But for a hospital, that system was unreliable. Ice melted on the way, it became more expensive at every dock, and it could always fail to arrive when it was needed. Fever did not wait for a schedule. Gorey thought like a man of his time. If dangerous air was the problem, then the air had to be cooled, dried, and moved through the ward. He hung containers of ice high in the room so the cold air would sink toward the patients, and that already looked like a simple room cooling system. But that system had a temperamental master, a block of natural ice. It ran out. Hold on to this picture for a moment. A doctor is not fighting a disease in a test tube. He is fighting the temperature of the air beside a bed. The important point is not that Gorey got the medicine right. He did not. Yellow fever was carried by mosquitoes, not by spoiled air. But the mistake pushed him toward the right engineering question. Could cold be made as a process, not mined as a product? Could you stop shipping winter by boat and make a machine pull heat out of water? In the middle of the 19th century, that was a bold idea. Cold was something from a lake, a cellar, a snowy winter. Gorey started treating it like the work of a pump. Gorey's machine did not look like a modern refrigerator humming quietly in a kitchen corner. It was more like a copper and iron attempt to bargain with physics through valves, levers, and pressure. The basic idea is understandable without a drawing. Compress air, and it heats up. Cool that air with water while it is still under pressure. Then let it expand. In that moment, the air absorbs heat from around it, and water in a nearby vessel begins to freeze. Not magic. Heat simply moves to the place where the machine has made room for it. Imagine that slow experiment. A hand turns the mechanism, metal creaks, damp air moves through the pipes, droplets gather on the surface. A little more, and warm Florida water starts to grow a thin skin of ice. Small, uneven, real. In 1851, Gorey received a patent for a method of making ice artificially. The paper on the desk sounded like victory, but a patent does not build a factory by itself. He needed money, reliable parts, workshops, and buyers willing to pay for a strange machine. The market already lived on natural ice. It was expensive and awkward, but people understood it. Gorey was not offering to improve delivery. He was offering to end dependence on winter itself. The harsh part of this story is that Gorey was right too early, and not quite in the way he thought. His cooled hospital room did not defeat yellow fever, because the real chain of infection ran through mosquitoes. Funding fell apart. One important supporter died, the public hesitated, and natural ice merchants had little reason to welcome the new idea. Stories about a conspiracy of ice kings sound dramatic, but the safer answer is simpler. Gorey ran out of market, capital, and time. He died without seeing the large refrigeration industry that would come later, but the idea survived. Mechanical cold eventually mattered to more than doctors. Brewers, butchers, warehouses, ships, and railroads understood that controlled cooling changed not luxury, but the whole chain of food and trade. The home air conditioner would come much later and from other technical paths, so it is more honest not to make Gorey the single father of cold air. His place is narrower and more interesting. A doctor with a mistaken theory of disease wanted a hot room to become bearable, and to do that, he began making ice with a machine. Today in Apalachicola, he is remembered for that stubborn turn of thought. Cold does not have to be waited for. It can be built. And the next quiet change will also begin not with a loud discovery, but with an object that sat for a long time on almost everyone's desk. In a dockworker's hand, the part almost looks like a toy. A short steel pin with a head that turns a quarter turn. Now, put a storm on it. Put deck vibration on it.
put the weight of neighboring containers on it. It has to hold when the ship drives its bow into a wave, and it has to release with one clear motion when the crane comes back for the box. There is no room for moodiness here. A jammed lock stops the port. A lock that opens on its own sends cargo into the water. Before the container age, a port looked very different. Sacks, crates, barrels, bundles of lumber and cotton bales went down into the holds. Cargo passed through so many hands that damage and theft were almost built into the bill. A ship could sit at the pier for days while gangs hauled other people's goods through gangways, nets, and winches. It was hard work, loud work, dangerous work, and it had its own pride. The big steel box is usually told through the name of the businessman Malcolm McLean. That is fair, but it is not the whole story. The box alone was not yet a system. Without the same corner, the same usable hole, and a reliable lock, it was just an iron trunk that did not get along with its neighbors. In this 39th story, the main figure is not the loudest man in the harbor. It is the engineer Keith Tantlinger, and the small part that gave boxes a common language. Tantlinger came to the problem not from a podium, but from a workshop. In the mid-1950s, he worked with trailers and truck bodies, the exact kind of metal that had to survive the road. When McLean began turning the truck into a seagoing system, the old logic stumbled fast. You could not simply put a van body on deck and hope the ocean would be polite. The chassis added dead weight, the walls did not like rough hooks, and different fasteners turned every trip into its own puzzle. The answer was not hidden in the middle of the box, it was in the corners. Tantlinger created a cast corner fitting, a hard steel node with openings that let a container be lifted, set onto a frame, and tied to another container. The load went into the frame, not into thin walls. The crane grabbed a known place, not some improvised bracket. The twist lock was the second trick. Its head entered the opening in the corner fitting, turned a quarter turn, and could no longer pull straight out. To release the container, the motion was reversed. Simple, almost blunt. But that is exactly the kind of simplicity you need around rain, oil, gloves, and people who have to work fast. The lock was not a guard against a thief. It was an agreement between the ship, the train, the truck, and the steel box. But one good lock does not change trade by itself. If one company puts the hole a little farther left, another sets the frame a little higher, and a third uses a container of a different length, the crane becomes a blind sorter all over again. So the real fight was for the standard, not for a pretty idea, but for millimeters, height, length, corner strength, and the shape of an opening. In 1956, the converted tanker Ideal X sailed from Newark to Houston. There were 58 containers on deck. It was a striking test, but one successful trip was not enough for the world. Ports, railroads, trucks, military carriers, insurance rules, and committees all had to be brought in. And committees do not argue about a dream. They argue about the radius of a piece of steel. Tantlinger mattered exactly here. His corner fittings and locks were not a closed toy for one company. With his involvement, key designs were later made available for a common standard without royalty payments, and that sped up agreement sharply. In the 60s, American and international rules fixed the dimensions and the corner fittings. Now a 20-foot or 40-foot box could arrive by truck, go onto a ship, transfer to a train, and leave again on the highway. The cargo was no longer rehandled by hand. The whole unit of cargo moved.
After that, the port began to change. Not like a picture in a sales brochure, but like a place where people worked. Where a long chain of hands had once been needed, gantry cranes appeared, along with cell guides on ships, frames on rail cars, and tractors with matching locks. The container arrived already sealed, with documents and a seal. It did not have to be unpacked at every transfer. For the cargo owner, that meant less damage, less theft, and less waiting. For the old port, it sounded much harsher. Dockwork did not vanish overnight, but it was needed in smaller numbers and in a different form. A man who yesterday knew how to stow sacks in a hold might tomorrow be looking at a crane cab, a ship schedule, and a stack of identical boxes. Some neighborhoods that had lived from the piers lost noise and wages. Others grew around new terminals, where the main thing was no longer the warehouse, but the flow. That is why the small lock was not a minor correction to a big idea. It let every participant trust that the container could survive the entire route. The same corner accepted the crane hook, the deck locking point, the rail platform fitting, and the truck frame. World trade became faster, not because things became lighter. People simply stopped touching them unless they had to. The big box won when the small lock taught it how to hold on to other boxes. Next, another detail waits for us, one that almost no one noticed at first. The first image that proved a thin tube could be guided into a living human heart was not taken of a patient. In the dark X-ray room stood the doctor himself. His arm had been prepared and bandaged. A catheter ran out of a vein near his elbow, and its tip was being searched for on the image inside his chest. He had walked to that room on his own. That is the strange place where this chapter begins. Germany, at the end of the 1920s. A small hospital in Eberswalde. White tile, metal trays, and medicine that still almost never touched the heart without opening the chest. Doctors listened with a stethoscope, guessed from murmurs, and avoided touching it more than they had to. The young surgeon, Werner Forssmann, saw it differently. If venous blood returns to the heart, then in theory, a soft tube placed into a peripheral vein could follow the same route. It sounds simple, too simple. To official medicine, the idea did not sound brave. It sounded like a future medical error, arrhythmia, a punctured vessel, a death on the table, and the question of who had allowed it. His superiors did not want that experiment done on a patient. They were not entirely wrong. So Forssmann chose the only person for whom he could take full responsibility, himself. Inside the operating room, everything looked almost routine, and that only made the scene more unsettling. On the tray lay a thin ureteral catheter, not a magical new device, just a flexible tube that happened to be available in the hospital. Operating nurse Gerda Ditzen was nearby. The details of her role are told in different ways, but the outcome does not change. The experiment was not carried out on a patient from the ward, but on Forssmann's own arm. He numbed the area near the elbow, opened the vein, and began feeding the catheter inside. One thing matters here. The catheter was not supposed to pierce the heart like a needle. It was supposed to slide along a road that already existed, from the bend of the elbow up through a vein of the arm, then toward the larger veins of the shoulder and chest, then into the superior vena cava and the right atrium. Venous blood naturally enters the heart there before going to the lungs. But the doctor could not see the tip of the tube with his eyes. He could feel only resistance and his own pulse, which in a moment like that can easily be confused with fear. Push too roughly, and you can disturb the rhythm or injure a vessel. That is why X-ray mattered. Not to make a beautiful image, but to know where the catheter tip had stopped. That was the main tension of the experiment. Between the arm and the heart lay not only anatomy, but a ban.
When the catheter had gone far enough, Forssmann was not lying ceremonially under modern monitors. The familiar monitors did not exist yet. He secured the tube, got up, and walked to the X-ray room, as if he were carrying on his own body a piece of proof that could turn into evidence against him at any second. The hospital corridor in Eberswalde matters more than any legend here. A few doors, cold tile, his arm held carefully bent, every step asking whether the tip had shifted inside his chest. The room was dark, the way old X-ray rooms were dark. The plate had to settle an argument that arguing could not settle. By the time of the image, the catheter had traveled about 65 centimeters. On a map of the body, that is not much, but inside blood vessels, it is a route through bends, valves, and large veins toward the right atrium.
The image showed the essential fact. The catheter line had reached the heart. Not the edge of an operating table, not an animal in a laboratory, not someone else's body. The doctor's own heart. A short paper then appeared in a German clinical journal. You might expect applause, but that is not what happened. To many colleagues, it looked less like future cardiology than a dangerous stunt by a young surgeon who had gone around his superiors and brought a nearly impossible image to print. The experiment did not create a new medicine that same day. Forsman did not get an instant career from it, and he moved away from the subject, while the method looked too strange for a long time to become routine. But after the image existed, the possibility could no longer be erased. Years later, other physicians turned that lonely self-experiment into a measuring tool. Catheters began to be guided into the right side of the heart in patients, now with planning, sterility, and control. Through them, doctors could measure pressure inside the chambers, draw blood from different points, and see where oxygen was too high or too low. That helped reveal congenital openings between parts of the heart, explain the pulmonary circulation, and sharpen the diagnosis of shortness of breath that had once been mostly guessed at. When contrast dye began to be injected through catheters, X-ray no longer saw only the shadow of the chest. It saw the outlines of vessels and chambers. From that grew angiography. Later, the same principles led to procedures in which a doctor reaches the heart through a vessel while the chest stays closed. In 1956, Forsman shared the Nobel Prize with André Cournand and Dickinson Richards. But the central image stayed the same. A young doctor, a thin tube in a vein, and a radiograph where the heart first became reachable without a knife. The next quiet change will also begin with an object that first seems like a minor hospital detail. The paper bag a cashier snaps open with one hand once cost an inventor months of nerves and a patent fight. It sounds almost absurd. Paper, glue, a flat bottom. But that tiny everyday detail was seen inside an experimental machine by another man, who then tried to claim it as his own. In late 19th century New England, a store bag was not such an obedient object. Many paper bags were more like envelopes. You had to hold them while pouring in flour, nails, or tea. You could not set one on the counter and let go. It tipped over, opened in the wrong place, stained hands, and wasted a clerk's time. For a shopper, it was an annoyance. For a factory making thousands of bags, that annoyance became money. Margaret Knight saw the problem from the inside. She worked with paper bags in Springfield, at the company associated with Columbia Paper Bag. Sheets, paste, and the same hand motions passed in front of her day after day. And this is the important distinction. She did not merely say the bag ought to stand up. Any tired clerk could have said that. Knight designed a machine that would make that kind of bag automatically, with a flat, rectangular bottom. The whole story hides in that difference. An idea spoken out loud was worth almost nothing. A drawing, a model, and a working sequence could be worth a patent. At first, Knight had a wooden model on her table. Not a keepsake, but a way to capture motion by hand. Where the paper web traveled, where the knife made its cut, where a brush or roller laid down paste, which projection forced an edge inward. This kind of machine did not depend on one magic part. The order mattered. The paper moved forward, side folds were caught by guides, the bottom folded around a form, the seam was pressed, and a flat sheet became a bag that could stand. It sounds simple only after someone has built the mechanism. In practice, one wrong angle twisted the bag, too much paste smeared the web, and weak pressure let the bottom open. The machine had to work fast and repeat the same action without getting tired. For a factory, that meant not a few neat samples, but a stream of identical bags. To turn the idea into a patent, a thought was not enough. At the patent office of that time, models and drawings could decide a case.
An official wanted to see that an invention was not floating in the air. Knight ordered a metal version, and that is when Charles Annan entered the story. He saw the experimental machine and filed an application as if he had invented it first. That is the uncomfortable turn. She had the drawings and the work, but another person suddenly had paper on the patent office desk. What followed was not a loud courtroom drama, but a quieter and maybe more nerve-wracking examination. At the patent office, two applications collided over the same mechanical idea. So the question became not who could speak the loudest, but who had assembled the invention first in the mind, on paper, and in metal. The office handled the dispute almost the way a mechanic takes apart a broken machine. Show the model. Show the drawing. Who saw the early version? When did the part that formed the bottom appear? Who made the metal pieces? Why could this lever not have been invented only after the finished machine existed? Testimony was compared with lines on drawings and with the logic of the mechanism itself. If someone steals a completed sample, he may know the general appearance, but he often loses the path by which the invention arrived there. For Margaret Knight, this was an even harder test because a woman entering the patent world then did not start at zero. She started below it. She had to prove not only priority, but the very possibility that she could be the author of a complex machine. Still, the dispute did not move Annan's way. Early drawings, the model, and people who had seen Knight's work before his application began to form a chain. The sequence mattered. First, the unstable bag problem, then the shape of the bottom, then the folding and pasting mechanism, then the experimental machine. The papers suddenly began to speak almost as clearly as witnesses. When the decision finally came, Knight received the patent. On July 11, 1871, she was granted United States Patent number 116,842. And it was not a patent for paper bags in general. That matters. It protected the machine that cut, folded, and pasted paper so the bag would have a stable bottom. That detail makes the story more interesting. Knight did not take an everyday object away from the world and say, "Now every bag belongs to me." She proved that behind an ordinary item there could be an industrial chain, and behind that chain, an author who could be erased if the right paper did not reach the right desk in time. Then the effect moved into stores, almost invisibly. A flat-bottom bag could be stacked flat, shipped cheaply, opened in a second, and set in front of a customer. It was easier for a clerk to fill. It was easier for a buyer to carry home. It was easier for a factory to produce in large runs. No thunder, no showcase miracle. Just a bag on a counter that could stand by itself. Margaret Knight would go on inventing, but this dispute remains an unusually clear snapshot of the century. The machine was iron, the bottom was paper, and the fight was over the right to say, "I made this." The next chapter also begins with something on a table that is far too easy to underestimate.
On Claire Patterson's bench, glassware was being washed almost like surgical tools. Acid baths, fresh gloves, a sealed white hood, filtered air. And still, lead kept showing up in the results. At first, it looked like an ordinary lab annoyance. A scientist trying to measure the age of Earth, losing to a dirty flask. But the flask was not the main suspect. Outside the California lab in the mid-1950s, millions of cars were moving through the streets, and each one was breathing out a little metal. Patterson was working with amounts of lead so tiny that a speck of dust became an event. Not mud, not rust, just a trace almost invisible to the eye. Inside the mass spectrometer, that trace became an extra signal and broke the calculation. He cleaned the glass again, changed reagents, checked the water, and every time the instrument seemed to answer, "There is too much lead here." That is where the story turns. To find out how old the planet was, Patterson first had to understand why the modern world was leaving a metallic fingerprint on almost every surface. The age of Earth was not only hidden in rocks, it was caught in the air over Los Angeles,
on laboratory shelves, and in the thin film nobody thought mattered. The assignment sounded beautiful and almost impossible. Give Earth a precise age. Ordinary rocks from Earth were poor witnesses. They had been melted, squeezed, mixed, and they had lost part of their memory. Meteorites were better. They are fragments of the early solar system, frozen at roughly the same time the planets were forming, without going through Earth's long machinery of volcanoes, water, and continents. The mechanism was simple only if you said it quickly. Uranium decays slowly and becomes lead over time. Different kinds of uranium produce different kinds of lead, and the pace of that change is known. Measure the isotope ratios, and you can work backward to how long those inner clocks have been running. But there is one condition. You cannot add outside lead to the sample, not even a tiny amount. Patterson took meteorite material, dissolved it, purified it, ran it through the instrument, and read the numbers like a fingerprint from the birth of the planets. He had to make the lab cleaner than normal standards demanded. Glass sat in acid, air was filtered. Movements became slow, almost spare. In 1956, he arrived at the estimate that became classic. Earth was about 4,550,000,000 years old. But the more disturbing result was not that number. If one rock required that much cleanliness, then the world around us contained far more lead than people had assumed. He could have stopped there. The scientist had solved a huge problem. His name had entered the textbooks, and the instruments had finally obeyed. But Patterson was already seeing another map. Modern samples of air, seawater, and snow showed a lead background that was far too high. Older layers of ice and sediment looked different. The difference was not cosmetic. It was industrial. The main suspect was tetraethyl lead, a gasoline additive that helped engines run more smoothly and reduced knocking. For the age of the automobile, it was convenient. More power, less rattle, happy manufacturers. The problem was that after combustion, the lead did not disappear. It left the tailpipe as fine particles, settled on roads, in dust, in soil near homes, entered lungs, and came back indoors on shoes. And this is the uncomfortable part. The human body does not need lead. It disrupts blood, the nervous system, and the development of a child's brain. The body can store it in bone, then release it back into the bloodstream. At the time, defenders of leaded gasoline spoke of safe thresholds and small doses. Physician Robert Kehoe was the best-known voice for that position. Patterson answered not with a slogan, but with a test tube. His clean measurements showed that ordinary city air no longer resembled the natural background. The argument soon left the laboratory. Where Patterson saw contamination, the industry saw a threat to a massive market. The archival trail shows that the pressure was real. Committees, grants, and the wording of reports all became battlegrounds. He was not always welcome because he damaged a convenient picture. Lead in gasoline looked like a technical detail, but he showed the chain from an oil additive to a child's blood. In reports for scientific panels, Patterson insisted on one simple point. The natural level of lead in the human body should be far lower than the modern level. To show that, he compared new samples with old ice, deep waters, and material that city dust had not reached. His power was not volume, it was precision. Then the rules began to change. In the United States, lead was gradually removed from automotive gasoline, and lead levels in the population's blood fell with it. It did not happen in a single day, and it was not the work of one person alone. But without his stubborn measurements, the debate would have stayed longer in the language of acceptable doses. Patterson went looking for the age of Earth and found the age of contamination his own world was living in. He did not just clean the flask, he cleaned up the question itself. The next quiet change will begin not with a meteorite, but with a paper almost nobody wanted to read. On a laboratory table sits a small, dark bottle of oil that doctors already thought they knew. It came from chalmugra seeds and traveled halfway around the world as a kind of hope for people with Hansen's disease. The problem was almost insulting. The remedy existed, But the body did not agree with the doctors. People swallowed it, and the stomach rebelled. They rubbed it on the skin, and it did little. They tried to inject it, and the thick, oily pain spread under the skin like a heavy knot. In Honolulu in 1915, this was not a small pharmacy problem. A diagnosis could mean isolation, examination, a hospital ward at Kalihi, and for many, a road to the settlement on Molokai. Fear of infection turned medicine into a border post. A person suddenly became someone to be separated from everyone else. Family could be close by, but visits were now decided by rules, doctors, and the fear of neighbors. And against that background, physicians held a remedy that promised rescue, but behaved like a stubborn thing in a kitchen. Sticky, dark, hard to mix, hard to move, hard to tolerate. One thing matters here. The breakthrough does not begin with a new plant or a loud patent. It begins with a question that sounds almost ordinary. How do you make an oil that is already known stop hurting the patient and start working inside the body? That is where this 43rd chapter lives. It is the story of how a young chemist named Alice Ball saw, inside a heavy drop, not a legend about a miracle cure, but a problem for hands, alcohol, glassware, and very precise calculation. At the College of Hawaii, which would later become the University of Hawaii, the laboratory was not a hall built for grand gestures. Glassware, balances, alcohol, damp light from the windows, a white coat that did not stay white for long. Alice Ball was only 23, but in that place she had already done something almost impossible on paper. She became the first woman and the first black graduate to earn a master's degree in chemistry at the college, and then she became an instructor there. She knew how to do more than admire plants. She knew how to take them apart. Before Chalmugra, Ball had worked on compounds from kava root, and that matters. To her, a medicinal plant was not a mystery box. It was a set of compounds that could be separated, purified, and made to behave differently. Dr. Harry Holman, who worked with patients with Hansen's disease, brought her not a beautiful scientific riddle, but a practical dead end. Raw oil was a mixture of fatty acids. In a bottle, it looked like medicine. In a syringe, it became the problem. Too thick, too irritating, too poorly absorbed. For early pharmacology, this is a classic scene. Doctors already believe chemistry can help, but the drug form keeps lagging behind the hope. A pill, a solution, an ointment, an injection. These are not just packaging around a medicine. They are part of the medicine. If the body will not accept the form, it never gets the point.
Ball did not try to bully the oil into obedience. She went to the place where a doctor usually had to give up, inside the mixture itself. Chalmugra oil depended on unusual fatty acids. In their raw form, they carried all the heaviness of the oil with them, irritated tissue, and moved poorly through the body. Ball separated the mixture and turned those acids into ethyl esters. It sounds dry, but the action is almost visible. A heavy oily mass is taken apart chemically, reacted with ethyl alcohol, and turned into a form that passes through a needle more easily and is better accepted by tissue. In work like that, there is no beautiful instant where everyone jumps out of a chair. There is repetition, the smell of alcohol, a dark film on glass, and the test of whether everything will collapse back into useless heaviness. This was not a new miracle substance. It was the same promise, finally prepared to meet the body. At Kalihi, these injections began to show results. Not cinematic results, not instant results, but patients who once faced years of isolation could improve enough to be released from the hospital under supervision. Hold that picture for a moment. A damp Hawaiian day, a hospital corridor, a glass syringe, and a doctor looking not at a legend about ancient oil, but at a preparation that had finally been made tolerable. Sometimes medicine moves that way, not with thunder, with a substance that stops fighting the human body. And then the story grows quiet and uneasy. Ball did not live long enough to tell the world exactly what she had done. In 1916, she died at 24. The details of her final illness are still debated, but for the method it meant one simple thing.
The person who found the way forward disappeared from the laboratory before the work had a secure name attached to it. The chemist and administrator Arthur Dean continued preparing the treatment, and for several years the method was mostly associated with him. That was not a rare small detail in science at the time. A young woman, especially a black woman, could fall out of the credit line while the glass flasks kept doing their work. The name was restored by Dr. Harry Holman. In 1922, he stated directly that the working method was Ball's method. Later, sulfone drugs and other treatment regimens would arrive, and Chalmugra would move into the past. But in its own stretch of time, this method gave people with Hansen's disease a chance to leave medical isolation sooner. The most important part is not only the stolen credit, though that matters too. It is that chemistry sometimes changes not the active substance itself, but how it behaves inside the body. Thick oil became a usable drug form. For someone, that was the beginning of the road home. The next quiet revolution will also begin with a thing most people simply failed to notice. There was supposed to be almost nothing in the tube, just atomic traces too small for ordinary chemistry, and a piece of meteorite that had once fallen in Arizona. Claire Patterson expected the instrument to give him a calm, clean line. Instead, the mass spectrometer kept finding lead, too much lead. This was not a small lab annoyance. Patterson was trying to calculate the age of Earth. The logic was elegant and unforgiving. Uranium in minerals slowly changes into lead, and the balance between those atoms works like a clock. If you can measure the isotopes in ancient material precisely enough, you can reach back toward the time when the planet came together. But that precision demanded something close to impossible. In measurements where a tiny impurity matters, a single speck from a windowsill becomes the enemy. A glass flask, a drop of acid, the air in the room, even a fingerprint could bring in modern lead and ruin the ancient signal. And this is where it gets strange. The Canyon Diablo meteorite was old. The machine was serious. The calculations were in place. Yet lead was coming from everywhere, as if the laboratory were not in a research building, but beside an exhaust pipe. Patterson did not bend the numbers toward a prettier answer. He started hunting not for the age of Earth, but for dirt. He washed glassware, redistilled reagents, isolated the air, and built a space where dust was not allowed to land on a sample. To see the planet's past, he first had to stop breathing the present. Patterson's white room was not about looking spotless. It was a defense system. Lab glass went through acids, water was distilled again and again, air was filtered, and every movement grew slow, almost awkward. One careless motion could lift the thing nobody wanted to see: city dust. In work like this, the star is not the shiny instrument, it is the control of emptiness. First, you test the flask, then the acid, then the water, then the air. If lead appears in a blank sample, you are not measuring a meteorite. You are measuring your own room. For science, that is uncomfortable. It is also honest. When Patterson finally pushed the interference down, the old iron meteorite spoke more clearly. From the lead isotopes in Canyon Diablo and other meteorite data, he arrived at an age for Earth of about 4.5 billion years. It was not a beautiful guess. It was an answer dragged out through cleaning, checking, and distrust of every drop. Then the story changes direction. The dust he kept driving out of the lab did not vanish at the door. It was in California air, on roads, on windows, in people's blood. The scientist who wanted to remove an interference was left with a worse question. Why was the modern world coated with so much lead that it could interfere with a stone from space? Beside the road, it all looked ordinary. Streams of cars, a gray film on the shoulder, the smell of gasoline that mid-century America accepted as the price of motion. For decades, fuel had been blended with tetraethyl lead. It helped engines run smoothly, reduced knocking, and delivered power without a complicated redesign. A convenient additive. Too convenient. The problem is that lead does not disappear because the car drives away.
It leaves through the exhaust, settles into dust, and comes indoors on shoes and hands. In the body, it favors bone, stays for a long time, and disrupts blood and the nervous system. For children, that is especially dangerous because a developing brain cannot bargain with a toxin. Before Patterson, much of the argument turned on the word normal. Industrial toxicologist Robert Kehoe and representatives of the business argued that people always carry some lead, and that harm begins only beyond a threshold. Patterson saw the trap. If an entire city is already contaminated, then today's normal may not be a natural background at all. It may be the trace of an accident stretched across every day. So he went looking for a clean starting point. He compared modern samples with seawater, ancient sediments, ice, and places the gasoline age had touched less strongly. His conclusion was awkward. Modern people carried far more lead than they should have received from nature. At a hearing, that conclusion does not sound like an adventure. It sits on the table as stacks of tables: water samples, dust, ice, blood, isotopic fingerprints. A man in a suit can easily say the proof is not enough. It is harder for a scientist to explain that the blank test tube has become a piece of evidence. In the mid-1960s, Patterson published his work on the contaminated and natural lead environments of humans. The point was sharp. We were not measuring a normal level of lead. We were measuring a level after decades of emissions. He was called before committees, argued with, and not always welcomed in rooms where gasoline, metal, and health collided with money. But the data had already left the laboratory. What followed did not happen in one blow. Health standards rarely arrive as a sudden revelation. First come strange measurements, then repeated samples, then toxicologists, pediatricians, lawyers, officials, and long meetings where every comma can cost millions. In the 1970s, the United States began phasing lead out of gasoline, helped by new requirements for cars with catalytic converters. Later, lead disappeared from ordinary road fuel. The strongest part of this story is not that one scientist argued with a huge industry. It is that he noticed an error where other people had learned to live. The dirty test tube told him the sample was not contaminated. The century was. The next chapter also begins with a detail on a desk. This time, the interference will not be dust. At a fair, the hood could have looked almost like a sideshow trick. A man pulls a baggy mask over his head, drops a hose toward the floor, and walks out of a smoke-filled tent alive. But the device carried a harder truth. Applause was not its real test. The test was the moment when the air around you could no longer be called air. In Cleveland, Garrett Morgan was not selling a clever prop. He was selling the chance to take one more breath where a firefighter, a laborer, or a rescuer might normally cough once and fall. In 1914, he received a patent for a smoke-protective safety hood. It looked rough: heavy fabric, a covered head, tubes, a damp sponge or filter. But the idea was practical. In an enclosed space, smoke and hot gases rise, while closer to the floor, there can be a layer of air that is cooler and a little cleaner. Not pure oxygen, just less poison. The hood pulled that lower air toward the face and shielded the eyes and mouth from soot. The key is this: the city was growing faster than its safety rules. Tunnels went deeper, factories smoked harder, electricity and gas entered places that used to belong to shovel work, and suddenly a small detail, a hose near the floor, could mark the line between a job and a death. The real test came at night, under Lake Erie. In July of 1916, an explosion tore through a Cleveland waterworks intake tunnel. The men were far from shore, under water and earth, and the way back ran through a narrow, dark throat. Rescuers went in after the blast, and almost at once it was clear the disaster had not ended with the shock. Smoke, gas, and thin air lingered in the tunnel. A man could take a few breaths, lose his strength, and become the next person who needed to be carried out. That is the trap of enclosed work. The danger is invisible, and the wish to help pushes the next body into the same place. Morgan arrived with his hoods, not like a poster hero, but like a mechanic who understood why every crude piece was there. His brother Frank and other helpers were with him. They went down where lamps turned dull in the smoke. Mud was underfoot, men were lying ahead, and the city above still did not know how little time was left. In places like that, strength does not win. Minutes do. The hood gave them minutes, not freedom, not safety, but the chance to reach a fallen man, lift him, and come back. Newspapers later handled the story unevenly, and Morgan's role was not always as loud as it should have been. But the tunnel did what a fairground demonstration could not. It proved the strange hood mattered most when rescue itself was dangerous. After the tunnel, it would be easy to think Morgan's name would always belong to smoke. But Cleveland was changing above ground, too. On the streets, the new danger was rolling in plain sight. Horse carts had not disappeared. Automobiles were already gaining speed. Pedestrians still crossed where they had crossed for years. An intersection was a small theater of guesses. Who moves first? Who can stop in time? Who assumes the other person will yield? Early signals and police gestures helped, but they had a weak point. The city was thinking in two words: stop and go. Machinery does not always obey instantly. A horse jerks, a driver looks away, a car rolls several more yards. In the common telling, Morgan saw a crash at an intersection and started thinking not about punishing the guilty person, but about giving everyone one extra moment to understand that the rule had changed. That is a very engineering kind of thought. Do not demand a perfect reaction from a crowd. Build a short buffer into the system. Between stopping and moving, there needed to be a third meaning. Pay attention. Everything is about to change. To us, that feels almost invisible because the modern city has trained us to wait through a yellow light. Back then, the very idea of an intermediate state was fresh. Not another wheel, not a stronger engine, but a few seconds of empty space at the intersection.
In 1923, Morgan received a patent for a traffic signal with 3 positions. It was not the first way to control an intersection, and it is worth being honest. He was not the lone inventor of the traffic light. But his strongest idea was the pause. The signal did not simply flip traffic from go to stop. It added a warning, a shared stop moment, when vehicles from different directions were not supposed to prove who was faster at the same time. That sounds minor until you put yourself behind the wheel of an old car with stiff brakes. Your foot presses the pedal, but the wheels keep rolling. A pedestrian decides whether it is safe to step out, and a car is already appearing from behind a wagon. The third position gave the intersection one brief, empty second with no movement. And here Morgan's 2 separate stories become one. In the tunnel, his hood bought minutes for lungs. On the street, his signal bought seconds for eyes, hands, and brakes. Both inventions appeared not because the city had become kinder, but because technology had outrun the rules, and someone had to place a small gap between danger and a human being. Sometimes, safety does not look like armor or a loud prohibition. Sometimes it is a hose dropped toward the floor, or a short pause before everyone starts moving again. Next comes another person who changed the world not by winning, but by making delay official. Try opening a paper sack with one hand while pouring beans with the other. If the bottom is narrow and crooked, the bag will not stand. It tips, wrinkles, spills the goods, and the shopkeeper has to hold it like something wounded. Today that sounds almost silly. You put a bag on the counter and it keeps its shape. But in 19th century cities, that kind of stability was still a small luxury. Flat-bottom bags were made by hand, slowly and unevenly. Machine-made bags often behaved more like glued paper tubes, useful only while someone held them. At the Columbia Paper Bag Company in Springfield, Margaret Knight saw that difference up close. Not from an office, not from a lecture hall, but beside paper, paste, and the noise of rollers. Since childhood, she had known that machines could be dangerous, and that every wasted second near a machine cost money. What sat in front of her was not a romantic inventor's puzzle. It was a daily awkwardness. If paper could be forced to fold into a neat rectangular base, the bag could be filled faster, stored more easily, and sold in large batches. But behind that simple picture was an uncomfortable question. Could a factory worker who was a woman do more than notice the problem? Could she design the mechanism that solved it? In that era, plenty of people were ready to see her as someone watching the machines, not as the mind behind one. Knight was not really working on a bag as an object. She was working on a sequence of motions. The paper had to pass through rollers, receive paste in the right place, and bend along a planned line instead of collapsing into a random crease. Then guide fingers and plates took over. One edge tucked in, another folded over it, the side ears closed, and at the end, a flat bottom appeared. The point was not force, it was timing. If one part arrived late, the paper crushed. If the paste arrived too early, the bag sealed in the wrong place. She built a wooden model to show how the whole motion was supposed to work. In the American patent system of that period, it was not enough to say the idea was yours. The office wanted drawings, a description, sometimes a model, and if a rival appeared, proof of priority too. Who thought of it first? Who drew it first? Who showed it to whom? Paper on a desk could matter almost as much as iron in a machine shop, and that wooden model became a risk. To turn it into a working metal machine, Knight had to deal with craftsmen. Other eyes saw the design. Then Charles Annan enters the story, a man who, according to the patent dispute, saw the device and later filed his own application. For an inventor, that is the worst kind of moment. You are still proving that the mechanism can live, while someone else is trying to put his name on the door. The dispute between Knight and Annan was not just a quarrel over a drawing. The patent system had a special procedure for moments when two applications collided head-on. The question was, who had created the invention first, not who talked about it louder. It sounds calm, almost clerical. In practice, it tested memory, reputation, and every line on a diagram. And this is where the story gets uncomfortable. Behind Annan was a suspicion that suited the century far too well. A woman from a factory might have seen something, might have helped, might have held the paper. But could she really have designed the machine? Knight did not answer with elegant speeches. She brought her earlier drawings, explained how the parts worked, and found people who had seen the model before Annan's application. In a fight like that, a technical drawing behaved like a witness. It showed not only the shape of a lever, but the path of a thought. Why this crease was needed, why this plate pressed here, why the bottom came out flat. Hold that picture for a moment. A wooden model on the table, sheets of lines, ink, scraps of brown paper. On one side, a man trying to take authorship. On the other, a woman forced to prove not only a date, but her right to be a person with a mechanism in her head. The decision went her way. In 1871, Margaret Knight received United States Patent number 116,842 for a paper bag machine. After the patent, the bag did not become a loud symbol. It simply began to work better. In a shop, it could be set on the counter and left alone. Flour, coffee, nails, candy, dry goods could go into it faster. For a store, that meant less fuss at the scale. For a factory, it meant uniform batches of packaging. For a customer, it meant a small paper box you could carry without clutching it to your chest. The flat bottom turned out to be a detail of urban trade. It helped goods wait on a shelf, ride in bundles, stand on a table, and look orderly. Knight's machine did not invent taking purchases home, but it gave that habit a cheap, repeatable shape. That is why this story is more than a postcard about a woman inventor. It shows an industrial standard being born from an irritating little problem and then needing a signature, a drawing, and a dispute before anyone would recognize it. Margaret Knight kept inventing afterward, but this bag captures her time especially well. Industry already trusted machines, but it did not quickly trust people who came to those machines without the approved gender and status. In her case, The drawings did what compliments never could. They made the mechanism speak for its author. The bag simply stood up, and with it, Margaret Knight's name held its ground. A chicken could fool a city. At daybreak it is unloaded from a rail car, pale skin, ice still shining, the seller nodding, the buyer calm. But inside that calm picture sits one ugly detail. The food may have spent the night cold on the outside and trapped in warmth inside the crate. It looks fine, while bacteria have already had their hours. In the early 20th century, big American cities were eating more and more by rail. Fish, eggs, poultry, butter, and meat were no longer coming from the farm next door. They arrived through a chain of stations, warehouses, and markets. Ice looked like the easy answer. Add more, close the door, get it there. Simple. Except cold does not work like a spell. It has to reach the food, move between the crates, avoid being lost with the meltwater, and survive the first delay. Mary Engel Pennington entered this story not as the person who invented the refrigerator. Her power was quieter. She asked who took the temperature while the car waited in the yard, who wrote down when ice was added, who washed the crates after the last shipment. And right there, a seller's promise began losing to pencil lines on a temperature chart. Pennington had learned to look at food not the way a shopper does, but the way a laboratory does. In Philadelphia, at the University of Pennsylvania, she studied chemistry and bacteriology. And for a woman, that path was not an open door. But her question was intensely practical. Why do milk, poultry, or fish become dangerous before they look spoiled? When she joined the Bureau of Chemistry of the United States Department of Agriculture and led its food research laboratory in Philadelphia, the question became a city problem. A huge market cannot be fed on trust in an honest seller. Someone had to know what happened between slaughter and the counter, between the fish pier and dinner in an apartment. The important point is almost insultingly simple. Cold does not cure food. If a bird is handled badly, if hands and tables are dirty, if crates sit warm, ice only slows the trouble. It does not erase it. Pennington turned that into actions that could be checked. Measure the temperature deep inside the load, not at the door. Watch how the air moves. See where the meltwater goes. Write down the time, because for bacteria, a few extra hours can matter more than a clean appearance. Food stopped being a promise and became a problem with a record book. The most stubborn part of her work was not in the laboratory. It was on the railroad tracks. An early refrigerated rail car was not a household refrigerator on wheels. More often, it was a wooden box with ice bunkers, openings for moving air, and the hope that everything inside would cool evenly. Hope, it turned out, does a poor job of cooling. If crates are packed too tightly, cold air cannot reach the middle. If the ice sits in the wrong place, the top of the load chills while the center keeps its heat. If ventilation is closed out of fear of losing cold, moisture and odors stay inside. And if the train runs late, bacteria do not ask permission from the timetable. In a check like that, the worst sign is not on the first crate. It is deep in the stack. The door opens, meltwater pulls across the floor, the wall feels cold to the fingers. But a thermometer from the center of the load tells another story. That is why Pennington pushed not for ice alone, but for order. Chill the product first. Load it so air can move. Keep containers clean. Add ice along the way. Keep records so every failure has an address. What was born was not a thing. It was a link: farm, railcar, warehouse, market, and an inspector with a pencil. The strangest thing about Pennington's legacy is that it almost never asks to be on camera. We notice the shining display case, the neat packages, the date label. Behind it stands a discipline that looks dull from the outside. Temperature in transit, clean containers, fast turnover, sanitary inspection, and a person who must sign not for a pretty promise, but for a measurement. After her federal work, Pennington kept helping the food industry as an expert in cooling and storage. She had patents, reports, and recommendations for poultry, fish, eggs, and warehouses. But her main contribution was not a single device. She helped turn cold into a system of responsibility. For a large city, that changed more than it seems. Food could travel farther. Losses became smaller. The risk did not vanish, but people learned to catch it earlier, before odor and sickness. The modern supermarket begins right there, not at the beautiful shelf, but with the person entering the rail car, temperature in a logbook. Pennington made invisible spoilage argue with numbers, and in that argument, the city had its first real chance to win. Next comes another quiet figure with papers on the desk. This time, they will change not cold, but the way we trust a machine. A thin glass plate is set down on the table, and there is nothing on it that looks like the universe, just a black field, a scatter of white points, an edge cool against the fingers. Without a magnifier, it almost looks like dust. But at the Harvard College Observatory in the early 20th century, glass like this stored nights that were already over. The telescope had long since turned somewhere else. The cold had left the dome, and the stars were still sitting on a shelf. Henrietta Swan Leavitt did not need to stand beside a telescope tube in a tower to make her most important discovery. She sat in a room lit by a reddish lamp and worked through one plate after another. Beside her were ledgers, a pencil, a ruler, a magnifying glass. The work looked almost like bookkeeping. Find the point, compare it with an older image, record the brightness, do not lose your place in the row. That is the strange part. People wanted to know the size of the cosmos, and the beginning was not a heroic night watch. It was the repeated motion of one careful hand. At Harvard, women doing this work were often called computers. They measured photographs, calculated, checked observations made by others. And inside that quiet arithmetic, Leavitt noticed something that sounded modest at first. Some stars did not change brightness at random. They kept a rhythm, almost like clocks, only these clocks were scattered across the sky. Stellar brightness comes with a nasty trap. A powerful star far away can look faint, and a weak star nearby can look bright. So what are you looking at? A dim lamp close to you, or a searchlight at a huge distance? For an astronomer, that is not a detail. It is a wall. Without an answer, you cannot build a map of depth in the sky. Leavitt worked with the Magellanic Clouds, hazy patches in the southern sky captured on Harvard plates. The images arrived in Cambridge from far away, and a night under southern stars became a fragile sheet of glass. Inside those patches, she searched for variable stars. On one plate, a point was brighter, on another it was fainter, and then brighter again. The job was not to be amazed, the job was to measure, then measure again, and again. She described 1,777 variable stars in the Magellanic Clouds, and after that many points, the eye stops looking for one pretty star. It starts looking for order. The crucial advantage was almost geometric. The stars in the small Magellanic Cloud are so far from us that, compared with that distance, the cloud itself is like a single layer. So if two of those stars look different in brightness, it is not simply because one is much closer than the other. The difference in apparent brightness starts to tell you something about the stars themselves. And right there, dull precision becomes dangerously interesting. When the Harvard publication with her results appeared in 1912, a simple and powerful idea was hidden inside the tables. Leavitt studied Cepheids in the small Magellanic Cloud, 25 variable stars whose periods could be measured. A period is the time it takes a star to move through its cycle, brighter, fainter, brighter again. And the longer that cycle was, the brighter the star appeared on the plate. One thing matters here. Leavitt did not just notice pretty blinking. She connected rhythm with true luminosity. If all those Cepheids are at almost the same distance, then the brighter one is not merely lucky enough to be closer. It really is more powerful. A relationship emerged. Learn the period, and you get a key to the luminosity. That is where the astronomical distance ladder begins to work. First, the relationship has to be calibrated using Cepheids whose distances can be found another way. Then, in a faraway star system, you find a Cepheid, measure its period, and see how faint it looks from Earth. You already know its true brightness, you have measured its apparent brightness, and the gap between the two gives you the distance. Not instantly, not without errors, not with the push of a button, but for the first time, astronomers had a ruler for places no one could reach and no one could mark with a post. Later, stars like these would help measure distances to nearby galaxies and turn the argument from pretty cloudy patches into the actual size of the universe. Leavitt's discovery did not look like the kind of moment that sends people running into the street. Nothing exploded, the telescope made no ceremonial sound, and no arrow appeared on the plate pointing to the answer. Order simply formed inside a table. The period of a Cepheid became a clue to its true brightness, and therefore to distance. Today, this relationship is often called Leavitt's law, but she did not live to see how far that ruler would lead. Henrietta Leavitt died in 1921, before Cepheid measurements in other star systems sharply expanded the map of the cosmos. Later, when Edwin Hubble found Cepheids in Andromeda, it became much harder to treat spiral nebulae like that as part of the Milky Way. They were far beyond it. That does not take anything away from telescopes, big mirrors, or nights of observation. But keep the Harvard table in your mind. A woman leans over glass, compares points, writes numbers in the language of her time, and moves on to the next plate. There is no grand gesture here. There is an archive, patience, and repeatable checking. The strongest part of this story is not only that Leavitt herself was easy to overlook, it is that the work looked easy to overlook. A glass plate does not look like a tool that can change the scale of the world. In Leavitt's hands, it became exactly that. First, the universe did not change. Our ruler did. And next in this series, another ordinary thing on a table will make the familiar scale feel wrong again. In an orphanage in the American South, children sit at a long table and quietly eat cornmeal mush. A few weeks later, some have dark, cracked skin on their hands. Others grow weak, as if the strength has been pulled out of them. Doctors fear pellagra, a disease with a bad reputation. It is treated as a poor person's infection, something shameful, something to hide behind the walls of a ward. But one detail does not fit. Nurses, cooks, and guards walk the same halls, touch the same doors, breathe the same hot air. They almost never get sick. They simply do not eat at that table. Joseph Goldberger, a physician with the Public Health Service, came to the South in 1914 without a ready-made answer. He looked where people did not usually look during an epidemic, into the plate. On the poor table, the same foods kept returning: cornmeal, molasses, a little fat, sometimes beans, rarely milk, meat, or eggs. To administrators it was thrift and order. To a doctor, it became evidence. If the disease traveled through the air, why did it choose only the people living on the institutional menu? Pellagra was already killing thousands. Newspapers wrote about quarantines. Families were ashamed of the marks on the skin, and people were afraid to touch the sick. And that is where the question became dangerous. Maybe the contagion was not in the person nearby. Maybe it was in the bowl. Goldberger was not arguing with germ theory out of stubbornness. In that era, doctors had only recently learned how to catch invisible enemies: typhoid, cholera, yellow fever. So pellagra was also hunted like a microbe, in laundry, insects, crowded beds, dirty rooms. He began instead with the kitchen accounts. In orphanages and hospitals across the South, he compared not only the sick and the healthy, but their plates. Children received cheap food that was easy to store and boil in large pots. Staff could buy milk, meat, eggs, fresh vegetables, or sometimes simply eat at home. The difference was not the air. The difference was the right to variety. When menus changed in several institutions, the story stopped being an argument about smells and fear. Milk, meat, eggs, greens, and foods with complete protein were added. New cases declined, and in many patients the skin and strength slowly came back. Goldberger still could not say, "This is a lack of niacin, vitamin B3, and the substances the body uses to make it." Those words would come later. But he could already see the mechanism. A monotonous corn-based diet without enough protein and fresh food damaged the body as truly as an infection could. The culprit simply was not coughing nearby. It was standing in the pantry and in the food budget.
But healing an orphanage was one thing. Convincing people that their main theory was wrong was something else. The contagion theory was convenient. It allowed quarantine, lectures about filth, and silence about wages, rations, and the price of milk. If the cause was the menu, the question was no longer only medical. It reached into prisons, mill villages, farm debt, and government purchasing. So Goldberger had to take the next step. In 1915, at Rankin Prison Farm in Mississippi, a group of healthy prisoners agreed to an experiment in exchange for the hope of a pardon. It is an uncomfortable page, even without dramatic language. The men lived under guard, and their table was deliberately made poor and monotonous. Cornmeal mush, rice, sweet syrup, a few vegetables, almost no milk, meat, or eggs. The doctor did not bring them a microbe. He removed protection from their food. Months passed. Benches creaked in the dining hall. The same pale meal returned to the plates, and familiar marks appeared on the skin. Some of the prisoners developed pellagra. To opponents, this could still sound unpleasant and debatable. But the picture was too direct. Where the diet grew poorer, the disease arrived. Where the diet was repaired, it retreated. One last wall remained, the most stubborn one. If this was not a contagion, why were people so afraid to touch the sick? Goldberger answered almost desperately. He and several volunteers, including his wife Mary, took part in experiments that later became known as filth parties. They came into direct contact with material from pellagra patients. It sounds harsh, and today such experiments would look very different. But the point was simple. If the disease spread like an infection, the volunteers should get sick. They did not. Victory still did not come quickly. For too many people, it was easier to believe in a shameful contagion than to admit that a working family could become ill from a poor grocery basket, and a public institution from a cheap menu. Later, science would name the missing link niacin. Later still, enriched flour and more available food would help push pellagra into the past. Goldberger did not live to see that full explanation, but he moved medicine. He showed that an epidemic could be searched for not only in blood, sputum, or under a microscope. Sometimes its map lies in a kitchen ledger, a prison ration, the price of an egg at the market. Pellagra stopped being the mark of a dirty person and became the diagnosis of a poor table. The next quiet revolution will also begin when someone looks more carefully at an ordinary piece of paper than everyone else. On a gray morning in late April 1956, the ship at Port Newark was not a new liner. It was the converted tanker Ideal X. Cranes lowered identical metal containers onto its deck, shaped like truck bodies, 58 of them. There was no grand revolutionary image, just a crane, wet steel, men in work jackets, and cargo that looked far too boring to change the world. But hold that picture for a moment. An old tanker was leaving for Houston, and with it went the old habit of measuring ocean trade in dock workers' hands, sacks, and loose crates. Before that, a port could feel like a giant sorting room with no walls. Bales of coffee, barrels, boxes of parts, sacks of cotton, bundles of lumber. Everything had to come off a truck, be checked, stored, lifted again, dragged into the hold, and secured so the sea would not turn it into a mess. This was break bulk shipping. The name sounds harmless. In practice, every extra hand added hours, breakage, theft,
insurance arguments, and more paperwork on someone's desk. McLean did not come to that pain from a captain's bridge. He came from trucking, from roads, queues, and freight rates. To him, a port was not romance. It was a place where a paid truck sat still and waited. Then one dangerous idea began to grow. What if the thing to move was not each separate item, but one sealed box?
The idea only feels simple after the fact. In the old port, a ship could be efficient at sea and lose money at the pier. It arrived, then waited for days while crews built a strange puzzle in the hold from cargo owned by different people. A bad board, a torn sack, a crate the wrong size, one missing document, and the whole line began to limp. The ocean was not the most expensive part. The most expensive part was every touch. The container changed the math. It could be loaded at a warehouse or a factory, closed, set onto a chassis, driven to the port, and lifted by crane straight onto a ship. Inside there might be shirts, machines, or cans of paint, but to the port it was the same rectangle every time. One size, clear lifting points, known weight, a seal on the door. Fewer openings, fewer recounts, fewer arguments over who was responsible when something disappeared. But the box alone solved nothing. It needed piers built for cranes, ship schedules, rail rates, insurance rules, and some kind of agreement with people whose familiar work was being taken away. That is why McLean was not a lone magician. He brought a stubborn question from the trucking business, and then engineers, lawyers, ports, and unions had to be fastened to it. The revolution did not begin with shine. It began when a dull box became the same for everyone. The most important part of this box is easy to miss. Not the wall, not the door, not even the rust-colored steel, but the corners. Engineer Keith Tantlinger worked with McLean on making a container that could be lifted, set down, and locked without a long struggle. Strong corner fittings appeared, identical metal sockets built into each corner. A crane could grab them from above. Another container could sit on them from below, and the twist lock, after one short turn, held the boxes together. That sounds like small hardware. In reality, without it, containers would have been just big boxes, dangerous when stacked. A ship rolls, the wind pulls, the deck is wet, and the cargo has to behave like an engineered structure. Corner has to meet corner. The lock has to work fast. A worker has to understand the action not from a book-sized manual, but from one simple motion. Later, details like these helped make standards possible. When a container fits different cranes, trucks, trains, and ships, trade suddenly gets a common language. Not a beautiful one, but an exact one. The port no longer asks what is inside. It asks the size, the weight, and where to put it. At that point, geography changes quietly. A factory far from the sea gets almost the same door to the world as a warehouse beside the pier. The climax of this story was almost silent. The crane lifted another metal body, the box hung over the deck for a second, then settled into place. The fittings clicked. People on the pier saw an ordinary loading job, only too fast and too repetitive. Ideal X left for Houston, and within a few days it was clear this was not a trick for one voyage. It was a new way to make cargo stop waiting. But living people paid for that gain. Dock workers understood that the old gangs, warehouses, and night shifts would be needed less. Ports argued over contracts, rules, and compensation. Older city piers, where cargo had been handled almost piece by piece, began losing to open yards with rails, cranes, and room for stacks. The winning port was not the prettiest one. It was the place where the box could move quickly from ship to train or truck. That is how the container became not a metal box, but a system. Cranes, corner fittings, locks, insurance, seals, schedules, standards, and hard labor negotiations worked like one machine. That machine made distant goods cheaper and closer, and stretched the map of production across oceans. Malcolm McLean did not invent the desire to trade. He helped remove unnecessary touches from trade. Sometimes the world is changed not by a loud machine,
but by a boring box that everyone finally agrees to measure the same way. The next quiet shift will also begin with a detail on a desk. At a museum, there is a strange second. The object inside a display case looks so clear that your hand almost wants to reach for it, and the glass seems to vanish. Move your head just a little, and a white lamp flare wakes up on the surface. The glass reminds you, I am here. In the late 1930s, in Schenectady, Catherine Blodgett, a physicist at the General Electric Research Laboratory, was trying to tame that stubborn glare. Not with a hammer, not by grinding the glass, and not with a new kind of glass. On her bench sat a water trough, a glass plate, and a lamp under a dark shade. Blodgett lowered the plate into the water and lifted it back out as if she were repeating the same dull motion again and again. But after a series of those motions, the lamp's reflection grew weaker. Then it nearly disappeared. That was the unsettling part. The glass had not been tinted or hidden. A film only a few molecules thick had appeared on it, and the human eye suddenly stopped noticing the familiar barrier. For display windows, eyeglasses, cameras, and scientific instruments, this was not a neat trick. It was an old problem. Every clean lens sent part of the light backward, caught stray highlights, and lowered contrast. The more complex optics became, the more glass surfaces got in the way of seeing. And this was where a tiny laboratory film began acting like a switch for glare. The secret did not begin on the glass. It began on the surface of water. Water has a thin boundary, almost like a stretched skin, and a chemist can make molecules line up on it. In the same laboratory, Irving Langmuir had spent years studying these single-layer films, and Blodgett turned that surface chemistry into a precise hand tool. A tiny amount of stearic acid spread across the water. Each molecule had one end that was drawn to water and a long tail that avoided it. So the molecules stood in roughly the same way, heads toward the water, tails outward. If they were gently squeezed with movable barriers, the water carried a layer only one molecule thick. It sounds fragile. It was. Dust, a greasy fingerprint, or an uneven movement of the plate could break the order. Blodgett valued repeatability. She lowered clean glass through the molecular film, and a layer moved onto the glass. Lift it out, another layer. Lower it again, the next one. With barium ions, it formed barium stearate, transparent and manageable enough for the experiment. That created a stack the eye could not see, but one that could be built up almost like pages in an invisible book. She is often remembered through a biographical line, the first woman with a Cambridge doctorate in physics. But in this story, something else matters more. She learned to place not millimeters on glass, but molecules, one careful boundary on top of another. But why would an invisible stack put out light at all? In ordinary glass, part of a beam enters the material and part bounces back from the surface toward us. That is why we see a lamp in a window or our own face on a dark screen. Blodgett's coating added another boundary. Now light reflected twice, first from the top of the film, then from the place where the film met the glass. Those two reflected beams returned to the eye almost together. If the layer had the right thickness, they arrived out of phase. The crest of one wave landed on the hollow of the other. The reflection did not grow stronger. It canceled. One thing matters here. The glare was not killed with black paint. The light simply stopped coming back to the eye and passed through the glass more effectively. For a single wavelength, the ideal thickness is close to a quarter of that wave inside the film. Thickness was only half the job. The material also mattered. It had to make a gentle optical step from air to glass, or the two reflections would not match in strength. With white light, there had to be a practical compromise, because red, green, and blue do not behave in exactly the same way. So a good coating does not turn glass into an empty opening. It sharply reduces the most noticeable flare. In Blodgett's demonstrations, that looked almost impossible. Two plates sit side by side. In one, the lamp appears as a firm white spot. In the other, the spot weakens, spreads,
and the black shade is barely repeated in the glass. A person leans closer, looking for the edge of the plate. It is there. A hand meets the cold, smooth surface. The reflection has simply lost to a thin film. By the time the effect left the laboratory, it was no longer just a careful experiment at a water trough. General Electric showed the nearly invisible glass to journalists. Patent papers described the method with molecular layers, and optical engineers saw something practical in it. A camera needs more light and fewer ghost images on film. Eyeglasses need fewer white spots in front of the eye. A display window should not reflect the street more strongly than the object behind the glass. A microscope or a telescope should not lose a faint signal at every surface. Later, anti-reflective coatings changed. Vacuum chambers, magnesium fluoride, multi-layer systems, calculations for different colors. Not every modern layer comes straight from her trough, but the principle is still recognizable. The surface of glass was no longer treated as a simple border between air and a solid. It could be tuned. Surface chemistry gave the physics of light a control knob. That is the quiet force of Blodgett's work. She did not invent a new lamp, and she did not build a giant instrument. She took the most annoying trace of light on glass and made it weaker, molecule by molecule. The next time you almost fail to notice a museum case, remember this. It is not the absence of glass. It is glass that has been negotiated with. The next story will also begin quietly, with a paper on a desk that is easy to mistake for a small thing. A chunk of ice in a bucket beside a bed melts faster than the doctor can make his rounds. Water runs down the sides, the sheet is damp, and Florida heat presses against the closed shutters. This is not a rich man's drink. In mid-19th century Apalachicola, ice beside a sick person could feel almost as valuable as medicine. Nobody took it from a freezer because freezers did not exist yet. Ice came from the north, from winter itself, cut into blocks, packed in sawdust, and sent by sea to a place where it was already melting on the way. What reached the sick room was not only cold, it was the cost of every piece lost in transit. Against that background, Dr. John Gorey had a very strange priority. The port feared yellow fever and malarial attacks, waited for new remedies, argued about contagion, and prayed for a cool breeze. He looked at the air in the room. Not at a jar of powder, not at a bottle of tonic, at the air. Gorey lived in a time when many doctors linked disease to harmful vapors, swamps, and trapped heat. Mosquitoes had not yet been placed at the center of the yellow fever story, but he had a practical thought. If heat made suffering worse, then cold might at least help a patient survive the night. Hold that picture for a moment. A dark room, a bucket of melting ice, and a doctor deciding that ice should not be bought from far away. It should be made right here. An ordinary day in Apalachicola did not begin in a laboratory. Cotton moved along the wharves, warehouses smelled of wet wood, salt, and river water, and newspaper paper clung to damp fingers. When the dangerous season arrived, people who could leave often left. Those who stayed listened for news of fever. Gorey did not see this from a distance. He was a local doctor, treating people in rooms where the air barely moved. At the time, it seemed reasonable to keep a patient cool, shut out the harsh light, and raise a vessel of ice above the bed so cold air would sink downward. The idea was simple, almost domestic. Cold air is heavier than warm air, so it falls, passes through the damp room, and for a few hours makes it more bearable. But that simplicity hid the problem. The ice ran out. It arrived as a commodity, not as a city service. It was cut in winter from northern ponds, packed under sawdust, loaded onto ships, insured, sold, and stored again in ice houses. Every step added cost, and Southern heat took its share without sending a bill. For a cafe or a wealthy home, ice was a luxury. For a doctor during fever season, it became a dependency. If the ship was late, if the supply spoiled,
If the price rose, the coolness vanished exactly when it was needed most. This is where Gorey makes a turn that sounds almost defiant. He stops asking where to buy more winter. He asks how to make a machine create winter inside a hot port room. Gorey's machine did not look like the white cabinet in a modern kitchen. It was closer to a stubborn cluster of pump, cylinder, tubes, and a vessel of water where cold had to be forced out of the air itself. The idea can be understood without a drawing. Compress air and it heats up. Then let that compressed air give off its excess heat through metal and water. After that, release it so it can expand. In that moment, it becomes sharply colder and pulls heat from the nearby water. Repeat the cycle and the water begins to seize into ice. Today, that sounds like the alphabet of refrigeration. Back then, it looked like an argument with the climate, built from copper, valves, and patience. Gorey was not working for a cool drink in a glass. He wanted controlled cold for a sick room. In May of 1851, he received an American patent for a method of making ice artificially. The paper on the table mattered, but a patent did not turn the machine into a business. He still had to build a reliable apparatus, find money, and convince people that ice could be produced where it was needed instead of waited for from the north. And this is where the story gets uneasy. Later accounts often claimed that natural ice merchants stood in Gorey's way. But the clearer problem is more ordinary. The new technology was costly, unfamiliar, and did not promise quick profit. For a patient, it might mean easier air. For an investor, it meant risk, metal, leaks, and doubt. At some point, the invention found itself caught between a patient's bed and the cold stare of the market. Gorey did not live to see his idea become ordinary. He died in 1855, disappointed and almost without support. His apparatus did not fill the hospitals of Apalachicola, did not immediately break the trade in northern ice, and did not give the South cool air on schedule. But inside that failure was the outline of the future. Cold was no longer only a piece of winter dug up and shipped away. It could be produced by a machine, a tube, pressure, and expansion. Later, mechanical refrigeration would change warehouses, the transport of meat and fruit, the storage of medicine, and even the idea of a building where air did not simply have to be endured. It could be adjusted. Air conditioning would not arrive at once, and it would follow its own paths, but it has an early medical ancestor in a dark room in a Florida port. What matters is that Gorey was wrong along with his era about the cause of yellow fever. Yet he found another truth. The environment around a patient can help heal or help break the body. Temperature, humidity, and moving air are not small details when a person lies in the heat and cannot leave. Today, Apalachicola remembers him not as a seller of comfort, but as a doctor who tried to make cold exactly where sick people needed it. The patent stayed on the table. The ice melted in the bucket. And from there began the long road toward machines that quietly hum behind our walls. The next story will also grow from a detail like that. Someone looks at a familiar thing and refuses to accept that it has to work the old way. In the patent fight over the paper bag, the ugliest argument was not really about paper, not glue, not a crooked drawing. The point was cruder than that. A woman could not have designed a machine with knives, rollers, and precise paper feed. Hold that image for a second. A small wooden model sits on a table, rough brown paper stacked beside it, while grown men decide what kind of mind could have made the mechanism. Margaret Knight was not asking anyone to believe a charming story. She had to prove priority the way people proved a debt or a claim to land, with diagrams, parts, and witnesses. And the object at the center of it now sounds almost funny, an ordinary paper bag. But in 19th century stores, the bag was not a detail. It slowed the counter down. Early paper bags often worked more like envelopes. They lay flat, opened badly, tipped over, and forced a clerk to hold the mouth open with one hand while scooping sugar, coffee, nails, or dry biscuits with the other. A flat-bottom bag did something different. It stood up by itself. Goods could go in faster, the bag could sit on a shelf, and the clerk did not have to wrestle a soft paper body. Knight saw a machine problem inside that everyday annoyance. And this is where the story stops being about packaging and becomes a story about who was allowed to be called an inventor.
Margaret Knight did not come to this problem from a parlor daydream. She had been around machinery since childhood, in places where a mistake announced itself at once. A belt slipped, a shaft jerked, fingers had to move fast. In the 1860s, she was working at a paper bag factory in Springfield, Massachusetts. Flat-bottom bags were still being folded by hand there, and handwork was too slow for a trade that wanted more goods, more repeatable steps, and more speed. Her idea was not simply to draw a better bag. The hard part was motion. The machine had to feed the paper, fold it at the right points, apply paste, shape the flat bottom, cut the blank, and release a finished bag over and over again. No hand could be there to nudge the paper into place by eye. First came a wooden model, small, rough, but clear to anyone who understood machines. To get a patent, words alone were not enough. In America at the time, an applicant brought the patent office a description, drawings, a fee, and often a model that could be inspected from every side. So Knight needed a metal version, sturdier and more exact. She sent the work to a machine shop. It seemed like a normal step. That was exactly where another person's glance found something that could be taken. The man's name was Charles Annan. He had been near the model in the shop, and then he filed his own application for a similar machine. In the patent world, that was not settled by slamming a door. If two applications claimed the same invention, the patent office could declare an interference, a contest over who had invented first. The filing date mattered, but it was not the whole story. The question was who had brought the idea to a working mechanism first. Then the work became almost like a trial. Testimony was taken, drawings were compared, and people asked when the models appeared, who had seen the experimental parts, and who could explain every fold. Annan had a convenient advantage. He was a man connected to the shop, and to officials, he looked more familiar in the role of inventor of a complicated machine. The case against Knight leaned on a humiliating idea. A woman like her could not have understood such a clever device on her own. Not as a joke, as a legal argument. Knight answered with paper and wood, not with outrage. She brought her drawings, her early model, and people who had seen her work before the rival application. This is the part that matters. It was not one inspired moment deciding everything. It was a chain of proof. Parts sat on the table, and every part carried a date. Here was the folder. Here was the place where paste had to land cleanly. Here was the section that made not just a pouch, but a bottom that could stand. The longer the mechanism was taken apart, the weaker it looked to claim that someone had merely glimpsed it and instantly made it his own. In the end, the right was recognized as Margaret Knight's. In 1871, she received a patent for a machine that made flat-bottom paper bags. That did not mean she had invented the idea of putting purchases in paper. Her victory was narrower and more important to industry. She protected a way to make those bags quickly, uniformly, and in large numbers. For a store, it changed the rhythm of the day. A clerk no longer had to fuss with every bag as if it were a limp rag. The bag stood open, took the goods, closed, and went to the customer. For a factory, it was the arithmetic of rollers and knives. One sheet became a repeatable shape, and a repeatable shape became cheap packaging for thousands of counters. Knight later held other patents, but this dispute is remembered because technology collided with the habit of not seeing a woman behind a drawing. The patent system of that era was far from equal, yet it still left certain things that could be placed on a table. A model, a date, a fold line, a witness statement. One of her patent models is now kept in a museum collection, and it looks modest, no shine, just a mechanism explaining why the bag stands. The flat bottom was not a small detail.
Her name stood on it. Next, another sheet of paper will be waiting on a desk, and another signature will change more than it seemed to from the outside. 2 glass cylinders sit on a table by a window. No wires, no screens, just narrow thermometers inside them, and summer sunlight slowly moving across the glass. Today, a stubborn student could almost run this experiment with a pump, dry air, and a little carbon dioxide. But in the middle of the 19th century, that simple setup hit a question science had not yet learned to ask. Does every kind of air let heat pass and hold heat in the same way? The woman at the table is not trying to forecast the climate of the future. Her name is Eunice Newton Foote. She lives in the United States, reads scientific journals, and follows electricity, chemistry, and the rights of women. In front of her is not a grant-funded laboratory, but something closer to household physics: vessels, thermometers, notes, and sun through a window. She fills one cylinder with ordinary air, and another with the gas then called carbonic acid gas. Then comes a quiet problem for common sense. A transparent gas, something that seems to do nothing at all, warms more. Then it cools more slowly. The thermometer is not measuring opinion, and it is not measuring the mood of the century. It is measuring a difference. And here we should not rush. Foote does not have our modern language of climate models. She simply sees that the makeup of air can change heat. For the middle of the 19th century, that is not a small thing. That is enough to start a conversation that will later grow into climate science. Foote sets the vessels where the sun hits the glass directly and waits. That is the almost painful part of an old experiment. Nothing clicks, nothing flashes, nothing prints an answer. You have to watch the thin line of a thermometer and trust that slow movement can speak. She does not compare only carbon dioxide with ordinary air. She also wants to know what happens with dry and moist air, with denser and thinner mixtures. Each time, the point is the same. Different gases do not handle heat in the same way. Some give up stored warmth more easily, others keep it in the vessel longer. Put simply, air is not empty space. Sunlight brings energy, the surface warms, and then gives some of that heat back as invisible radiation. Some gases barely slow that escape. Carbon dioxide can absorb part of that heat radiation and send energy back around it. Not like a lid on a pot, more like a delay on the way out. Foote's experiment had weak spots. The glass itself affected the heating. Sunlight brought a mix of rays, not the clean heat radiation coming from the ground. A small cylinder was not an atmosphere. But those weaknesses do not erase the strange conclusion she framed carefully. If the air held more carbon dioxide, Earth's temperature could be higher. It sounds almost modern, and that is why what happens next feels so strange. In the summer of 1856, those observations do not stay in a kitchen conversation. They reach a meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Albany. There, the rules are different. The table with the cylinders gives way to a hall where the lectern matters, the minutes matter, the name of the person reading the paper matters, and so does the circle of people who will carry the idea onward. Eunice Foote's paper is read not by Foote herself, but by Joseph Henry, one of the most prominent American scientists of his time. Exactly why that happened is not fully clear, but it changes the picture more than it may seem. When a discovery comes in another person's voice, it is already half-handed over to a system where a woman is more likely to become a footnote. Foote was not a random hobbyist who wandered into science out of curiosity. She had signed documents from the Women's Rights Convention at Seneca Falls. She invented, experimented, and wrote briefly and directly. Her work appeared in the American Journal of Science and Arts. Scientific American even noticed it as proof that women could do serious science. But praise can also be a soft cage. Scientific societies in the 19th century decided not only what was valid, but who would be remembered.
Names stuck through correspondence, lectures, repeated experiments, citations, European journals, and personal networks. Foote had an observation. She did not have the loud road that turns an observation into a required reference. A few years later, John Tyndall would run more precise experiments on how gases absorb heat radiation. His apparatus separated the effect more clearly. His name would become the central one. Foote's name would move to the margins, even though the thermometers on her table had already shown an important trace.
After that, the paper sits in a journal and quietly ages. You can find it if you know what to look for, but it stops working as memory. Textbooks and surveys usually take another road, from Tyndall's more exact experiments to later calculations, then to spectra, weather stations, satellites, and models. More than a century later, researchers return to Foote's article and see in it not a finished modern theory, but an early and surprisingly clear step. That distinction matters. We do not need to turn her into the person who explained the entire climate alone. She did less than that, and at the same time, a great deal. She showed that a gas in the atmosphere could be not just a passive background, but a participant in heating. Today, the mechanism is checked with instruments she could not have imagined. We know about infrared radiation, water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, and the energy balance between Earth and space. But the strange thing at the center remains the same. Something transparent can change temperature, and something invisible can carry weight in our lives. The quietest part of this chapter is not the experiment. It is the disappearance. There was no explosion, no trial, no loud ban. There was a table by a window, a short article, a paper read in someone else's voice, and a scientific world that knew how to listen selectively. That is why Foote's glass vessels matter not only to the history of climate. They remind us that it is not enough to see a discovery. Someone also has to hear it. The next story will also begin with a thing on a table that seems far too simple to change the rules. Sometimes a medicine can look like punishment. In the early 20th century, doctors had a bottle of dark plant oil that seemed to offer help to people with Hansen's disease. Patients swallowed it, and their stomachs rebelled. They rubbed it on their skin, and the disease barely noticed. Doctors tried to inject it under the skin, and the thick liquid moved through a needle so stubbornly that the treatment itself became torment. Hold on to that close-up. A glass test tube, a yellow film of oil, the hot air of Honolulu, and a young chemist at the lab bench. Alice Augusta Ball is only 23. At the College of Hawaii, she was already an exception. There, she became the first woman and the first African American to earn a master's degree, in a time when labs like that rarely opened for people like her. She is not running a hospital. She is not writing isolation laws. She is not commanding physicians. She is looking at a substance, at its stubborn physics, at the way medicine can be hope on paper and pain inside a syringe. In Hawaii, this was not an abstract problem. People with Hansen's disease, the illness most people then called leprosy, could be separated from family and sent to isolated settlements, especially Kalaupapa on Molokai. A diagnosis could mean not just treatment, but the loss of home, work, and ordinary touch. And here is the strange part. Between a person and a chance to return to life stood more than a bacterium. There was also the thickness of oil. Chalmugra oil entered hospital practice as an old botanical chance. It came from the seeds of Hydnocarpus trees, and doctors reached for it because they had so little else. Before antibiotics, the choices were grim. Watch, isolate, and test whatever sometimes seemed to help. But the oil behaved like a bad ally. It did not dissolve in water. It mixed poorly with tissue. Taken by mouth, it could cause nausea. Injected, it left painful lumps. For a patient, that sounded brutally simple. The medicine exists, but the body will not accept it. At Kalihi Hospital in Honolulu, physician Harry Holman was looking for a clearer way. Kalihi was not just a ward. It was a place between home and exile, where people were examined, held, and judged for whether they would be sent farther away.
Holman turned to Alice Ball at the College of Hawaii because she knew how to handle plant compounds and stubborn oils. One thing matters here. Ball was not chasing a beautiful legend. She had to change how the substance behaved so a doctor could draw it into a syringe, inject it without torture, and give the body a chance to absorb the active part. A small lab problem? Only from a distance. For the person behind the hospital door, it could be the difference between treatment and being sent to Molokai. Ball's answer was not to make the patient endure more. She made the oil become something else. Chalmugra oil contains fatty acids, and doctors believed those acids were the useful part of the mixture. The problem was that a fatty acid inside a heavy oil acts like cargo that does not want to move through the body. Ball separated those acids and turned them into ethyl esters. In plain language, she attached an alcohol-derived piece to the molecule, and the drug became lighter, more even, and more suitable for injections. Not magic. Chemistry at the scale of test tubes, alcohol, heat, separation, and patience. But in the treatment room, it looked different. The dark bottle was no longer only a viscous threat. A doctor could draw a dose. The needle did not fight the liquid. The patient received a medicine that did not sit there as a painful knot. In 1915, the method began to be used at Kalihi. The improvements did not turn the disease into an instant defeat, but some patients became stable enough that they were not sent on, or were even released from isolation. And this is where the story becomes uncomfortable. Alice Ball finished the work, but she did not get time to protect her name. The next year, she died very young. The cause of her death has collected different versions over time, so the safest thing to say is this. Her life ended before the method could be published under her own name. After Ball's death, the college carried on the work, and another name soon appeared beside the method. College president Arthur Dean refined and published Chalmugra preparations, and for a while the treatment was linked to his surname. That is how a quiet disappearance can happen. Not a hallway scandal, just another signature where the memory of a laboratory hand should have been. Harry Holman later stated plainly that the original breakthrough belonged to Ball. Because of that, her name did not vanish completely. The Ball method remained an important treatment for Hansen's disease until sulfone drugs arrived in the 1940s. It was not perfect, and it did not erase the cruelty of the isolation system itself. People were still feared more than they were understood. Families were still broken apart by a medical decision and a government order. But a medicine that could pass through a needle gave doctors something more humane than the older attempts with oil. There is no roaring machine in this story, and no explosion. There is a lab in hot Honolulu, dark bottles, a white coat, a thin stream of liquid inside a syringe, and there is a simple idea. Before the great age of modern drugs, rescue sometimes began when a substance stopped hurting the patient on its way into the body. The next story also begins with a quiet detail. Only there, the world will be changed not by a medicine, but by a paper on a desk. At first, it almost looked ridiculous. An old tanker at the pier, with identical metal boxes lined up across its deck. Not cars, not barrels, not sacks of coffee, just boxes. On the morning of April 26, 1956, in Port Newark, that sight could have drawn a smirk more easily than applause. Tankers were not supposed to carry trucks, especially trucks without wheels. But that odd scene would soon start changing the price of a shirt in a store, the route of ships on the map, and the work of people whose families had lived by the water for generations. Before the container, a port was the place where cargo turned back into hand labor. Crates were grabbed with hooks, sacks were hauled on backs, barrels rolled over planks, and holds were packed like dark attics after a move. Every shipment was opened, counted, moved, and closed again. Time disappeared there. Things were stolen there. Things that had traveled safely to the harbor got broken there. Malcolm McLean did not look at this like a sailor. He came from trucking, from highways, idle time bills,
and drivers waiting at gates. In that busy waterfront, he saw not romance, but one huge, unnecessary operation. Why unload a truck body piece by piece if you could lift the body itself and put it on a ship? The question sounds almost childish. That is why it was dangerous. The old port system ran on habit. A ship arrived, the hatch opened, a gang of longshoremen went into the hold, a waterfront warehouse received the cargo, and then a railroad or a truck carried it onward. The papers moved separately, insurers priced the risk separately, and port bosses measured success by how fast people could manage the disorder. And that disorder was a profession. A good longshoreman could tell by sound and weight how a sack would shift, where a crate should not be placed, and when a rope might snap the wrong way. Then a box appeared and told all those people something uncomfortable. The cargo inside was no longer their stage. It could be locked at the factory, sealed, brought to the water, lifted by crane, carried across the sea, and placed back on wheels or onto a rail platform. Nobody handled a single lamp, paint can, or roll of cloth. They handled one standard steel volume. But a simple box does not work if every company builds it to its own taste. McLean needed more than walls and a door. He needed dimensions that fit a chassis, a deck, and a rail route. He needed corners a crane could grab the same way every time. He needed locks so the sea would not turn the deck into a junk pile. The key idea is this. The container became not packaging, but an agreement between a machine, a port, an insurance office, and a ship's schedule. Once that agreement worked, the old port began to look too slow. To test the idea, McLean did not wait for the entire maritime world to approve. He bought the Pan-Atlantic Steamship Company, rebuilt an old tanker called Ideal X, and brought the experiment straight to the pier. The deck now had places for containers. Truck chassis rolled up from the land side. A crane lifted the box, the wheels stayed on the pier, and what moved aboard was almost a truck stripped of everything it did not need. Here is the climax, without trumpets. A steel box rises off the ground, sways slightly in the slings, passes over wet concrete, and settles slowly onto the deck. The workers are no longer looking at the cargo. They are watching the corners. Did it land cleanly or not? Lock it down, go get the next one. 58 containers went onto the tanker, and the old order met a very boring competitor. That is the power of the scene. There is almost nothing to look at. No open crates, no mountain of sacks. Just the same crane movement, again and again. When Ideal X reached Houston, the boxes were lifted again and placed on trucks. The cargo inside was not handled a second time. McLean's early calculations suggested that loading like this could move from the familiar dollars per ton down to mere cents. Then engineer Keith Tentlinger pushed the idea into steel discipline. Corner fittings, twist locks, the habit of stacking containers and securing them on a ship like parts of one structure. His designs and patents helped the industry speak one language. Without that, the box would have stayed a private trick. With standards, it became a system. After that, it was not only the deck that changed. The shoreline changed too. A port no longer needed endless waterfront warehouses where cargo sat and waited its turn. It needed yards for identical boxes, heavy cranes, truck access, and a rail connection. A port stay that once ate up days began to shrink into a short slot under a crane. Routes began to favor the places where a container could be transferred fast, not the places where handsome city piers had stood for centuries. Insurers could price a sealed shipment more easily. Customs offices and carriers had to learn to think less in loose goods and more in units that moved from one mode of transport to another. For a buyer on the far side of the world, it could feel almost like magic. Goods arrived cheaper and more often. Stores could offer more choice. A factory in one country made economic sense because a sealed box could cross an ocean without being opened at every step.
But there was no magic on the waterfront. Gangs of men who knew how to pack a hold by hand began to disappear. So did an old dock worker pride, a language of gestures, a dangerous skill, and the neighborhood habits built around the hiring hall. The container did not argue with them. It simply made much of their work unnecessary. That is the uneasy price of a simple invention. McLean did not create world trade from nothing. He removed thousands of slow touches from it. One box connected the factory, the truck, the ship, the crane, the insurance policy, and the store shelf. That is why the container was not just a box. It was a new operating system for trade. On the deck of an old tanker stood a piece of boring geometry. From it grew a world where almost any object can travel farther than the person who owns it. And the next story will begin again with something that looks too simple to frighten anyone.
On the desk sits a rubber stamp. Not gold, not a rocket blueprint, just a dark wooden handle and an ink pad. With it, a new sedative could enter the American market, or it could stay untouched. In this chapter, the world was changed not by an invention, but by a delay. Autumn of 1960, Washington. In a quiet office at the Food and Drug Administration, Francis Oldham Kelsey reads the application for a drug called Kevadon. Behind it is Richardson Merrill, and the company wants something perfectly understandable: a fast answer. The drug is already praised overseas as a gentle remedy for anxiety, sleeplessness, and nausea. On paper, it almost looks fine. But one thing matters here. The law worked differently then from the way most of us imagine it now. The agency was expected to judge safety. A company did not yet have to prove benefit with the kind of strict evidence that would be demanded after the reforms. If no objection came within 60 days, an application could become a doorway to the market. Kelsey had only recently joined the agency. She is not holding a headline. She is looking at an ordinary file, ordinary tables, ordinary letters. Still, her hand does not move toward the stamp. Too many places in the file feel less like answers than side steps. The heaviest thing in the room is not the telephone or the stack of paper. It is the right to ask again. Outside the office, time does not feel bureaucratic at all. Every day of delay means a broken schedule for the manufacturer, missed promotion, a piece of the market left for someone else. By the Christmas season, the sedative could be sitting in pharmacies, and that did not sound crazy. In the early 60s, many people believed a modern pill should quickly fix modern exhaustion. Kelsey is not watching the promise. She is watching the gaps between the lines. Who took the drug? For how long? What happened after the course ended? How it behaved in pregnant women? Under the old system, clinical evidence could be a pile of doctors' reports, observations, and confident conclusions, but not the rigorous testing we expect from a trial today. A polished summary was not proof. Then, an ugly detail appears. Reports of peripheral neuritis. In some patients, hands and feet went numb, nerves hurt, gait became unsteady. This does not yet look like the later newspaper images of infants. No. But for a medical reviewer, it is a red light. If a drug can touch the nervous system of an adult, you cannot pretend the question is closed for everyone else. The company replies, calls, brings more papers. Pressure does not have to sound like shouting. Sometimes it is a polite voice on a gray telephone, asking not to slow down the obvious. Kelsey asks for data again, not because she knows the ending, because she has no right to guess at safety. The ending begins to appear somewhere else, not in Washington. It comes from hospitals in Europe and Australia, where thalidomide was already sold more widely and with more confidence. Doctors see newborns whose arms or legs have not fully developed. Parents try to remember pregnancy week by week, pill by pill, piece of advice by piece of advice, because the advice had seemed harmless then.
Reports land on medical desks, and one detail begins to lock into a terrible pattern. Pregnancy, a remedy for nausea, birth defects. This is where it is important not to turn Kelsey into a prophet. She was not sitting in her office with full knowledge of the disaster. Her strength was duller and more honest. She did not accept the gaps in the application as normal. The concern about nerve damage, the weak clinical material, the lack of clear data for pregnant women, that was enough to keep the file from moving on. When the news becomes loud, the delay suddenly stops looking like stubbornness. Outside the United States, families harmed by the drug are being counted in the thousands. The drug is pulled back. Doctors revise old assumptions. Newspapers begin writing about a medicine that had been sold as almost safe. And in the American Kevadon file, the stamp is still missing. It was not a graceful gesture. It was a procedure pushed all the way to an uncomfortable question. How much evidence is enough when parents will carry the mistake in their arms?
In the summer of 1962, the story leaves the agency hallways. Journalist Morton Mintz writes about the staff member who kept a dangerous drug from freely entering the market. Frances Oldham Kelsey suddenly becomes the public face of work that people usually notice only after failure. President John Kennedy gives her a high federal service award, but the medal was not the main consequence. The rules were. After the thalidomide scandal, the Kefauver-Harris amendments reshape the American drug market. Now it is not enough to say a drug seems safe. Companies have to show that it works, and show it through well-designed trials. Side effects have to be collected more seriously. People in studies have to be protected more clearly. The regulator gets not just the right to slow the race, but the duty to demand evidence. To be honest, America was not completely untouched by thalidomide. Samples reached doctors through investigational use, and some families still paid a terrible price. But there was no nationwide launch. The distance between almost and too late was measured in children's beds. So this chapter is not only about a woman at a desk. It is about a routine review becoming patient protection. Carry one simple thing into the next story. Sometimes the most important action sounds quiet. Send more data. Before the traffic light, an intersection was not quiet. It argued with hooves, wheels, drivers shouting, and the sharp whistle of a policeman. New York did not yet have the familiar colored command hanging overhead, so the question of who moved first was settled face to face, sometimes almost at arm's length. William Phelps Eno would later remember an old city jam he experienced as a boy with his mother. Their carriage stopped, wagons locked up ahead, other horses pressed in from the side, and every driver seemed certain of only one thing: someone else should give way. The odd part is that one of the men who shaped the language of the automobile city did not come to it from a garage or a racecourse. He came from a scene with almost no cars in it. Hold that picture for a moment. Wet pavement, crowded Manhattan, wheel catching wheel, a streetcar bell swallowed by noise, and traffic depending on the patience of strangers. You could add more policemen to a street like that. You could whistle louder. You could argue better. But if nobody knows their turn in advance, the crossing becomes a small courtroom with no judge. Eno did not see charming city bustle. He saw an empty space where a rule should be. By the early 20th century, that empty space had grown more dangerous. The same street held horse omnibuses, private carriages, delivery wagons, rail-bound streetcars, cyclists, pedestrians, and the first automobiles. Each moved at its own pace. A horse could spook at an engine. A streetcar could not turn away. A wagon outside a shop could block a lane for half a day, and a person with a basket still tried to cross wherever the walk was shortest. For a long time, the city ran on habit. Keep to the right, watch both sides, obey the policeman. But habit struggles when the flow becomes thick. The officer on the corner was not managing a system. He was putting out arguments one by one. Here a cart stopped sideways. There a motor car squeezed between wheels.
Farther down, a driver tried to turn around exactly where everyone else wanted to go straight. And this is the uneasy part. Motors did not invent the chaos. They made the old chaos faster. So the cure could not be only more machinery. The city had to agree on where a vehicle could stand, who had the right to go, how turns should work, where a pedestrian could claim a safe piece of street, and why a policeman's order should mean the same thing today, tomorrow, and at the next crossing. Without that, the city began traffic from scratch every morning, as if yesterday had taught it nothing.
Eno began with paper, but he was not really looking at the paper. He was looking at the street corner. He wrote about reforming street traffic and worked with the New York police on rules that, in 1903, became one of the early city codes for New York streets. On the surface, it looks dull. Lines of instructions, flow diagrams, duties for officers at the posts. But that was where the street first became predictable. Right of way meant priority was not won by shouting. Lines on the pavement, where cities began to use them, and the direction of flow showed where a wagon or a motor car belonged before a turn. A ban on standing in a narrow place told the shopkeeper, "Your delivery wagon is not more important than the whole block." A one-way street removed a head-on argument where there was not enough room. A traffic circle made everyone enter one shared rhythm instead of lunging toward the center by the shortest path. A pedestrian island gave a person not bravery, but a pause. The key detail is that none of it worked if the police improvised from zero every time. The officer became not the owner of the mood, but the keeper of a common order. When he raised his hand, people were not reading his personal wish. They were recognizing a rule that would outlive that whistle. That is why an instruction could be stronger than a shout. The quietest change happened not on the drawing, but inside the mind of a walker and a driver. A person began to approach an intersection expecting strangers to behave in a way that was at least understandable. Not perfectly, not always politely, but understandably. That habit did not make the city kind, it made the city readable. That was the new city bargain. I yield where I must, you do not leave a wagon in the passage, and the policeman gives orders by rule, not by mood. Eno kept writing, advising cities, and pushing ideas that now feel ordinary. Taxis wait in an assigned place, traffic is separated by direction, and a dangerous point is not left to good faith. In the early 1920s, he created a foundation to work on safety and transportation order beyond a single intersection. His contribution is easy to underrate because it does not shine like a new engine. But try removing those dull agreements for 1 hour. On wet Fifth Avenue, horses, a streetcar, a motor car, a handcart, and a person with a basket would meet again. Each would be right in their own way, and each would block everyone else. The traffic light would later learn to glow in different colors, but the city learned to obey earlier. First, someone wrote down who was supposed to go first. In old medical papers on one treatment for Hansen's disease, you sometimes find a strange absence. The method is there, the patients are there, the results are there, but the name of the woman who found the chemical move seems to slip off the edge of the page. On bottles and in doctors' conversations, another surname stuck, the surname of a college administrator. In the lab where it began, the person at the bench was Alice Ball, a 24-year-old chemist in Honolulu. The picture is simple. A bright room at the College of Hawaii, glassware, dark bottles of thick chalmugra oil. Outside, palms and damp ocean air. Nearby was Kalihi Hospital, where people arrived with a diagnosis that could take away not just their health, but their home. This was before antibiotics. Hansen's disease frightened people with damaged skin, nerves, and ulcers, but the word isolation could be even more terrifying. In Hawaii, patients could be sent far from family, into hospitals and settlements where life depended on someone else's decision. That is why even an imperfect drug could feel like a key. It did not promise a miracle,
It offered a chance to prove that a person no longer had to live beyond the line. The problem was hiding in the strangest part of the treatment. Chalmugra oil was not some new fashion among Hawaiian doctors. It had been tried against leprosy in different parts of the world for a long time because it did contain substances that could hold the disease back. But the medicine behaved almost like a punishment. Taken by mouth, it often broke the stomach first. Nausea, vomiting, a deep revulsion at the smell itself. Injected under the skin, it was too thick and too irritating. It failed to spread well through tissue, left painful knots, and sometimes gave the doctor a fresh problem instead of treatment. Imagine trying to make a heavy oil work inside a body, where everything moves by different rules. Dr. Harry Holman at Kalihi saw this outside any textbook. In front of him were people enduring injections for a small measure of hope. He needed a chemist who would do more than mix the oil with something else. He needed someone to change how it behaved. By 1915, the problem reached Alice Ball, and the crucial crack looked almost ordinary. The medicine was not useless. It was badly suited to the human body. So the answer was not to chase a new legend. It was to remake the old oil so it could be injected without turning treatment into torture. Ball looked at the oil not as a mysterious remedy, but as a mixture that could be taken apart. Chalmugra held fatty acids, heavy and stubborn. Shaking them with water did not solve anything. The body is not a glass test tube. You cannot rely for long on a mixture that separates the first chance it gets. Her move was careful and intensely practical. She isolated the active fatty acids and turned them into ethyl esters. In plain terms, she changed the molecules so the drug became lighter, more fluid, and usable for injections. The risk and pain did not vanish, but the medicine was no longer a lump of heavy oil that the body met like a foreign object. Hold that picture for a moment. A young instructor in a college lab is doing the work doctors are waiting for at hospital bedsides. In a Kalihi ward, a syringe is no longer filled with the old, heavy liquid, but with a preparation that can spread more evenly. The patient is not looking at a chemical formula. The patient is looking at the door. Improvement could mean an examination, supervised release, a return to family. Not always. But sometimes, it was enough to make life stop feeling like exile. And this is where the story turns uncomfortable. At the end of 1916, Alice Ball died. She was only 24. The cause of her illness is still debated, and it is more honest not to turn that uncertainty into a neat legend. What matters here is that she did not live long enough to anchor the method in major medical print herself. After her death, Arthur Dean, the president of the College of Hawaii, continued work with Chalmugra compounds and published results. The medical world had no trouble remembering the surname of a man with a title, a laboratory, and access to journals. So a method that grew from Ball's solution spent years traveling beside Dean's name. Harry Holman later called it the Ball method directly. But the inertia of paper had already done its work. The treatment was not a final victory. Sulfone drugs and the broader antibiotic era were still years away. But for patients at Kalihi and Molokai, this was not a small improvement. Less agony from injections, a better chance of improvement, sometimes a chance to leave isolation. Much later, Alice Ball's name returned in university ceremonies, memorial plaques, and textbooks. But the clearest memory of her is not on a plaque. It is in the moment when thick oil became medicine, and a closed door no longer looked permanent. One story remains ahead, and once again, everything will turn on quiet work that is easy to miss. This kitchen could look like a planning mistake. A narrow blue-green box, a small window, rails on the wall, aluminum drawers with labels, a stool that seems almost embarrassed to take up space. And yet, one of the most influential kitchens in the world was smaller than many closets today. It was designed almost like a train cabin. The pot here, the flour one step away, the work surface at the right height. Every extra turn counted as waste. Frankfurt, after the First World War, was not looking for a pretty magazine image. The city had to house people fast. Apartments needed to be cheap, clean, repeatable, and practical enough that a new life would not fall apart at the sink. Architect Ernst May was building a program of new municipal housing, and the young Austrian architect Margareta Schutte-Lihotzky was given a task that sounds modest only on paper: design a kitchen for thousands of ordinary apartments. And that is the odd part. This was not about style, not about a cozy family hearth. The question was sharper. How many steps does a woman take while making soup, washing dishes, and carrying plates to the table? In Chapter 60, there is no loud accident. There is a different collision. The apartment meets the stopwatch. Margareta did not begin with a dream of kitchen advertising. She studied architecture in Vienna, worked around social projects, and saw the home not as decoration, but as a system where someone spent strength every day. For the modernists of that moment, this was almost an engineering problem. If you could calculate a staircase, a window, and a water line, why not calculate the route from stove to sink? She was influenced by scientific management, the same movement charts first used on factory floors. It sounds cold, even a little unpleasant, but inside a housing crisis, it seemed like a way to give people time back. Schutte-Lihotzky studied where a housewife reached for food, where she put down a hot pot, how often she bent over, what got dirty, what had to stay close. The kitchen was no longer a random room where cabinets landed wherever they could. Hold on to that turn. The fitted kitchen was not born from a wish to sell a cozy set of cabinets. It grew out of housing shortages, municipal budgets, and an attempt to treat housework as real work. But the recognition cut two ways. The labor was noticed, measured, and squeezed into a route. And the person placed in that route was still almost always a woman. The Frankfurt kitchen was small on purpose. Less floor area meant a cheaper building, shorter pipes, and easier heating. But inside that limit, Margareta made something close to a laboratory. Stove and work surface on one side, sink nearby, cabinets above them, drawers for grains and sugar within reach. Aluminum was chosen not for shine, but because it was light, washable, and less afraid of damp. Labels on the drawers removed the small hunt for ingredients. A folding stool made it possible to work seated without turning the passage into storage. Even the color belonged to the calculation. In surviving kitchens, you often see a cool blue-green tone, linked with cleanliness and practicality. Tile protected the places where water and grease flew. A sliding door or narrow passage separated the kitchen from the room, so smells, steam, and dirty dishes did not spread through a small apartment. It all seems reasonable, maybe too reasonable, because behind that precision was an argument. The new kitchen saved movement, but it also locked the work into a tiny compartment. It said, "We will make the labor easier," and then, without saying it, it added, "This is still your place." That is why the object looks calm in museums, while the story around it is not entirely calm. When it began going into the apartments of New Frankfurt, Ernst May's city program, the kitchen did not arrive as a rare designer toy. It arrived as a municipal standard. It was repeated by the thousands. Eventually, the count reached roughly 10,000 installed kitchens. A resident moved into social housing and got not an empty corner for an old sideboard, but a pre-planned machine for daily life. The height of the surface, the place for pots, the order of storage, the path from water to fire, all of it had already been decided by an architect. That is why its influence lasted. The modern fitted kitchen, with modules, planned work zones, cabinets sized to fit, and the habit of hiding chaos behind smooth fronts, did not appear out of nowhere. It has this narrow Frankfurt ancestor. Margareta herself lived a much more complicated life. She worked as an architect, joined the resistance to Nazism, went to prison, and after the war was long underrated as a woman in the profession. But her quietest revolution is not standing in a square. It sits between the sink and the stove. There, every extra step turns into hours, and every cabinet decides whether the day will be a little easier. The Frankfurt kitchen did not free everyone from housework. It made a different, almost uncomfortable move. It showed that this work could be designed. And then millions of kitchens repeated that route.